A massive explosion occurs, the flare illuminating the entire night sky, somewhere in the forest. Trees rustle, and a splatter of crimson blood splashes onto a tree trunk. Nearby on the lake's surface, the evil demon Lep grins, a sinister aura radiating around him as he faces a young man and woman. The girl, named Asa, is currently struggling desperately, hiding behind. The knight named Yulia. Lep holds a fireball in his hand and laughs loudly. Haha, impressive swordsmanship, human. I really want to know your names. He grips his greatsword and speaks coldly. Cut the useless chatter, Lep doesn't say much either, directly raising the fireball and lunging forward. It is time to end this. Without a word, Yulia raises his greatsword, the blade glowing with the blue light of mana. Another loud explosion echoes through the forest, and immediately after, Yulia is sent flying backward, his body snapping a tree trunk before coming to a halt. He staggers to his feet, blood dripping down and forming a puddle at his feet. Yulia remains silent, his eyes staring resolutely at his opponent. Lep spreads his arms and laughs triumphantly. Ha ha. After laughing, he takes a step forward. While he is still some distance away, Yulia grips the hilt of his sword with both hands and says unwillingly, "No way." He channels his mana and the blade lights up. It can't end like this. Lep stomps his foot hard and leaps forward, raising the fireball. Die! Right at this moment, a flash of pink hair appears. Yulia's eyes widen, his face blank with shock as he stares at Asa shielding him. Before he can react, the fireball slams directly into her abdomen. A trickle of blood escapes the corner of Asa's mouth, but she smiles fearlessly. Blood splatters, but it is from Lep's back. He stares in disbelief and coughs up a mouthful of blood. Ack! Asa raises her hilt, and the flexible blade tears straight through Lep's abdomen before retracting. He staggers back a few steps. Yes, it is impossible. As those words echo, Lep collapses, his life fading away. Everything happens incredibly fast. By the time Yulia reacts, it is already over. He calls out anxiously, "Asa!" Clutching her abdomen, her pale face spits out a mouthful of blood. Yulia rushes over to hold her shoulders, amidst his frantic shouts of Asa. A dialogue box pops up before her eyes. System, checking story progress, checking ending collection conditions. System, conditions verified. Normal ending collected, double suicide with demon Lep. Asa lowers her gaze and immediately sees Yulia's worried face. He gently calls out, "Asa." She says nothing, her eyes shifting slightly as a game window appears. System, achievement unlocked. Sacrifice for Yulia. Achievement reward, Yulia's favorability plus 20. Achievement unlocked. Yulia's favorability has reached 80 or above. Yulia's hidden ending has been unlocked. Unlock conditions. Double suicide with demon Lep. Sacrifice for Yulia. Yulia's favorability at 80 or above. After reading this, Asa exhales a sigh. Ha, she thinks. As expected, the final hidden ending is right here. Yulia asks in a low voice, "Asa, why did you do that?" He says, "It should have been me." Asa does not answer. She slowly raises her hand, gently touching Yulia's face as his tears flow down along her gentle touch. She whispers, "I love you." Her voice grows fainter. "I've always wanted to tell you this." "I love." Her voice cuts off. Yulia calls out in confusion, "Asa." Asa's hand slips from Yulia's face and falls to the ground. His final cry rings out, "Asa." He cradles her head, sobbing, "No, please." Asa's lifeless body gradually turns cold. Yulia calls, "Asa." The scene slowly fades out and a window appears. System, hidden ending collected, sacrifice for him. In a dark room, a futuristic device emits a chime. Bring! The capsule door opens. What? Irina sits straight up, her eyes still tightly closed. After a moment, she opens her eyes. A sad ending isn't too bad either. After a while, having finished her shower, Irina opens the bathroom door. Stepping out wrapped in a towel, she walks into the kitchen and stands by the coffee maker. While waiting for the coffee to drip into her cup, she thinks to herself, usually, pain in a virtual reality, VR, game is automatically scaled down to less than half of what is felt in reality. But I set my pain perception level to 0. However, since my senses are set to the maximum level, my character's death in game still brings significant mental fatigue and drain. Irina takes her freshly brewed cup of coffee, sits on a chair, and looks out at the sky. Just because of this, the government regulates that dying in-game forces the session to end, and by law, players must take a 1-hour break before the next session. Looking at the digital clock displaying 12:00, Irina mutters, "Exactly 1 hour. The headache has finally subsided." Putting down her coffee cup, she whispers, "In the 50th playthrough, a new quest was introduced. I am really looking forward to the 100th playthrough." She goes back to her room and sits inside the login capsule. The door gradually closes and a chime echoes. Ding! Her vision instantly turns pitch black. A window appears, system, verifying player, 35%, 85%. Her picture pops up, system, Irina's identity verified. The visual shifts, the dialog box color changing from blue to bronze gold. System checking login information, 35%, 85%, 100%. A logo appears, Race and Derter. The image morphs into a curtain drawing open to both sides, Race and Derter. A dating simulation game that exploded in popularity 5 years ago, right when virtual reality, VR, games began commercialization. It boasts a vast world comparable to large-scale MMOs. It features incredibly high-quality, high-performance NPCs and gorgeous characters developed based on the player's actions and choices. In this world, players can experience dating just like a real person. Irina's consciousness stands in a dark space. Before her is a board displaying 3 choices. New game, continue, view album. Irina wonders, new game is this. The reward for the 100th playthrough? She reaches out to select new game with the thought that it will be very exciting if a new quest appears this time. After she makes her choice, the text on the board instantly changes. System, congratulations Irina, you are the first player to clear all endings. A special update version will be installed as a reward for the first completionist. Note, the game cannot be reset after loading this special content. Beneath the description are 2 options, download and cancel. Irina is completely surprised, the first person to clear all endings, me. She rubs her chin, all her efforts since the release date have finally paid off. The text on the board changes again. System, downloading special content for the first completionist. System tip, build affection levels with characters to unlock hidden endings. Installation complete, transferring to the game screen. The interface changes. Chapter 0. The beginning slave market, looking out from inside the iron bars, ladies and gentlemen are walking past. A harsh voice snaps, "Can't you move any faster?" Following that is a chubby foot kicking her. Irina, in her character, a young girl with pink hair, is kicked flying against the iron bars. Her eyes are tightly shut, her nose sniffing. The smell of vanilla. A small note. The option to perceive bad smells is set to off. Outside the cage, a young man says, "Hey, don't push so hard. Isn't she really expensive?" The one who just kicked Irina replies, "Expensive or not, she's still just a slave. As long as her eyes are intact, who cares?" Irina finds the dialogue a bit boring. Even for the 100th playthrough reward, the opening and dialogue are exactly the same. There really should be a skip feature. In the auction room, everyone in the stands wears a black mask. Below, a blonde man standing in front of the podium speaks grandly. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. Today's final item is..." He points toward Irina and says, "A member of the blue-eyed tribe, the survivor of the neon tribe." Looking at her shimmering ocean blue eyes, gasps of astonishment echo. "Wow!" Someone raises a hand and says, 2 billion kron. Beside him, a lady immediately shouts, 2,005,000,000. Elsewhere, another person bids, 2,500,000,000. Gradually, the price is pushed up to 7,500,000,000. A woman with dark red hair says in a deep voice, 20 billion kron. The entire venue instantly falls silent. The blonde man stammers. 20 billion? The crowd whispers in astonishment, looking at one another. The red-haired woman named Serena calmly crosses her legs. Irina looks up, meeting her gaze as she looks down from above. An announcement panel immediately appears before Irina's eyes. System, you have met a main character. The collar unlocks and the chains on her wrists and ankles drop off. Because the character Asa has been bound by tight chains for a long time, she temporarily loses her balance and falls forward. Serena catches her. "Oh my!" An old man beside them flatters with a smile. "Oh, thank you for participating in our auction today." He continues, "We will provide any service you need if you require eye treatment or organ transplants." As if hearing something forbidden, Serena casts a cold glare. Although she doesn't say a word, her warning and icy, murderous aura instantly make the old man flinch. While he is still trembling, Serena pulls Asa away, leaving behind a brief sentence. "No need, I'm leaving." Leaving the auction house, the two walk slowly down a dilapidated alley. Asa, walking behind, suddenly freezes. She staggers and falls. To Serena's surprise, she reaches out. "Are you all right?" Before the sentence is finished, Asa instinctively raises her hands to cover her face. Seeing her terrified posture, Serena's hand freezes midair. Asa anxiously opens one eye. Serena hesitates. Well then?" She extends her hand again, smiling as she asks, "Would you like to come with me?" In Asa's eyes, a window pops up. System, Serena Mage Tower Master on the interface, an introduction appears. She is the greatest mage of this era and the master of the Magic Tower. Though Serena is somewhat self-righteous, her compassion and kindness will make her a good ally for you. Following the introduction, 3 choices appear. 1. Do as you wish. 2. What is your name? 3. What if I say no? It's not like I have the right to refuse anyway. Asa thinks to herself, let's try a different choice this time. Having decided, she immediately selects option 3. After making the selection, Asa speaks aloud, what if I say no? It's not like I have the right to refuse anyway. As she finishes speaking, Asa looks up with stubborn eyes and a window appears. System, Serena's favorability +5. Serena says, I understand your worry, but I didn't bring you here because I want your eyes. At this moment, Asa is still puzzled. Why did it increase and by 5 points in one go? Serena kneels. I share the same bloodline as you. Saying this, she opens her eyes, revealing her ocean blue irises and cross-shaped pupils. Asa is incredibly surprised. Cross-shaped pupils only belong to those who share the neon bloodline. In the previous 99 playthroughs, Serena always told her about this much later in the story, but now she has already revealed it. Serena says, I have always hated myself since the massacre of our clan 10 years ago. I did nothing even though I knew someone was targeting our tribe. Her voice grows even gentler. To me, you are the only living relative left in this world, so there is no way I would harm you. Asa lowers her head, pretending to contemplate for a moment, and then replies, I will follow. You, sister? Serena smiles. Thank you for trusting me. Grasping Asa's hand, Serena introduces herself. I am Serena. Let's take care of each other. Instantly, Asa receives a notification. System, Anastasia, Asa, your nickname has been set. Irina is slightly annoyed. What? Why did you decide my nickname on your own? The Magic Tower is a skyscraper protected by a powerful mana barrier with an interior that is incredibly magnificent, clean, and luxurious. After leading Asa inside, Serena says, let me introduce this place to you. Asa looks completely uninterested. No matter how vast this place is, seeing it every day will eventually turn it into a mere routine. As if. Reading her thoughts, Serena asks, is it not beautiful? Asa replies, no, it's not that. She continues, anywhere else is better than where I used to live. Serena is stunned and says softly, I understand. While Serena is lost in thought, Asa is feeling surprised. Sensing something unusual, she checked and realized that Serena's favorability in this 100th playthrough started at a whopping 50 points, which is 20 points higher than in previous runs. This makes the game lose some of its excitement, so she doesn't feel very thrilled. Suddenly, a voice rings out, Lady Serena, who is this woman? Both of them look over to see a young man with beast ears, Serena's confidant and secretary. System, El is a loyal confidant of Serena. If you help Serena escape her loneliness, he will display a high affection level toward you. While Asa is reading the prompt, Serena speaks. This is the girl I have decided to take care of. Go prepare a room for Anastasia and a meal that she can eat right away. Looking at El, Asa thinks to herself, although El can be a target to pursue, choosing him won't be very ideal. She continues to think, because even if we truly love each other, his priority will always be Serena. El speaks up, interrupting her thoughts. Yes, I shall do so. Please follow me. A prompt panel pops up with choices. 1. Obey quietly. 2. Hesitate. Looking at the 2 choices, Asa thinks to herself, let's try choosing a different path this time too. After thinking, she reaches out and tugs at Serena's sleeve. Serena turns her head. Is there something wrong? Asa quickly withdraws her hand. Ah, she feigns hesitation, seeing her demeanor. Serena seems to realize something. A notification appears. System, Serena's favorability +2. Serena slightly bends down and grips Asa's shoulders. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking clearly. I shouldn't. Let someone else take care of you right now. Saying this, she turns to El. El, you only need to prepare the food. El replies hesitantly, yes, I understand. A fork stabs into a pre-cut piece of meat on a steak plate. Serena brings the piece of meat forward. I hope the food suits your taste. Your taste? Opposite her, Asa still says with an uneasy expression, thank you. She opens her mouth to take a bite of the meat, thinking to herself that because her initial affection level is high, she is even doing this now. After thinking, she suddenly coughs, once spitting a few drops of blood onto the white cloth. On the table, Asa covers her mouth, much to Serena's confusion. When she lowers her hand, she is shocked to see the pool of blood in her palm. A sharp scream rings out. Anastasia! According to the rules of hero genre games, the player's class is set as a swordsman. However, once the player accumulates a certain amount of mana, they will awaken as the hero of the Holy Sword. The permanently awakened skill changes based on the amount of mana gathered. The easiest way to gather it is to eat food at the magic tower. Looking at the plate of steak in front of her, Asaf finds it hard to understand why her HP suddenly drops to a critical level after taking just one bite of the steak. Before she can comprehend what is happening, her eyes lose focus and an arm wraps around to hold her. Serena cries out in panic, "Anastasia!" Asaf wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth. It is not poison, rather it is made of high-level magic. Furthermore, for the Neon tribe, they treat magic like food. She is sure this must be a bug. Serena shouts to call the healer. "No, call the priest immediately." El also replies urgently, "Yes." After he leaves, Serena calls out softly, "Anastasia." Asaf struggles to open her eyes. Serena asks, "Does it hurt a lot? Hold on a little longer." Asaf nods, thinking to herself that every time she gets hurt or dies, Serena always reacts this way, whereas in real life, no one cares about her. Thinking of this, she raises her head and says, "This happens all the time. I don't feel any pain at all, sister." Serena says, "How can this be?" "Normal, you are losing too much HP." Asaf says in her mind, "I'm really fine." Her eyes slowly close. She thinks to herself that in a game, the most useless thing is worrying about the main character. The moon reaches the top of the magic tower. In a certain room, Asaf opens her eyes and wakes up. Looking at the familiar scenery and the red window curtains, she confirms that this is Serena's room. After that, Asaf continues to observe the room for a moment. Remembering Serena's image, she thinks to herself that she knew Serena would treat her better than in previous playthroughs, but to even put her on the top floor of the magic tower. Asaf strokes her chin. "So this is the advantage of having high favorability points. I expected the special update to have something cooler, but so far it's a bit disappointing." Suddenly, a sound rings out and Asaf turns her head. Serena walks in and says, "Anastasia, you're awake." She asks, "Is your body feeling better?" Asaf replies, "Yes, I'm completely fine." Hearing the answer, Serena smiles and reaches out to stroke Asaf's head. A dialogue box appears presenting two choices. 1, "What is that over there?" /2, "I'm glad I met you, Sister Serena." After reading them, Asaf thinks to herself that she does not need more favorability points, so she should choose mana recovery. She points at the glowing sphere and asks, "What is that over there?" Serena asks, "Do you mean the Holy Sword?" Asaf acts curious. "The Holy Sword?" Serena smiles and says, "That's right. The Holy Temple requested that I temporarily keep it. It only looks like this for now, but it is believed that it will return to its true form as soon as the prophesied hero appears. The true form of the Holy Sword is based on that hero's will." Suddenly, a noise cuts Serena off. El pushes the door open in a panic. "Lady Serena," he says, "we are under attack." As soon as he finishes speaking, a game window pops up with a notification. "System, Chapter 2, Attack on the Magic Tower." Serena asks, "What is the current situation?" El quickly reports, "The top 5 floors, including this one, are isolated by a barrier dimension. I have identified at least 2 demons, but there might be more." Asaf thinks to herself, "A barrier dimension?" She knows that a barrier dimension is a spatial rift created by a high-ranking demon, and basically it is like a dungeon. Once trapped inside, there are only 2 ways to escape: kill the demon that created the barrier dimension or destroy the barrier core. Picking up a gun, Serena says, "El, you stay here with Anastasia." El hurriedly says, "Lady Serena, you cannot go alone. I will go with you." Serena insists that someone has to stay to guard Anastasia. He says worriedly, "But letting you go alone and fighting a high-ranking demon by yourself is too reckless, Lady Serena." Serena counters, "Even if you go, it won't make things any better." Right at this moment, a voice speaks up, "So you are here." Hearing the voice, everyone looks toward the young man carrying a greatsword who appears at the doorway. Asaf's eyes widen in surprise. A system notification appears. "System, you have met the main character." Yulia steps into the room and says, "No need to argue. The Tower Master and I can go together and destroy the core." An introduction panel displays in Asaf's eyes. Character profile, Yulia Yuriana Zakyov, Grand Duke. Swordsman, Yulia is the Grand Duke of the North who carries demon blood in his veins. He may appear cold, but he hides the pain of his childhood. Through this playthrough, unlock his gentle side. El asks in confusion, "Why is the Grand Duke here?" Asaf completely agrees, thinking, "Exactly, your presence here means you were already here before the barrier dimension was established." The atmosphere in the room grows heavy. She wonders why Yulia is here at this time. Serena clicks her tongue. She walks past Yulia and says, "I will ask why you are here later." Yulia says, "Well, you think." He suddenly stops, his eyes staring intently at Asa. Seeing his gaze, she tilts her head in confusion. But before she can open her mouth, Serena asks, "Why haven't you left yet?" Yulia parts his lips, then says, "Excuse me, let us go." As soon as he finishes speaking, only Elle and Asa are left in the room. Elle turns around and asks, "Do you know the Grand Duke?" A selection window pops up. 1. We've spoken before. /2. I don't know him. /3. Our relationship isn't very good. Asa answers, "I don't know him." After speaking, she thinks to herself as a system notification pops up. System, Elle's favorability points have increased. Seeing this, Asa confirms that Elle dislikes Lord Yulia, who carries demon blood. After the brief dialogue, both of them sit in silence in the room. Asa secretly opens up a screen. Displayed on the screen is Serena preparing to ambush 2 demons. Serena loads her gun, raises it, and pulls the trigger 3 times in succession. Bang, bang, bang. Asa thinks to herself that, as expected with Yulia's sudden presence, the battle is going in a different direction. According to the original plot, Serena would go down to the 196th floor, only to meet one of the Demon King's 4 strongest demons and their subordinates, subsequently suffering many injuries. But with the storyline changed, Yulia might also join the battle. Just as she is thinking, Elle suddenly stands up. Hearing a crashing sound coming from the door, he shouts, "Get back!" Just as Elle finishes speaking, a leg steps in, accompanied by a vulgar laugh. "Ha ha ha!" A tall, muscular man with red skin walks in. "Just as Lord Lep said, there are 2 humans here." Elle growls, "Damn it, I didn't expect them to make it all the way here." Asa thinks that Demon sure talks a lot. She smiles and glances at the sphere in the glass display case. Finally, the event to awaken the Holy Sword is starting. Elle stands protectively in front of Asa with a wary look. The large demon takes a step forward. "Don't worry, Lord Le and my comrades are dealing with those 2 humans, so they will die soon." Hearing his words, Elle frowns and draws his sword. The large demon swings his fist and charges. "So you guys should die too." Elle grits his teeth. With a loud asterisk clack, his sword slips from his grip and flies into the air. Elle is sent flying backward quite a distance, leaving only Asa to face the large demon. She slowly takes a step back. I felt this coming from before. A selection board appears. 1. Run over to check on Elle's condition. /2. Calmly step back. /3. Attack the demon barehanded. /4. Retreat and hide in fear without doing anything. Irina thinks to herself, the last option is a bit too much. She controls Asa to lift her head. All right, the answer is already very clear. She secretly backs up toward the sphere known as the Holy Sword. Now is the time. Then taking another long step back, she thinks, I have identified my target. The large demon assumes she is terrified. He laughs and says, "Haha, look how pathetic you are, human, trembling so much from fear." As soon as he stops speaking, Asa reaches the display cabinet holding the Holy Sword sphere. She reaches behind her and touches the glass cabinet. The Holy Sword sphere immediately glows. The entire room shakes violently. The large demon is puzzled. Is there an earthquake? The light of the Holy Sword sphere turns from blue to yellow. The light shoots straight out of the tower through the window, as if announcing that its master has arrived. Asa shields her eyes from the blinding light. A notification panel appears before her. System, the Holy Sword has reacted to you. /achievement unlocked. Prophesied hero. Seeing the Holy Sword sphere float up, the large demon stutters. What? Asa extends her hand, and the sphere slowly flies toward her. It hovers over her palm, then, like candy melting over a fire, flows. Down, a notification window pops up again. System, sealed data has been released. In an instant, the sphere transforms into a sword. The hilt is delicate, the handguard looks like a blooming flower, and the blade is thin and long like a ribbon. Holding the familiar sword in her hand, Asa swings the blade without hesitation, tracing a beautiful arc through the air that cuts across the large demon's chest. Crimson blood sprays as he screams in agony, "Arg!" As Asa retracts her blade, the large demon slowly collapses to the ground. Asa thinks to herself, in the first playthrough I lost my life here. She continues to think, it feels so fresh even though this is already my 100th run. The moment her thoughts end, a window pops up. System, Serena has destroyed the core inside the spatial rift. Returning to reality, Asa is slightly surprised. Yeah, Serena destroyed the core faster than usual. She silently shakes her head. No, that's not it. At the same time, a window pops up. System, checking player rewards. Achievement unlocked. Prophesied hero / Holy Sword playthrough reward. She asserts that, rather, this 100th playthrough is fast-forwarding its own progress. Faster, a sound rings. Outdrawing Asa's attention, She turns her head and sees L has crawled up with a dazed expression. He whispers, "The prophesied hero." As if just snapping out of it, Asa calls out, "L." Right at that moment, a notification appears. "System combat adjustments are ending." Asa stumbles. Another notification pops up. "System warning, HP has dropped to yellow level." "System warning, HP has dropped to yellow level." Asa is confused. What is happening? "My HP is dropping significantly." The notification turns red. "System error, accessing past character in Serena's memory. System error detected. System error detected." Asa falls to the ground, still speculating in her mind. Could it be another glitch? Elle hurriedly runs over. "Lady Anastasia." Asa tilts her head as her eyes gradually narrow. The moment her hand lets go of the holy sword, it instantly turns into a crest on the back of her hand. Before her eyes, the notification appears again. "System unable to continue playing, forced logout in progress." "System, forced logout in progress." Her vision instantly turns black. When her vision restores, Irina's consciousness is back in her room. The login capsule emits a few warning beeps. The door opens and Irina bolts upright, panting heavily. Gasp, she clutches her chest and kneels down. Gasp, gasp, a black cat immediately appears. It drops a syringe into her hand. Irina uncaps it, pulls down her collar, and injects the medicine directly into her shoulder. Once the syringe is empty, Irina collapses backward onto the floor. Sigh. Only then does the cat, Plang, speak up. "Your heart rate condition is worsening. You should see a doctor." Irina says, "Book an appointment, Plang, as soon as possible." Plang asks, "The earliest appointment at the usual place is in 2 days." "Is that all right?" Irina replies, "Yes, book it." Looking out at the bustling streets outside the window, Irina sits on the sofa and exhales. "Ah, I almost died." She thinks to herself that the sudden pains and spasms started appearing a few months ago and have recently become more severe whenever she is forced to log out while playing. Irina places her hand on her forehead and sighs again. Sigh, looking at the barcode. On her wrist, she thinks to herself, it shouldn't be this severe. People produced in the incubation factory like. Myself shouldn't have any health issues in the first place. She reaches out to hug the cat next to her. "Thank you, Plang. Go rest, I have some things to deal with." Plang nods. "Yes, call me if you need." Looking at Plang, Irina thinks to herself, she created Plang when she was 15 years old, which means they have been together for 10 years now. Her expression turns slightly gloomy. Plang is probably the only one who cares about her in the real world. Irina stands up. "I need to report the bug first." Saying that, she walks over to the computer desk in the room. From the computer interface, she clicks on Racing Dare. Inside the game interface, she hovers her mouse over the player forum. Irina's eyes widen. She asks in surprise, "What the hell is going on?" On the screen, the interface is completely covered by chat logs. "Is this game down for other players too?" 2. Why isn't this game working? 3. I keep getting constant errors, but are the admins even doing their job? 23. This is just for reaching the high progression reward. Predictions for the next patch. 35. Newbie here, why is this happening? 73. Today my cat had an amazing potato harvest. Issue, is the game server down? Irina is taken aback. This page is flooded with complaints and bug reports. She looks at the chat line. "Can't connect to the game. Please fix this." She silently speculates that other players also experienced glitches at the exact same time she started her run. 100th run. At this moment, a chat message catches Irina's attention. "My favorite character still looks down on me." 115 she thinks to herself, "This is interesting." After clicking on it, Irina immediately looks surprised. Images of Yulia pop up one by one. At the top of each picture is a text saying "screenshot saved" and a heart icon with 100 representing an affection level of 100. Oddly enough, Yulia's cold dialogue makes no sense. "I hope there will be no more conversations." Next is a picture of Yulia with a cold gaze. Irina is puzzled. Is this how Yulia behaves at 100 affection points? She looks at a few more pictures. Irina is certain it is not fake. She clicks on the comment section below the image. A user with the ID Caviar Polak 20xxxx posted at 12:48:20. "This couldn't be more real. Affection points can't be 100. A user with the ID Lady Saren Please Marry Me XXXX posted at 14:15:30. "How strange." Is extremely affectionate even at 80 affection points. A user with the ID Salary Sickle XXXX posted at 21:30:23. "Ha, it's obviously fake." A user with the ID DPS meter update 20xxxx replies at 21:23. "Dude, don't you know screenshots from Racing Dare can't be edited? Even the highest paid hacker in Zone B tried to edit the files and still failed. Haha." Seeing the last comment, Irina lets out a sigh. "I am that hacker." Irina lifts her hands and slowly types on the keyboard. A user with the ID exit game GG20XX posted at 22:40:33. What do these polygons think they are? She smiles. Yes, they are just trivial pieces of data, but they mean quite a lot to me. Race and Derter Online, 99 runs, 90 unique endings excluding duplicates. I'm starting to play more because I am infatuated with the characters rather than for fun. I spend more time immersing myself in the game than in real life. Therefore, it is quite normal that I cannot easily escape from it. If one day I suddenly realize I can no longer play Race and Derter, I will feel as if I have fallen into a deep sense of loss. This game is already my life. Irina gets up from her chair. I should probably take a nap. I still have to wait another hour to log back in. Having said that, she leaves immediately without even turning off the computer. Suddenly, a notification bell rings. A person named Maldisco XXXX posted at 01:48:55. Sometimes I feel shivers running down my spine when they move. Someone says, I have started having dreams about times when warmth and cozy feelings keep echoing. A little girl with an indistinct face calls softly, Serena. The little girl offers a flower wreath. Serena, look at this, I made it. The little girl asks gently, Serena, are you okay? The little girl says, you can lean on me when you are in trouble. We share the same blood after all. Serena thinks to herself, only two people left in this world. After a clan massacre fueled by hatred toward demons and her own disgusting cowardice, her life is easily illuminated by the sparkling presence of a woman in her dreams. And then a pair of small, scratched hands holds a gun. The scene widens. Asa holds a gun in her hands, promising seriously, I will return. Serena, recalling the blurry small back, Serena continues to think that the end of those dreams is always sudden attacks and the small back of a beautiful hero. Until the shout at the slave auction rings out. Today's final target is a member of the blue-eyed tribe, and Asa's figure appears. Along with the introduction, a beautiful, sparkling pair of living blue eyes. At that moment, Serena is astonished. This child looks exactly like the person who appeared in her dreams. Serena tightly clenches her fists. Images appear one after another. Asa waves her hands to protect herself in fear. She says, anywhere is better than where I used to live. When Asa vomits blood after eating a piece of steak, if only I did not flinch and continued to search for the survivors of my tribe. And now, Serena helps the unconscious Asa sit up. She calls out in panic, Anastasia. A line of text appears, will you suffer less? After putting Asa to bed, looking at her nightmare-stricken face, Serena thinks she has been too complacent. The woman in her memory is definitely the owner of a holy sword. She should have anticipated this situation. Serena says, Grand Duke, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness, but could you please leave today? Yulia says, I owe you a lot, so I will not hold you responsible. For trespassing, it's that girl, right? Serena replies, no, not entirely. Actually, during meals and contact with magic, she was severely psychologically affected. Even an ordinary person with no magical power wouldn't be easily affected by magic like this, except for one possibility that I don't even dare to think of. Serena continues, I cannot give a definitive judgment. It's best to go to the temple at dawn. Yulia clenches his fists. I will stay a bit longer. Serena is startled. She asks, Grand Duke Satyov, what is your relationship with Anastasia? Yulia hesitates. She is the woman I love. A familiar interface appears. System, user verification 85% complete Irina. System, identity confirmed sensory synchronization 100% complete character location information. Confirmed logging into Race and Derter. Asa opens her eyes and looks at the ceiling, feeling slightly puzzled. She wonders why she woke up in bed. The game story didn't start from where she fainted. While Asa is still confused, Serena hugs her tightly. Anastasia, you are awake, she continues. I feel so relieved. Asa asks, Serena, how long have I been asleep? Serena says, you haven't woken up for 2 days. Asa is stunned. That is impossible. Time should have frozen when she logged out. Serena asks with concern, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Asa is still thinking. Did time pass even when I wasn't logged in? The gears turn and a dialogue box appears. Quest Chapter 3, The Prophesied Hero. In the morning, the sky outside the tower is extremely clear. Inside the tower, Asa stands still as the maid braids her hair, her mind still filled with a mess of thoughts. I've been unconscious for 2 days. That means the trip to the temple is now delayed by a day. Her eyes droop. Will it affect the progress of the storyline? Serena's voice calls out, Anastasia. Hearing the call, Asa immediately turns her head. Serena says, now that you are the master of the holy sword, we should visit the temple. But if you feel unwell, there's no need to force yourself. The temple will always be there. Asa is about to speak when suddenly, from behind her, the room door flies open. Boom! Yulia calls out, Asa. He slowly reaches out and holds her shoulders. Asa, are you okay? Asa is taken aback. Who is this? A prompt selection window appears. Choice selection. 1. Remain silent. 2. Who are you? 3. Addressing me like that upon our first meeting is quite rude. Asa does not speak. She silently selects option 1. Remain silent, and then just stares at Yulia with a dazed expression. A window pops up. Yulia's favorability points increase by 10. Asa is surprised. She opens Yulia's favorability status and looks at the 110 heart icon above his head. Before she can say anything, another notification pops up. System, congratulations. You have achieved the world's first limit-breaking favorability points. Asa is astonished. She grabs her head and suddenly screams. Serena calls out with concern, Asa. She awkwardly raises her hand. I'm fine, I just choked a bit. While she puts on that front, she screams internally, what the hell, can favorability points exceed 100? Is it a bug or a patch? How can it reach over 100 when this is our first conversation? Seeing her dazed state, Serena says anxiously, Asa, you really should go rest. Asa shakes her head, no, I'm fine. She smiles and says, I am very well. 2 notifications immediately pop up. System, Yulia's favorability plus 10. System, Serena's favorability plus 3. Asa goes quiet for a moment. Are these two always this easy? At the station, a train is making starting noises. Several whistles blow. And the clock striking 11 also chimes. Asa, disguised with a pair of red contact lenses, cries out in pure excitement. Wow, seeing her carefree look, Serena and Yulia smile. At the same time, a chime rings. System, Yulia's favorability plus 5. System, Serena's favorability plus 2. Seeing the heart icons update above their heads, Asa breaks into a cold sweat. At this rate, just breathing can increase their favorability. She thinks to herself, based on the current situation, I've made some basic deductions. Unlike previous playthroughs, the 100th run seems to have been allocated extremely generous favorability points while restricting magical power. Asa concludes, in other words, in this run, as long as I play a weak and sickly character. Just then, the train suddenly screeches to a halt. Startled, Asa shuts her eyes. Whoops, her body lurches backward. She thinks to herself, this is the problem with turning off the pain perception setting. I have become completely numb to external shocks. Just as she is about to fall, Yulia suddenly appears behind her and catches her. He says softly, Asa M letter 1 E5 NCH letter 1 E9. Before he even finishes his sentence, his tone changes. No, that question is meaningless. You cannot be okay. Reaching out to pat Asa's head, Yulia says, you don't need to hide it. Asa remains silent, putting on a pitiful act. In the distance, Serena looks toward Asa, her eyes suddenly growing dim. At this moment, Asa thinks, besides the favorability, the next thing that puzzles me is why they act as if they are mourning every time they look at me. She silently opens the game interface. In the shop, after searching for a long time, she thinks, I can't make sense of this. I don't like seeing the characters' memories. But Asa scrolls to Serena's heart item and selects purchase. I need to see what happened while I was unconscious. Wakes up, the interface displays the text transaction in progress. After a loading screen, the transaction fails. The purchase of Serena's heart fails. Asa is surprised. Why? A long time later, at the temple of a solemn and bright mansion, the trio Yulia, Asa, and Serena enter the temple. Someone immediately comes out to greet them. Welcome to the temple. It is a female priest with auburn hair. Emma stops and politely says, Lady Serena, Master of the Tower and the Grand Duke. He hesitatingly looks at Asa. After a moment, Emma smiles and says, Lady Anastasia, please follow this way. On the way, Asa is still thinking about the bug. Right now, I can't even tell where the patch ends and the bug begins. Priestess Emma leads Asa's trio into a room and gestures for them to keep moving forward. Looking in the direction she points, the three immediately see a young man standing by the window. Mute turns his head. It has been a long time since we had distinguished guests visiting. Asa also thinks, yes, it has indeed been a long time. A notification pops up. System, you have met the main character, High Priest Mil Valenstein. Mute is a high priest serving the goddess of light. Although young and possessing limited combat abilities, he has extremely powerful healing powers. You can impress him with proper actions. In the temple, Mute smiles and says, I am Milvalenstein, a priest serving the goddess of light. Asa thinks in silence, beautiful, pure, and innocent boys like him always have a catch. She confidently asserts that she is part of that catch. Mute steps forward, extending his hand politely. Lady Anastasia, if you do not mind, could you please show me the crest on your hand? A selection window appears. 1. Hesitate. 2. Offer hand. Asa reaches out. After he holds her hand, Mute's heartbeat seems to speed up several times. System, favorability points +3. Asa is surprised. How that actually works? Mute says with great interest, now please excuse me for a moment. He stammers, here. Under the anxious gaze of Serena and Yulia, Mute continues, what a colossal source of divine power. Truly it is magnificent. His eyes light up. System, favorability points plus, favorability points plus, favorability points plus. Asa calmly thinks, just as I thought, he is incredibly easy to conquer in this stage. Asa summons the holy sword. From the crest, a golden sphere appears and the blade winds and extends. Asa holds the hilt and raises it. Mute excitedly says, I never thought I would witness the light of the holy sword in my lifetime. I don't even know how to describe my emotions right now. Serena asks, then, Cardinal, is Anastasia truly the prophesied hero? Mute excitedly replies, of course. He says that simply being able to summon the holy sword is more than enough. Lady Anastasia is definitely the savior of humanity. Seeing everyone's calm demeanor, Mute suddenly realizes he is being a bit improper. He says embarrassedly, I got a bit too excited and behaved rudely. Please forgive me. Asa secretly looks behind her, thinking, on the contrary, their reactions seem quite normal. In Chapter 3, Serena was overjoyed when confirming the hero's identity. At that time, she said, finally, the key to wiping out those wretched demons has appeared. While Asa is still confused, Serena says, all right, there is no need to apologize. This is a joyful occasion. But may I ask this, Cardinal, she continues, I just want to check Anastasia's condition, a comprehensive examination if possible. Mute replies, very well, that is not difficult, it's just that it might bother you. Is that all right with you, Lady Anastasia? Serena adds, I need to speak with you in private for a moment. After Mute follows Serena to the side, Asa wonders curiously, I wonder what they are talking about. She continues to think, well, it seems they aren't entirely sure yet. Serena only hides things from me when there's something making her uncertain. Whether it's serious or not, if it's Serena, she will explain it clearly to me. On the other side, Mute asks in slight panic, are you serious? Serena nods without a word. Not far away, Yulia's face also turns pale. Worse, Mute clenches his fists, his voice trembling. But if Lady Serena's suspicion is correct, then Lady Anastasia currently, Serena says, that is why I came to you to verify that it is not true. Mute hesitantly says, I understand. In that case, please wait outside, both of you. Very soon, only Mute and Asa remain in the room. Mute says, Lady Anastasia, could you go over there and lie down? After Asa lies down where Mute points, he continues, it might not be pleasant, but please endure it for a moment. Asa is a bit surprised, thinking it isn't a bed, but it is strangely comfortable. She gradually closes her eyes. Suddenly, I feel so sleepy. Seeing her fall asleep so quickly, Mute starts to frown. Fell asleep right after lying down? No, it looks more like fainting. He raises his hands, slowly closing his eyes. As a high priest, I have seen many severely ill patients, but only one person had this illness. And all I can do to prolong their lives is to channel holy power into them. Mute abruptly opens his eyes, jumping up from his chair. No, he stammers, the mana circle is. His voice eventually turns into a sigh. Sigh. Mute sits back down, his brow still furrowed, thinking to himself, this degree indicates at least severe damage. She will suffer excruciating pain from even the tiniest bit of mana in the air. The goddess's prophecy has never been wrong. The one chosen by the holy sword, the one who will decapitate the demon king and bring light to the world. Therefore, that founding prophecy will surely come true. As soon as this girl becomes the master of the holy sword, the demons will hunt her down when she is near them. Those who possess immense mana will make her suffer supreme agony and slowly wither away. Mute touches Asa's hand. Filled with pity and regret, he thinks the one chosen by the goddess, the hero destined to save the world, will face a tragic end. Mute silently prays, Goddess, this is a cruel joke of fate. After a while, Mute calls out, You may get up now, Lady Anastasia. Asa opens her eyes, met with Mute's tearful, pitiful face and caring voice. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Asa's eyes widen, sparkling brightly. She silently takes photos. After 3 click, click, click sounds, Asa successfully takes 3 candid photos of Mute. Asa sits up, thinking with satisfaction and unexpected discovery. Mute bends down, picks up Asa's shoe, and gently helps her put it on. Maintaining her character as an abused slave, Asa speaks in a low, uneasy voice. Lord Cardinal, please stand up. Why would you do this for someone like me? Mute silently clenches his fists. He looks up and sees her expression. Asa tries to purse her lips, thinking this is truly a wonder of the world. When she opens her mouth, drops of blood drip down. Asa thinks to herself, crap, I bit too hard. Mute asks anxiously, Lady Anastasia, you are bleeding. Asa continues to think, sometimes not feeling pain makes it hard for me to control my strength. Mute panics, what should I do now? Right after his question, the door bursts open. Yulia and Serena rush in, both shouting anxiously, Asa! There are now 4 people in the room. Serena kneels on the ground, wiping Asa's face. She asks sadly, Asa, are you okay? Asa nods gently and smiles. This action of hers makes Serena even more solemn. Clenching the blood-stained handkerchief, she speaks. Lord Cardinal, what is wrong with her? Asa looks up to observe. Seeing the number 62 above the other's head, she thinks her affection level is 62. Should I speak? More casually now, thinking this, Asa reassures her, Serena, I'm fine. Looking up at her, she calls, Asa. Suddenly, Mute speaks up. I will be honest, the Tower Master's hypothesis is correct. Lady Anastasia, you suffer from a rare disease. It destroys your mana circuits. As if unable to believe his ears, Yulia asks, what did you just say? Destruction of mana circuits. Asa looks up intently. An image of a sword appears along with her thoughts. Usually in Race and Darter, players only get injured and die in battle. Does this new version add the possibility of dying from illness? Mute points out the core of the issue. Those with destroyed mana circuits are extremely rare, so rare that the cause of the disease is unknown. Lady Anastasia's condition is very severe. Bad things must have happened a long time ago. The Holy Sanctuary also does not know how to cure this. All we can do is minimize exposure to mana to prevent further destruction. Mute's clenched hands tremble. He wonders, how can the hero remain so calm? I cannot comprehend it in the slightest. These words make Asa pause for a moment. A system screen appears with options. 1. It doesn't hurt much. 2. I can endure it. 3. Don't worry about me. Looking at it, she thinks, I cannot accept this. Afterward, Asa says, Lord Cardinal, do not worry about me. It will only make things harder for everyone. In her heart, she thinks, I'd rather have a bombshell than these bland options. Serena stands up and says seriously, this is not the time to worry about others. Looking at her, Asa asserts, that is what I mean. Sister Serena, I do not want anyone to suffer because of me, and now I am used to it. It doesn't even hurt anymore. These words leave Mute and Yulia stunned in disbelief. Tears well up in Serena's eyes as she cries sadly, You! Asa reaches out with both hands, intending to hug and soothe her. Serena purses her lips in contemplation, then steps forward to embrace Asa, questioning, Why didn't you say you were in pain all this time? Why, I didn't even notice. Now Asa interrupts her with a comforting sentence. This is not something others can solve, and it is not your fault, Sister Serena. The two continue to hold each other tightly. She opens her eyes, looking at the person hugging her, and thinks, Someone is crying sincerely for me, but there is a huge distance. Between us, a player and a target character, our relationship is merely roleplay. My image in Serena's eyes is not real, so Serena and I cannot become friends. The scene then transitions to another place. Asa, wearing pajamas, hovers in midair. Notification, shocked by your situation, Mute has invited your party to stay at the Magic Tower for a day. What should you do during this time? 1. Rest in your room. 2. Go to the Magic Tower's hallway. 3. Go to the Magic Tower's prayer room. Observing these options, Asa says, Depending on what I choose, I will meet different characters. She then reflects. The first option will probably restore some HP when someone enters the room. Then she wonders, which one will lead to Yulia? Asa's hair flutters as she reaches out to click on a choice. All right, I've decided. System, returning to the game. In the hallway of the Magic Tower, Yulia walks with a heavy heart. Suddenly he stops, raises his hand to support his forehead, and sighs. Sigh. Yulia's eyebrows furrow tightly. He recalls the past when Asa asked him a question at the banquet. What if you have demon blood? Is there a problem? There is nothing special about being a human. If you believe you are human and act that way, then you are human. Ignore what others say. Yulia recalls every single moment and speaks to himself. In my dreams, she is always strong, even when facing a demon's attack head-on. The scene then shifts to Yulia's face covered in blood and tears, alongside Asa's words, I like you. She is severely injured and struggles to speak her mind. I've always wanted to say this, I like. Yulia's thoughts shift once again. With the second chance I miraculously received, I believed things would be different this time. Yet reality is far more brutal than I imagined. These thoughts keep lingering in his mind, causing him to break down. Yulia cannot accept this. An illness that never existed before. Does that mean she will die early even if she does not step onto the battlefield? It is as if the whole world wants her dead. Finally, Yulia moves forward, but he accidentally bumps into someone else, making him cry out. Ah! Yulia bows politely and says, I am sorry. However, the other party refuses to let it go. No, you bumped into us first, and you think a simple apology is enough. When he gets a clear look at Yulia, the spectacled man is startled. A demon! But he quickly adjusts his attitude. Ahem, Grand Duke, without permission, one cannot enter the magic tower. How did you get in? Yulia replies, I am not without permission. The spectacled man can only laugh awkwardly. Ah ha ha, right, then I am leaving. As he departs, he even expresses his disgust by brushing off his coat where Yulia touched him. Yulia glances at him and says to himself, yes, it has to be this way. The cursed half-demon who devoured the beloved princess of the empire right at birth. Suddenly, someone calls out, Grand Duke. Yulia turns around with wide, innocent eyes. Asa asks, did something happen? You don't look well. Yulia purses his lips for a moment, then assumes a sorrowful expression and calls her name. Asa! The system panel displays. System, Yulia's solitude. Expected reward, Yulia's affection level +10. Yulia is the embodiment of loneliness, shunned by everyone. Raise his affection level by approaching him when he is depressed. Looking at this, Asa internally exclaims, oh, an unexpected event. Taking a few more steps, she is still contemplating This event is the quickest way to significantly increase her affection level. She even plays out an imaginary scene of the two of them hugging in her mind. Excellent, excellent. She's becoming more and more determined to face the character's pain and wishes to offer comfort. A story of redemption. Asa approaches Yulia step by step. Looking at him, she calculates that despite suffering from a terminal illness caused by exposure to magic, the hero always sacrifices himself for world peace. But she is here to worry about you. Stopping at a close distance in front of Yulia, she thinks, so what will you do, Lord Yulia? Then she calls out, Grand Duke. Suddenly, he reaches out, grabs her hand, and pulls Asa into his embrace. A hug that prompts a system notification. System, affection level +50, leaving her astonished. 50 in a single turn. Holding her in his arms, Yulia says, I have wished to meet you for a very long time. Now, even if you do not remember who I am. Asa hears these words and feels confused. Huh! The system pops up again with options. 1. Have we met before? 2. I do not understand. 3. I remember you too, Yulia. Looking at these, she ponders. Judging by these choices, it seems Yulia's background has been altered. Let's play along and pretend not to know. Acting on her thoughts, she says, I do not understand what you mean. Sensing his own slip-up, Yulia hesitates for a moment, releases her, and replies, I apologize, it is nothing. Asa anxiously asks, are you really all right? Wearing a melancholy face, he answers, your presence here is more than enough for me. In another room, on the table, there are tea and pastries. Serena seriously brings up the issue. Cardinal, is there any way to prevent Asa from becoming the hero? Mill bows his head helplessly and replies that the supreme goddess is responsible for choosing the hero. Humans cannot interfere in this. Besides, according to information from an emperor, the queen visited the temple yesterday. The queen intends to hold a grand banquet to welcome the prophesied hero at the royal palace. Hearing this, Serena frowns and says without any reservation, Ha, it seems she is determined to make a big deal out of this. Do they plan to keep Asa regardless of her wishes? Mute hastily speaks up, no, I don't think that is the problem. The authoritative Serena makes a demand. Turning silently to look at her, she continues, Asa, even if you are the hero, there is no reason they have the right to send you to your death. Besides, given your physical condition, if you want to escape, I will help you. These words leave Asa dazed. She recalls that Serena is a character type with strict, absolute standards and beliefs for herself as well as others. Instead of fleeing from battle, she would choose an honorable death and never back down. Although she was sad to see me injured in the battle against the demons as the hero, she never once told me that I should stop, not even once. Suddenly, the system screen dimly appears, offering 2 choices. 1. I cannot do that. 2. I do not want to die yet. This makes Asa ponder. If she chooses to escape with Serena, will it lead to a new ending? Then she speaks, I do not want to die yet. Serena turns to look at her and calls out, Asa, but is interrupted before she can finish. But if I run away, many people will have to sacrifice themselves. After all, no matter what, I cannot escape the fate of a hero. This game is just like that. That is why, Serena, I cannot run away. Hearing this, Serena is stunned and cries out, Asa, then bows her head and replies, all right, I agree with you. It would be truly cowardly to flee from duty. Along with that, the system announces, System, affection level +10. Having said that, Serena immediately stands up and kneels on one knee. If that is the case, hero, the system screen pops up with a choice. Attend the grand banquet. Serena wishes to attend the grand banquet. You agree? Yes/no. Placing her hand on her chest, she speaks heartfelt words. I vow to stand by your side. I will support you in defeating the demonic enemies of humanity, and the result is, of course, positive. Attend the grand banquet Serena has joined. Assas smiles and says, All right, I look forward to standing by your side. A ding sounds unlocking an achievement. System achievement unlocked first banquet participant. Current banquet participants 25, 100% logging. Out of race and data, 75% character location data, 45% sensory sync off, 15%. Finally, the VR capsule with Irina inside appears. She smiles happily and thinks to herself, thanks to this version, there isn't any part that is too boring. It feels like being in a new game. For my own health, I set a daily play limit of 14 hours with a forced logout. 1 hour outside equals about 4 hours in game. Therefore, I only have just enough time to pass the next chapter. Finally, the royal palace. Assaz's image appears again. The real game is only starting now. The sky is clear. Under the sun, the palace appears glittering in blue, leaving Assaz's party of 3 frozen in awe. Wow! Serena sighs with a look of resignation. The palace always seems to be under renovation. Even its color has changed. Yulia replies, It seems Her Highness the Princess has taken a liking to blue lately. Recalling the palace's appearance from the past, Serena criticizes, Her Highness clearly has no sense of aesthetics. It is better than the pink I saw last time, but it still doesn't look good at all. However, Yulia defends her. She is only 12 years old. What do you expect? The competitive edge becomes clearer in Serena's next words. Didn't the Grand Duke hunt monsters at that age? Yulia coldly says, Our circumstances are different. Looking at him, Assaz thinks, Yulia is still determined to protect his relative no matter what. As the party of 3 steps inside, the butler comes out respectfully. Esteemed hero, please come this way. Then he looks at Yulia warmly. Your clothes are also prepared. Please follow the servant over there. Coughing and blushing, he says, Yes, I understand. Serena looks at him with a mocking face. How interesting. Why is a 24-year-old man so shy? Wearing a blank face, Yulia says, I have no particular interest in the Tower Master. Serena, having successfully teased him, is quite pleased. You had better keep your eyes open while I am still being nice. Of course you do. Your eyes are glued to only one person, aren't they? Seeing them like that, Assaz rubs her chin and mumbles, Those two became close like this around Chapter 6. I wonder if the special version added more story between them. At this moment, Serena turns to look at her, puzzled. Assaz, do you feel unwell anywhere? She quickly replies, No, it is nothing. I am fine. The holy energy at the palace is stronger, so I will be okay. But if you feel even a bit of pain, tell me, all right? Yes. In another room, a maid bows and says, You two can change clothes here. The room is filled with outfits and sparkling gift boxes. Reaching out to select her clothes, Serena exclaims once she gets what she wants. Just as expected, it is this outfit. Hearing this, Assaz wonders. Usually she would say this outfit is beautiful, but why does she seem to be reminiscing about the past this time? Confused, the maid steps forward and says, Apologies, but Tower Master, your clothes are over here. Serena replies, I know, the hero is the one who will wear this outfit. After that, another maid approaches Assaz. Esteemed hero, do you need help changing? She replies, It is fine, it is not a dress anyway. Then she goes to change. Assaz puts on the well-fitting white and blue outfit. And looking at herself in the mirror, she thinks, just as expected, it fits me perfectly. And the multi-purpose magic bracelet is prepared for the hero. Next, she reaches out to pick up a bracelet. The system announces, System, you have received the magic-infused bracelet. Warning. System warning, your strength is slightly reduced due to internal injuries caused by magic. Right at this moment, Assaz suddenly realizes and freezes. Shoot, I forgot that I cannot come into contact with magic in this world. The maid standing behind her looks at her with worry and curiosity. The hero, currently covering her mouth with her hand, says, Oh no, the outfit will get blood on it. Fortunately, the magic in this bracelet is not too strong. Terrified, the maid's face turns pale as she screams. The hero, Assaz, has already collapsed to her knees. Holding her head, she groans, The maid frantically cries, Oh no, blood is spurting. It will be very troublesome if Lady Serena sees this. Right at this moment, her voice rings out, What will be troublesome if I see it? She stands with crossed arms and a stern expression. The system panel appears with 3 choices. 1, it is nothing. 2. I just do not want to be a burden to you. 3. You do not need to worry about that, sister. Reading them, Asa thinks while trembling, the third option will definitely get me killed by Serena. Let's find a safer one. Then she says, I just do not want to be a burden to you. Serena calls her full name, Anastasia. Next, she raises a handkerchief to wipe her forehead. She gently says, you are like family to me. How could I ever think of family as a burden? This is all my fault. How could I? Before she can finish, Asa interrupts. It is not your fault. This results in system, favorability points +1. However, Serena lowers her head. If I had not given up looking for other survivors, you would not be suffering like this now, nor would you get hurt just by touching a bracelet. Asa comforts her. I understand your guilt. But in her heart, she is crying at this moment. You lost your target this time. What is wrong with your mood? I was simply hurt because I fell. The maid on the other side is moved to tears by what she hears. So that is how it is. The scene then transitions to the audience. The queen speaks. I see. So you are the first hero to appear after 500 years. Asa seriously bows her head and thinks, I've seen her for the 100th time already. She feels more familiar than my seniors at the company. Amused, the queen says to her, you may lift your head. As the one destined to save the world, you deserve to see my face, do you not? Asa immediately looks up with a blank face. Thank you, your majesty. The queen laughs out loud. Ha ha, what a brave hero. How old are you? Looking up at her, the hero replies, I am about to turn 21, your majesty. The queen exclaims, the same age as my Michael. The two of you will be good friends. Asa is all too familiar with this. I think about this every time, but it seems this queen takes Michael's matters too seriously. Next, she commands, bring it here. Immediately, a servant carries over a tray. Please accept this. It will protect you, even if only a little, and it is indeed a cloak of divine power. Asa thinks to herself, oh, a fashion item. Accept -1000 G decline. Of course I will accept it. System, you have received the cloak of divine power. Then she immediately puts it on. The queen laughs happily as she looks at her. Ha ha ha, that white cloak really suits you. Esteemed hero, do you like it? Asa. She does not reply but puts on an expression of great satisfaction. The queen continues, and now enjoy the banquet prepared for you. The scene then shifts to the banquet hall. A servant's voice rings out, the Grand Duke, master of the Sina Tower. Everyone looks at them with eyes sparkling like stars. Then a hem flutters. The image of Asa and the hero appears. She looks up in wonder. A handsome man with blonde hair appears. Andrian Greywoods, the second prince of the Empire, twin brother of the first prince, Michael. The two are joined at the hip. At first, she does not know what lies beneath that charming appearance. Before Asa's appearance, the noble girls gossip endlessly. Is it true that the chosen hero comes from the lowly slave class? Their mouths whisper incessantly about her background. At least one thing is certain. She is not a noble. She does not even have a surname. How could the goddess choose someone without lineage? They keep babbling about Asa. Knowing she is always the center of gossip, she cannot feel happy. I am really tired of hearing these lines 100 times. Thinking that Asa needs a release, the system interface suggests fearfully rushing at the offender and delivering a divine kick. But even so, she cannot stomach this suggestion. Why are these choices so extreme? Asa gently wraps her arms around herself. She has no other choice. Step by step, she slowly and shyly walks up behind Yulia. Gazing at his back from behind, she speaks up. Yulia! He looks forward with a stern gaze. The girls who were just speaking ill of Asa flinch and stop when Yulia notices them. Those people don't even know who you are, so you don't need to pay attention to them. Isn't he wonderful? Standing up to comfort Asa, feeling cared for, she happily agrees. Yes. Then Yulia turns around and flashes a heart-fluttering, bright smile at her. Suddenly, while the atmosphere is romantic, footsteps approach and interrupt them. My Grand Duke. Seeing someone approach, he reflexively puts his arm out to shield Asa. The person says, do you really need to protect the star of the banquet that much? The speaker slowly walks over, his golden hair swaying in the wind. And that person with a flower-like appearance is none other than Michael Byrne Grews, Prince of the Swordsman Empire. System, you have met the main character, Michael, Prince of the Empire, a devil in an angel's disguise. He's a cruel person who always wants your eyes filled with tears rather than smiles. However, if you increase his affection level, a surprisingly bashful side will appear. Asa has waited for this day for a long time. Finally, the final target appears. Though Yulia still stands in front of her, he politely greets him first. I trust you are well, Prince. In response, Michael takes it as a given. What danger could I possibly face in the royal palace? Also, step aside, Grand Duke. Yulia remains as silent as a clam. Meanwhile, Asa steps forward in front of Michael and bows respectfully. I offer my greetings to you, Prince. As someone who does not care much for trivial details, he tells her, "No need to be so formal." Then a short conversation ensues between the two as he asks her, "I heard from my mother that we are of the same age, right?" The dialogue box pops up, suggesting to look him up and down and nod, then staring intently at Michael as if it is only natural, before delivering a disastrous line. "Aside from being of the same age, I do not think we have anything else in common, Your Highness." In the next second, system, Michael affection level -2. Although Yulia has a bad impression of her, he still looks cheerful on the surface. "Haha, you are right." But he still has a lot to say, so he does not stop there. "But aren't people usually attracted to those who are different from them?" Faced with this bizarre personality of Yulia, Asak cannot understand. "I thought he would find it interesting when I act rebellious." Michael's route is still so difficult, but on second thought, she feels that if the game is too easy, it would be boring. The harder the game, the more attractive it is. After all, this is a reasonably balanced path. Not only having a conversation with Asa, Yulia now even reaches out his hand, intending to invite her to a dance. "In that case, may I have the honor of this dance, my lady?" he proposes, with eyes full of anticipation for her answer. The game window pops up with two choices: accept or decline. She knows full well that if she does not accept this invitation, things will go quite badly. Refusing a prince's invitation is a major insult, yet she goes big and makes a disastrous decision. "I will decline just this once." In the next second, Asa bows and tactfully declines. "I have never learned how to dance, Your Highness." In the face of her sharpness, system, Yulia affection level +5, and system, Michael affection level +1. This is indeed within Asa's expectations. Just as I thought, he has a very strange personality. Michael gradually grows interested in her, so he does not give up and invites her once more. "Then how about a walk with me for a bit instead of a dance?" The game window pops up with three choices, making Asa hesitate, not knowing which to choose. Go to the garden with Michael, stay in the banquet hall with Yulia, go look for Serena. Seeing her in a difficult position, Yulia steps in to rescue her. "Prince," but Michael annoyedly cuts him off. "Grand Duke, please step aside." After racking her brain, Asa finally answers, "All right." Hearing this, he is very satisfied. Yulia at this moment seems quite disappointed, so system, Yulia affection level -1. Meanwhile, Michael is overjoyed. "You won't regret it. My garden is quite wonderful." System, Michael affection level +2, but she sees his joy is more about being competitive. He is only happy because Yulia got rejected. By this time, the sky is shrouded in night and illuminated by shimmering stars. The two stroll through this quiet and romantic garden. Under the flickering lights, they walk together on the brick path, passing by many fragrant flowers and exotic herbs. While they are chilling, he asks for Asa's opinion. "This is my secret spot. Quite impressive, isn't it?" Michael gently places his hand on the lush green leaves. "Pruning branches and pest control really take a lot of effort." The window pops up with 3 ratings for the garden for her to choose. "This garden is truly beautiful. Did you tend to it yourself? It looks a bit gloomy." As a result, she leaves a comment that completely freezes Michael on the spot. "It looks quite gloomy." Looking at the bright moon shining high above, he is slightly stunned and speechless. Michael then turns completely around and demands to know why she thinks so. His question also plunges Asa into deep thought for a moment. Looking around at the beautiful yet melancholic garden before her, Asa expresses her view. It feels lifeless. At this, Michael's face suddenly darkens and he laughs awkwardly. "Ha ha!" One would think he would be angry, but he praises her instead, and system, Michael affection level +3. At this point, she is not surprised. Right, this is his true face. With her eyes that see through everything, even he cannot deceive her. But suddenly, while Michael is hesitating, the surrounding atmosphere shifts and the moon above turns red. The clock tower strikes exactly 10 p.m. and its bell tolls. At the center, a structure resembling an energy sphere made of light points and grid lines appears, creating a mystical three-dimensional feel. Asa looks up and realizes the right time has come. Here it is. In the next second, she wraps her arm around Michael's waist, catching him off guard. "Huh, what are you doing?" Then Asa activates her CEO mode and Princess carries him as easily as a baby. Michael is now nestled in Asa's arms as she dashes forward to avoid the powerful red energy wave from behind. Suddenly, a disturbance occurs, causing the surrounding rocks and earth to shatter into dust. Seeing the peaceful scenery turn so chaotic, Michael wonders, "Anastasia, what is that?" A beautiful flower has transformed into a bizarre living entity with winding vines. Beside it, a butterfly with colorful, detailed wings looks terrifying. It is a spatial rift. Thorny vines aggressively attack them, and Asa tries to manage the situation. After leaping high into the air to dodge that freakish thing, she lands gently on the ground. Asa then looks up to observe the situation. At this moment, Michael feels he has been bobbied for a bit too long, so he requests, Anastasia, can you put me down? He slowly lowers his feet to the ground and constantly reflects on what just happened. A spatial rift suddenly appears in the royal palace. After evaluating the situation for a while, Asa realizes this match will not be easy. The imperial guards cannot handle these high-ranking demons. However, she secretly rejoices that there is a silver lining in this misfortune. It is a relief that at least no one else is dragged in. It is time for Yulia to play the hero protecting the beauty. He draws his sword to defend. Going out for a walk is indeed the right choice. Chapter 4 is about a raid on the royal palace disguised under the cover of a banquet. If we didn't come out, the Empress would have intervened, or perhaps I would have met Andrian too early. The two stand watching the highly dangerous vine, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, an idea strikes her and she asks Yulia, "Your Highness, you can use a sword, right?" He excitedly pulls out his sword, of course. But just as he draws it, Yulia has his sword snatched by Asa. Bravely, she stands against that bizarre monster without a shred of fear. Asa stands tall and firm. "Then I am relieved. Let those who are scared go home." She is now ready to go all out against it. "I need you to act as my shield." The scene shifts back inside the palace, where the banquet is underway. Right now, Yulia is in deep thought, his eyes fixed on the window. Just then, Serena approaches and asks, "Grand Duke, have you seen Asa?" "I have searched everywhere, but cannot find her," Yulia replies. "She is taking a walk with Prince Michael, and they have been gone for quite a while." Hearing this, Serena says, "This is the royal palace, so nothing bad should happen, but I am more worried about Asa's health." Suddenly frowning and looking down, Yulia's eyes briefly flash with sadness. He remains silent as if deep in thought. So when Serena says, "I should go find her," he smoothly replies, "I will go with you." In the next scene, a crimson blood moon suddenly appears in the sky. Below, with incredible agility, Asa dashes forward and swings her sword, slicing a thorny branch in half. A segment of the vine flies into the air, illuminated directly by the dazzling light. At the same exact moment, Michael instantly leaps up. He and Asa stand on the monster's massive flower branch. Seeing the two dare to appear before it, the monster aggressively opens its jaws and sticks out its long tongue, mainly to show off its strength. With her face smudged, Asa quickly wipes it with her hand and praises him. "You are pretty strong, aren't you?" Being praised, Michael, though gasping for breath, still tries to answer humbly, "It is all thanks to the hero's skills." Whoosh, but he is not as impressive as she thought. Suddenly turning around, she sees Michael getting angry and grumbling in annoyance. These things," Asa suddenly thinks with weariness. "He's weak as a slug, yet so arrogant." Blessed by the wind, he has incredible speed. But Michael's fatal weakness is that he allocated stats into everything except stamina. With that thought, the character Irina suddenly appears. She points at Michael's overall status screen and remarks that his refusal to put points into stamina is extremely unbalanced. This is not how players should allocate their stats. Back to the battle with the monster, it suddenly opens its mouth and launches a thorny vine at the two. Asa and Michael quickly dodge in time, jumping to the side to avoid the spike. As her feet touch the ground, she secretly calculates. The closer it gets to midnight, the stronger the demons will become. We must escape this barrier dimension before then. Right at this moment, the system suddenly pops up a notification. System, forced logout in 20 seconds. Option 1, let's take a short break. Option 2, I will fight alone. After reading the choices, Asa suddenly thinks in annoyance, damn it, a forced logout right. At this time, if only I were with Serena, who has an AoE skill. Things will be easier now. If I do not escape the barrier dimension before the game shuts down, it will be a dead end. As she thinks this, she casts her gaze toward the faces of the monsters that look exactly like carnivorous flowers. Looking at these monsters' faces, Asa silently concludes that this will not work. Pulling back her thoughts, she speaks up. "Your Highness, we are running out of time. From now on, I think I will fight it alone." Hearing her decision, Michael asks in confusion, "We should do this together, right? I am fast too." Hearing him say that, Asa closes her eyes and sighs. Then she says, "Fine, let's go together." This makes Michael breathe a sigh of relief, and at that very moment his favorability points suddenly increase by 1. Thus, the two of them run side by side, escaping the pursuit of those bizarre thorny branches. While running, Michael constantly scans their surroundings. He looks to the left where rows of black trees stand, then to the right at the black trees swaying in the wind. Looking ahead, Michael suddenly gasps in shock. He slides his feet to a halt and yells, "Anastasia, stop!" Right in front of them, the entire scene suddenly undergoes a strange transformation. Tiny blue lights gather into undefined shapes. A moment later, those blue lights merge, forming a spatial portal. A man steps out from the portal. As he smirks, the system interface pops up. "System, you have encountered a high-ranking demon." Seeing this notification, Asa's expression turns solemn as cold sweat breaks out. She silently thinks, he is here, the strongest demon under the Demon King. Standing in front of Asa is the high-ranking demon named Lep. He cocks his head with a smug grin. "Hey, so this is the rumored hero? I finally get to meet you." Hearing this, Asa grips her sword tightly, ready to fight at any moment if he dares to pounce. She grimly thinks, now it is a race against time. Cutting off her thoughts, Asa bursts forward at maximum speed toward Lep, then quickly swings her sword to attack. Dust and smoke billow up, completely obscuring the spectator's view. When the dust clears, it reveals Lep blocking Asa's sword strike with just one hand. Taking advantage of the opening Asa created, Michael leaps into the air toward the high-ranking demon, instantly drawing his sword. After closing in to a certain distance, Michael unsheathes his sword, slashing out a crescent of blue aura. Right at this moment, Le senses an unusual attack flying toward him. He turns his head and releases a terrifying surge of mana. Without a second thought, he unleashes his full power directly, creating a pillar of flaming light that shoots straight into the sky, forcing Asa to retreat warily. She quickly moves behind Michael's position to avoid colliding with that horrifying power. Asa is exhausted now, panting heavily. She then looks at Lep in front of her and thinks, the goal of this chapter is not to defeat Lep that we need to target. As she thinks this, she sets her eyes on the gemstone, hanging right on Lep's waist, gathering. Her thoughts, Asa immediately leaps up. She yells the words barrier core, and quickly transforms her holy sword's attack property into a whip, lashing it right in front of Lep. Instantly, her weapon shoots out countless long, winding, glowing ropes. Caught off guard, Le fails to dodge in time and gets struck by one around his neck, causing a few drops of red blood to spurt out. Before Le can regain his composure, Michael rushes forward. He aims at his waist and swings a sharp sword strike, thinking, I got him. Unexpectedly, reality is cruel. Just as Michael is about to swing his sword, Lep swiftly catches his blade with a tight grip. He then raises his leg, gathering a blazing aura of fire. His eyes glare at Michael like a mortal enemy. Seeing that Lep is about to attack him, Michael gnashes his teeth and mutters, too late. With that, he immediately reaches out toward Le's waist and crushes his gemstone without hesitation. As the barrier core is destroyed, surges of energy escape. A second later, the barrier core suddenly explodes and the system immediately prompts, System, player has destroyed the barrier core, returning to reality. Not far away, as the black smoke gradually dissipates, Asa's figure appears. Her face looks haggard and her body is covered in wounds. Le's voice suddenly echoes, for a human hero, you are quite strong. Just as his body begins to dissolve, Lep glares and says, the next time we meet, I will ask for your name, hero. With that, his body completely vanishes, leaving only his face for a split second. A moment later, after Lep disappears, only Asa is left sitting there alone. She silently thinks, finally it is over. Suddenly, as she looks down, Asa notices her two arms are blurred out, making it impossible to see their shape. In shock, she thinks, my hands! Looking at the resolution, they must be so bloody that the system sensor has been activated. While she is lost in thought, Michael rushes over from behind and anxiously calls out, Anastasia! He gasps in horror upon seeing the wounds on her hands. Seeing Michael so worried, Asa reassures him, don't worry, it will heal completely once treated. Saying this, she gently asks, is your highness hurt anywhere? Standing up quickly, she silently thinks, Michael only likes beautiful things. What if this injury lowers his favorability points? Should I cover it up? Thinking this, Asa gasps in surprise when she looks at Michael's face. Seeing his favorability points suddenly increase by 20, Asa thinks, that is a lot of favorability points. The scene shifts to where the bright purple flames still rage. Asa stands there in a daze, frozen in shock, thinking, plus 20 favorability points? Sacrificing my arms is totally worth it. She suddenly jolts as a system notification pops up. System, combat adjustments are about to end. System warning, your HP is below the safe threshold. As soon as the system warning fades, pain surges through her. Seeing this, Michael stands there helplessly, uttering a bewildered gasp. Right then, Asa suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Panting heavily, she stares at her hands. Asa collapses. Seeing this, Michael immediately rushes to her side without a second thought. He anxiously calls out, "Anastasia!" The scene plays out like a movie. Michael hastily reaches out to touch Asa. Just as Michael's face turns pale, Asa's eyes close. At the same time, the system immediately displays a notification. "System, your login time has exceeded 14 hours. Due to the preset time limit, you are subjected to a forced logout." Thus, she returns to reality. After being forced to log out of the game, Irina quickly grabs a glass of water and drinks it to clear her head. Only after drinking does she sigh with relief. A moment later, Irina heads to her bedroom. She lies flat on her bed and sighs tiredly. Right then, Plang suddenly appears and says, "You have been playing for too long." "Master," Irina proudly says, "isn't it totally worth the time? My favorability points increased by 20 all at once, and with Michael of all people." Hearing this, Plang is completely speechless at his master. He only glares at her in silence. Irina then sits up thinking with a headache, "Now even they are making things difficult for me." Shaking off her thoughts, she speaks up, all right. I have a doctor's appointment today, right? Prepare my clothes and leave them outside for me." Hearing her command, Plang replies, "Yes, master." A moment later, Irina takes a self-driving car to the hospital. The hospital she visits is one of the top-tier facilities in the area with state-of-the-art infrastructure. Stepping inside, the system suddenly prompts, "System, please present your identification." Hearing this, Irina immediately raises her hand, revealing a black barcode. After the system scans the barcode on her hand, the hospital's doors slide open. Looking at the lobby where patients frequently pass by, a constant clamor fills the air. Seeing this scene, Irina falls into deep thought. In real life, Zunj is a strictly stratified society. In her mind, the words Zunj society pop up, and she thinks about how this society is divided into 5 residential zones from A to E. Following this line of thought, a pyramid diagram appears with each tier labeled from A to E. Irina's thoughts continue. Where you are born determines where you reside and signifies your social status. A scene of everyday society with a crowded stream of people flashes in her mind, and she thinks that only residents from Zone B and below have a permanent barcode on their wrists. Sure enough, images of several residents show that each has a unique barcode. Irina notes that this is the mark distinguishing the privileged zones from those born in other places like them. Ending her brief train of thought, a robot suddenly approaches Irina. It announces, "Patient Irina, please proceed to treatment room 2. Hearing the robot's reminder, Irina nods, then thinks, "Some people look down on barcodes, but I don't particularly mind." The scene shifts to some time later. Irina is sitting and listening to the doctor brief her on her condition. She gasps when she hears him say, "I am sorry." With a calm expression, the doctor states, "You only have 3 months to live." Hearing those words, Irina immediately stands up in anger and asks, "Are you kidding me? My life expectancy is up to 55 years, she continues, putting her hands on the table and questioning, "But why? 3 months? I am only in my 20s. Hearing this, the doctor explains to Irina that since she is an elite resident of Zone B, she will still live normally and healthy until her death. Showing Irina a diagram, the doctor says this is a comparison of her genetic profile with the majority of other elite programmers' genetic profiles. Pointing at the preliminary image, the doctor says, "As you can see, your genetic profile is gradually shortening. This is why you are suffering from cardiovascular disease of unknown cause." Hearing this, Irina looks down with concern and says, "From the beginning, the incubation factory would not design anyone to have congenital diseases, so in my case." The doctor cuts her off. "It is an accident. I believe so. A researcher was careless, leading to an error in the manufacturing process." Hearing this, Irina mutters in frustration, "Damn it." She closes her eyes helplessly and asks, "Is there a cure? I mean, something isn't right." The doctor immediately replies according to the regulations, "I am not allowed to explain it to you, and as a doctor assigned to Zone B, I do not have the expertise to treat such genetic defects." Hearing the explanation, Irina quickly asks further, "Then can I seek treatment in Zone A?" The doctor shakes his head and says, "They do not face these problems at all. They do not come from the incubation factory." At this point, Irina suddenly visualizes the pyramid diagram again and thinks, "Zone B where I live is the residential area for the upper class, excluding the privileged class." She momentarily envisions her impending fate, simply sitting and waiting for death to approach. Because of this, Irina thinks that being untreatable here is practically a death sentence. Seeing her sitting in contemplation, the doctor remains silent for a long moment before speaking up. "I will prescribe you some painkillers with sedative effects. The doctor's next words catch Irina's attention. She hears him say, "And some medications to slow down the progression of the disease. Ah, I am truly sorry." His words end, leaving a somber image of the doctor and his helpless patient. Sympathy for the harsh fate before her. A while later, Irina logs back into the game. It happens to be when the sky is pitch black and the moon is high. Under the moonlight, Yulia and Serena stand in front of the mansion, waiting for someone. Right at this moment, someone approaches. That person is none other than Prince Michael. With every step, he carries a sad to everyone. Seeing this, Yulia runs over and asks, "What happened?" Michael suddenly hesitates, lowers his head, and answers hesitantly, "A spatial rift appeared in the garden." Hearing this, Yulia immediately gets furious and shouts, "Isn't that already obvious?" He looks at Asaf's pale face and yells, "I want to ask why Asaf fainted like this." Seeing Yulia's anger, Serena places a hand on his shoulder and advises the Grand Duke, "Calm down." After saying that, she approaches Asaf to check her condition. Gently brushing the cloak aside, Serena spots the wound on her upper arm. At this, Serena says worriedly, "Her condition is quite serious. Fortunately, she is mostly just unconscious." With that, she turns to instruct the guards to report to His Majesty about the damage caused by the spatial rift and the prince's safe return. After that, summon the priests sent to the imperial palace immediately, as soon as possible. Following Serena's order, the guard replies immediately, "Yes, understood." After giving the orders, she suddenly clenches her fists, inwardly blaming herself for always arriving too late after she gets hurt. For children born from the incubation factory, the probability of inheriting a genetic defect is 1 in 1,000. The neatly arranged rectangular boxes of a 0.1% probability for many people have somehow become a 100% certainty for me. Irina walks alone on the sidewalk. Her hands clench into fists. Terminal stage at age 25? Could it be due to the researcher's negligence? Irina ponders deeply. Falling into that 0.1% is truly extremely unlucky. Accept your fate silently and keep creating programs for the residents of Sector A until you die. Irina's eyes slowly open. That is the reason you exist, isn't it? Her back looks incredibly lonely and sorrowful. I don't want to. Suddenly, Irina covers her mouth with both hands. Amidst the bustling street, her figure becomes lost and lonely. As she brushes past, she accidentally bumps into the shoulder of a man on the street. Irina remains silent, deep in thought. Is this right? Dividing people by the alphabet, ranking them, and forcing them to live by that rank for the rest of their lives. As she walks past a crowd, Irina turns her head. If I were in Sector E, I wouldn't even be smart enough to wonder about this like I am now. Over there are street sweepers and garbage collectors who only execute orders, living like machines with no voice. Irina chuckles softly. Ha ha! Then she turns and walks away quietly. Let's enjoy this game. Yes, let's just enjoy the game. A notification appears. System, logging into Racing Dare. She dazedly opens her eyes on her bed. Surrounding her is a space with a classic vibe, the low. Cadine has changed again. Asaf sits up and rubs her head. Just as she thought, time in here continues to flow even after she logs out. Suddenly, she notices something. The game has changed. Right beside her, Yulia is fast asleep next to her bed, causing Asaf's eyes to shimmer. "Yulia!" She gently touches his head. At this, Yulia slowly opens his eyes. She softly says, "You are awake, Yulia." Once fully awake, he jumps up. "Asaf!" She smiles, looking at him with gentle eyes. Yulia also looks at Asaf in silence, then tremblingly reaches out his hand toward her. "Thank God!" Yulia pulls Asaf into a hug. "Thank goodness, Asaf." He holds her tightly while trembling, fearing that she might not wake up. "I was so." Suddenly, two options appear before her. 1, hug Yulia tighter, or 2, kiss Yulia on the cheek. Asaf flinches. Is it already time to kiss? Even though I've done all sorts of things with him in my 99 playthroughs, I still feel this is too fast. Above Yulia's head, the text favorability points, 184, appears. Asaf looks at him with a bit of hesitation. But since it's not time yet, she reaches out and hugs Yulia tightly. Caught off guard by her hug, he blushes in embarrassment. Asaf! System, favorability points +10. Yulia is still trembling. Asaf pats him reassuringly. It's all right, it's all right. Yulia says, the incident just now made me realize a important thing. Still holding her tightly, he continues, saying that she is the prophesied hero chosen by the goddess of light and that she is someone who never runs away from responsibility. Asaf listens to him in silence. Yulia releases her and stands up. But I do not want to see you get hurt. Then he places a hand on his chest, bows slightly, and says seriously, "So please allow me to stay by your side." Asaf is overjoyed to hear this. An invitation card appears. Party attendance. Yulia has accepted the invitation. Current party members, 3-5. He smiles, his cheeks flushing red. Then he gently leans his head down, taking Asa by surprise. His hand slowly rests on the bed. Suddenly there is a noise outside. Mute and Michael run in, panicked and anxious, shouting, "Anastasia! Lady Anastasia!" Taking in the scene inside, the two of them freeze like statues. Yulia is so embarrassed that steam practically rises from his head. As they process the situation, their expressions instantly turn cold. Drawing their sharp swords, they demand, "Grand Duke, what do you think you are doing? Why are you squeezing a patient like that? How filthy!" Yulia drops to his knees, quickly explaining, "It's just a misunderstanding." But Mute and Michael still exude a cold, terrifying aura. "Your stuttering cannot be considered a misunderstanding. It seems the Grand Duke has neither the talent for lying nor a conscience." Seeing this, Mute runs over to block Asa's bed. "First of all, would you two please step aside?" Then he touches Asa's hand. "System, your HP is gradually recovering." Asa watches him silently. Mute kneels before her, holding her hands with closed eyes as he channels energy. It seems Mute has been continuously channeling divine power to me even while I was logged out. When he finishes, Asa raises her hand to look. Thanks to this, her arm has fully healed. "Lord Cardinal, you healed my arm." "Thank you," Mute replies happily. "It is my responsibility to care for the hero's health. I am only doing what must be done." Then he adds, "Even so, seeing that scene must have also made you feel uneasy." Mute is still kneeling, bowing. His head in front of Asa, he places a hand on his chest and says earnestly, "Please do not say that, Lady Anastasia." Asa looks at him in slight surprise. "Huh, is he actually crying?" Mute's images are saved to the database. Flustered, Asa asks, "Lord Cardinal, did I do something wrong?" Mute begins to sob. "Do you still not know why I ask that?" Asa thinks in confusion. "Of course, I know the hero will sacrifice herself for everyone, and instead of boasting about that achievement, she apologizes. It must feel truly overwhelming." But indeed, heroes are usually foolish. Two options appear: 1, "No, I am sorry," or 2, "Pretend to be innocent and clueless. That foolishness is the key." To progressing in this game, Asa remains silent. Mute looks up at her, tears still streaming from the corners of his eyes. "Now I understand. System, favorability points +2, he bows before her. "Why did the goddess choose you to be the prophesied hero?" Asa lowers her gaze slightly and smiles gently. It seems Chapter 4 is about to end, at a massive castle. The surrounding light is entirely red, both mysterious and terrifyingly cold. Hurried footsteps run on the ground. A petite girl runs alone on a deserted road. Suddenly she trips on a stone, falling hard to the ground with a painful cry. A massive figure appears behind her, causing her to turn around in terror. Her eyes well up with tears as she cries out tremblingly, "Save me!" The high sky is dyed a cold red. And under the shadow of the trees, only one object remains: a scrap of cloth. Chapter 5. The City of Missing Girls. Asa successfully logs into her in-game character. The moment she opens her eyes, she finds herself sitting on a train. Asa is stunned. "Huh, why am I here?" Serena is present as a party member. Asa's train of thought continues. Normally, Chapter 5 skips the travel scenes and goes straight to the Count's castle. Since this is the interior of a train, it fits the setting of the next chapter fairly well. Did the map change? While she is quite confused about the current setting, she hears Serena ask, "Asa, are you okay? You look very pale." A system notification presents her with two choices. 1, "I have been feeling a bit heavy for a while now," or 2, "I'm fine." Asa thinks to herself, "A choice right now? No, wait. Choices usually tie into key plot points and the protagonist's traits. My character is highly susceptible to magic. Perhaps this is an event that leverages my abnormal mana circuits." Thinking this, she turns and replies to Serena, "I have been feeling a bit heavy for a while now. Is there something strange about this train?" "Right," Serena nods in agreement. "You are right. At first I thought nothing of it, but now it's obvious. The mana density on this train is abnormally high." Just as she finishes her sentence, a scream echoes from the other compartment, startling them both as they look toward the source of the scream. The game system reports system loading. A critical error has occurred while the storyline was progressing. After a moment of screen static, it displays Chapter 5. The Train of Terror begins. Asa is shocked. Has the chapter sequence changed? That's impossible. No, wait, this is a game. Anything can happen. I should just enjoy it from a player's perspective. Serena reacts quickly and opens the door to head outside. Asa speeds up to follow close behind. Serena pushes the door wide open. With a tense face, she demands loudly, "What is going on?" The atmosphere inside the compartment is gloomy, filled with hushed whispers. Someone says in terror, the Tower Master is here, someone just died." Assessing the overall situation, Asa suddenly thinks, the beginning of Chapter 6 is exactly like this. That means there must be clues here. Just as she is about to touch the motionless body on the floor, Serena quickly shouts to stop her. "Wait, Asa!" Asa turns back, puzzled. "Huh, why?" She doesn't think there is any danger here. Suddenly, an uncomfortable surge of mana erupts from some strange symbols. Asa struggles to shield herself with her arms. At the same time, a system notification warns. System warning, due to exposure to dense mana, HP is dropping below safe levels. Seeing Asa collapse to the ground, Serena quickly rushes over to support her. "Asa!" She coughs heavily. Inwardly, she seethes, "Damn it, this magic sensitivity is so inconvenient. I need to be more careful." Because magic makes everything difficult for her, the system timely presents her with two choices. 1. Attempt to perform CPR on the dead man, or 2. Throw an object at the train wall in anger. But Asa is unwilling, thinking, "I don't want to do either of these. What are they trying to do to my image? Absolutely no CPR." Seeing her lack of response, Serena calls out again, "Asa!" After a moment, Asa finally has to make a choice. She gently pulls out from her chest pocket a dagger. She throws it with all her strength toward the side. The dagger flies straight at the train wall. Seeing the dagger drop to the floor with no reaction, Serena is stunned. What on earth? Asa's mind races. If the blade didn't pierce through and instead bounced off, there is only one answer. This room is enclosed by a demon barrier. While she is lost in thought, a voice calls out from outside the door. "Step aside, Grand Duke. You should also step back. Your Majesty." Outside, the sounds of two men scrambling to enter can be heard. Yulia and Michael hurriedly ask Asa, "Asa, are you all right? What is going on here?" Looking at the frantic behavior of the two men, she cannot help but feel utterly helpless. Why are they like this? Where did they just fight? Serena steps forward first. "Calm down, Duke." Still flustered, he replies, "How can I calm down when she is in this state?" A wave of warmth rises in Asa's heart. "Yes, I highly appreciate your concern, but I must continue." The storyline, especially since this chapter takes place inside a closed train, Serena's overwhelming attack power is useless here. While he is looking after Asa, Michael refuses to stand idly by and cuts into the conversation. "Asa, you should rest a bit." A choice notification pops up. 1. Can I ask how to preserve the items here? Or 2. Don't be ridiculous. Asa chooses to reply, "Don't be ridiculous." Michael wears an amused smile as if in response. Casually speaks, "Well, if you say so, I can't argue. Let's look back at the situation just now." System, favorability points. Asa grows suspicious. His favorability points dropped, but why is he still smiling like he already knows? With such a low affection level, this is too suspicious. He kneels down to assess the person on the ground. "Let's see. Between us. What does this mean? Tower Master, do you know what this means?" Asa clears her throat. It can't be helped. I guess I need to step up as the game's guardian." Before she can even step forward, her body trembles. Yulia's voice sounds worried. Serena reacts just as quickly and says, "Asa, your complexion." It turns out that Irina in reality is facing a rather delicate issue. She mutters to herself, "The restroom." Meanwhile, she recalls the scene from earlier when Mayu and Yulia had a brief exchange. "You go ahead," Yulia replies. "Your Majesty, let's go." In this critical moment, Irina sits in her gaming chair, writhing in pain. Now that nature is calling urgently, she feels restless and anxious. "If it were before, I wouldn't have to worry about this and could just turn off the game. But now, time continues to flow even after I log out, so I don't feel at ease at all." Feeling extremely unsettled, Irina grits her teeth to suppress the pain. There are still 3 hours left until the program ends. Should I try to hold it? While her mind is in a mess, a notification box pops up. "System, do you want to exit the game?" Irina resolutely refuses. "No." Another notification box pops up. "System, logging out of Joy Dear, please wait." At this moment, seeing her suddenly jump up, Serena and Yulia call out to Asa in concern. It seems she can no longer hold on, so she collapses into his arms. Seeing Asa in a critical state, Yulia also becomes tense. With worry, even after coughing up blood, there are still some lingering symptoms. Remembering the times Asa intentionally hid her condition, Yulia feels extremely uneasy. Though she is sweating profusely, she still tries to maintain her composure, her face so pale that she looks ready to faint at any moment. He immediately blames himself, thinking he should have told her to sit down. She then gently sits down and places her hand on Asa's head. "Grand Duke, Serena caresses her hair while she is fast asleep and asks him to take Asa back to the first-class cabin. Lay her down and please stay by her side. Without needing to be told, Yulia doesn't hesitate to pick Asa up. I planned on doing that from the start. Under Michael's watchful gaze, he carries her away. Seeing her suddenly fall ill out of nowhere, Michael asks Serena in confusion, Tower Master, do you know why Asa suddenly fainted like this? Could it be because of the injuries she sustained in the barrier dimension at the palace? However, she doesn't think it is that simple. It is probably not because of that. Facing Asa's terrifying endurance, Michael doesn't even dare to imagine. How much pain must a person, who doesn't even bat an eye even when her arm is burned, be enduring to faint like this? Serena falls into deep thought. She cannot let this continue and decides she must do something. The magic filling the train has made it unbearable for Asa. Right now, we need to handle what we can. Serena then turns around to take steps to get to the bottom of this. First, let me explain the meaning of the characters on his arm. She gently kneels down, recalling that about 100 years ago, a similar phrase appeared. According to what Serena has gathered, it is a story about a high-ranking demon who controlled people while disguised as a human. Michael also sits down, finding Serena's words quite hard to understand. Disguising as a human? Is that possible? She confirms that the Magic Tower's records state that demons have the ability to change their appearance at will. In other words, suddenly. Serena's eyes turn solemn and she falls into a terrifying silence. The next second, she reveals a mind-blowing truth. The demon who committed this murder is among us. Everything seems to have improved by now as flowers bloom and bees and butterflies playfully flutter around the garden. The system displays a status. System, logging into Joy Deer. After overcoming her ordeal, Asa smiles from ear to ear, thinking she almost died. Because she has played Sleeping Beauty for too long, she opens her eyes now, completely clueless. Am I in the middle of a battle? Asa can feel his warmth and gentleness. Thinking about how she might not have woken up, Yulia looks completely drained of life. Suddenly, the next second, she sits up, and the very first thing she does is ask about someone else. Yulia, where is Serena? Frustrated by Asa's disregard for her own health, he says, why do you always think of others first? But despite his outward annoyance, he feels affection for her caring nature. System, favorability +1. Since Asa wants to know, Yulia doesn't hide anything. The Tower Master is investigating the passengers with the prince. They say a demon has disguised itself as a human on this train. Hearing such urgent news, her heart burns with anxiety. Then we shouldn't just sit here idle. Yulia insists that Asa needs more rest. However, stubborn as she is, she refuses to listen to his advice. We can rest after we solve this. The next second, Asa decides to leave without looking back. She closes the door, leaving him all alone. In the small room, outside as the leaves rustle in. The wind, Asa is searching for her. She opens the door and calls out to them, Sister Serena, Your Highness. Serena turns around, overjoyed to see her. Asa, you're awake. Michael is also relieved to see her recovery. Asa. Serena is also very worried about her current condition and advises, it would be better for you to rest a bit more. Michael fully agrees. The Tower Master is right. There is nothing we can do. At the moment, Asa stubbornly says, I'm fine. Asa knows very well what will happen next. The Earth Demon, the demon that will appear in this chapter. With Asa's profound knowledge, it is known among gamers as the disguised goblin. Among the 4 high-ranking demons, Eris is the weakest. But because of its talent for disguising itself as a human in every single playthrough, finding out who it is an extremely painful issue. One of them is Eris. Suddenly. As she thinks of that, a notification box pops up with a whoosh. System dialogue option. Serena, do you remember the stew I had for the first time at the Magic Tower? Hug Serena, hug Michael. Out of nowhere, these options appear, leaving her bewildered as to why these choices suddenly show up. However, nothing is a coincidence. At this moment, Asa's heart sinks as she slowly realizes a mind-blowing truth. No way, one of the main characters is. She clenches her fists, unwilling to believe this. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I have to try to find out. Asa decides to test it out right away. Serena, do you remember the stew I had for the first time at the Magic Tower? When I woke up, I felt hungry and it just popped into my mind. She smiles gently, then affectionately reaches out to caress her. Of course I remember. Once we return, I'll let you eat as much as you want. After this brief conversation, Asa now has the answer in her hands. Yes, I'd love that. Her heart is now filled with a dark, disappointed gray because the first food she ate at the Magic Tower was not stew. Old memories flash back in Asa's mind like a slow-motion movie. Her first meal was steak, and she knows very well that Serena would never forget. That Asa breaks into a cold sweat at a loss for what to do. What should I do now? This is the last thing I want. Extreme terror rises in her heart. What if she died while I was logged out? The 100th playthrough will become the final playthrough before my death in reality. Recalling Serena's beloved figure, Asa cannot bear to leave without seeing her one last time. If I can't see Serena again, I don't want that. Seeing her looking lost as if she has had her soul sucked out, Yulia anxiously pushes the door open and enters. Asa, are you okay? He comes over and grabs her shoulders. Please at least sit down. She stares at him, speechless. Seeing her remain silent and distracted, Yulia is very confused. Asa! In her heart, she wonders, will Yulia and Michael believe me if I tell them Serena is a fake? But even after racking her brain, Asa knows she cannot let others get dragged into this. No, this is something I must do myself. Seeing her shake her head, he offers another option. All right, if you won't sit, at least lean on me. However, Asa completely ignores him, turning back to speak. Sister Serena, I feel a bit tired. Do you mind coming with me to a room? With acting skills far surpassing Hollywood stars, the fake Serena confidently agrees, no problem. Asa turns to Yulia and requests, Grand Duke, please stay here in my place. He quickly agrees, I understand. Serena extends her hand to Asa and invites, come, shall we go? She reaches out and touches her hand, and they hold hands tightly. Although it is a difficult decision, Asa is determined to see it through. I must kill her with my own hands. Recalling the wonderful things Serena has done for her, she unconsciously mutters her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Serena. However, reality is harsh and Asa must steel her heart. This is a fake. Now she has a clear head to make the right decision. Then both of them slowly enter room 1. With surging emotions, Asa quietly walks behind Serena. She turns around and suggests, Asa, let's rest here for a bit. Surprise, surprise. Just as the fake Serena finishes her sentence, a slash flashes across. Isn't Asa amazing? Without hesitation, she stabs directly into the neck. Serena, from the wound, drops of blood drip onto the floor, staining it. At this moment, she still plays the innocent victim. Asa, why? Despite Serena's pleading, Asa's expression remains blank and completely unfazed. Realizing that Asa probably knows everything, she lets out a smug smirk. Now the fake Serena no longer needs to act. She reveals her true nature and leaps backward. She bends over, coughing up blood, then wipes it away with her hand. Serena looks up at Asa with a pitiful face to deceive her. Asa. However, with a strong mind, she is not easily manipulated like that. Don't do something so disgusting with that face. Suddenly, as if her funny bone is tickled, Serena throws her head back and bursts into laughter. Ha ha! Now she openly admits she is the fake Serena. How interesting, how did you notice? Is it the ability of the famous hero? Asa replies without hesitation. Yes, it is my ability. Blessed by heaven, Asa has received an invaluable gift. The goddess granted me eyes that can distinguish the real from the fake. She tightly grips her sword, believing this is the most suitable power for a hero to destroy evil. Hearing this, she finds it quite amusing and shrugs. Is that so? Quite a reasonable explanation. System, Serena's favorability +5. Asa is suddenly taken aback by her reaction. Serena's favorability increased. Serena is still alive. With her quick wits, Asa realizes that since Serena can hear this conversation, she must be nearby. She begins to analyze and reason. Serena's hearing is as sharp as a beast's. That means she could be in the 3 rooms ahead or behind. Then Asa enters a state of high concentration. The probability is 50-50. Let's make a guess. She then questions her. You were quite successful in impersonating Sister Serena. How did you get into the steam room? Yulia already blocked the path. Hearing this, Serena sees that Asa is indeed not bluffing. Wow, so you really can tell the difference between real and fake. Indeed, with her sharp mind, she finds the answer with just a few questions. The steam room is the correct answer. However, Serena remains calm and unbothered. But knowing the truth changes nothing, does it? I am one of the 4 subordinates of the Demon King, those who rule the mana of the earth. A notification box displays 2 options for Asa. System option 1. I've heard enough information, time to attack. System option 2. Listen a bit more. Hot-tempered, she immediately rushes to engage Serena in combat. But before she can even touch a single hair, Asa is blocked by Serena's attack. Due to the commotion unfolding inside, the wheels of the train now show signs of derailing. The next second, an unexpected accident occurs as the train completely derails from the tracks. Since she hasn't rested long enough to recover, Asa's energy is affected. The shockwave just now slightly reduced her HP. At this moment, Eris has also reveals her true form after playing cat and mouse for a while. Now that is too rude. Isn't a hero supposed to politely listen to the villain's dialogue? Seriously, not polite at all. After making a very flashy entrance, she turns to blame Asa. Asa can only sigh in frustration. Who cares? Seeing herself ignored, Eris gets annoyed. So annoying! Her hand summon 2 energy spheres. Fine, I will show you how terrifying I am. Standing before this formidable opponent, the notification window warns Asa. System, warning, you are being exposed to a massive amount of demonic energy. In the nick of time, Michael and Yulia arrive to back her up. Asa, Anastasia, but Asa feels their presence is unnecessary right now. Not now. Thinking she intends to run, Eris fires 2 sharp weapons to block her. Where do you think you're going? While sandwiched in this tight spot, the notification window offers Asa 2 choices. Push them aside and take the hit, or focus on attacking Eris. Asa charges forward like a god, and then only splatters of blood splash into the air. Yulia stands frozen, staring at the scene ahead with wide eyes and a stammering mouth. Seeing her impaled by a wooden stake, he quickly screams out loud and runs over. Asa! Yulia quickly kneels down beside her weakening body. Asa! Yulia is fully aware of the critical situation, so he cannot just stand by and watch. No, I cannot lose her again. He places his hand to block the blood flowing from the wound and resolves to do something. Michael cannot understand what Yulia is doing at this moment and steps in to stop him. Grand Duke, have you lost your mind? Letting your mana release like that will hurt Asa. He treats his words like water off a duck's back and continues to channel mana into her. Suddenly, Yulia realizes, that's right, Asa is different now, if his ability is exposed. His face darkens, turning cold as ice, not daring to imagine the consequences. Although Asa has been beaten to a pulp, she still struggles to speak. Yulia, hold this for a bit. He quickly embraces her. Asa, don't say anything more. Up to this very moment, what Asa cares about is still Serena's safety. Sister Serena is in the steam chamber, to put Asa at ease. Yulia promises immediately, I understand. Then he steps forward, deciding to go all out against Eris. He holds his sword in his hand, getting into position, ready to face her alongside Michael beside him. But looking at the numerical disparity, she is extremely displeased. Hey, 3 against 1? That's so unfair. Seeing Eris is too naive, Michael enlightens her. Don't you know, this is considered a great way to unite against a demon. Don't tell me a mighty demon like you is afraid of a few humans attacking at once. Seeing Michael taunting her like that, Eris is furious. What did you say? Pointing her finger directly at his face like a raging lunatic, she yells, I will make you regret saying those words. Michael once again looks down on her. How hilarious, it's always those who are about to die who say things like that. I've tolerated you for too long. Eris can no longer tolerate it. Action. Damn it! A highly dangerous stone wall-like structure appears in front of them. However, even that is not enough to make him flinch. From Yulia's sword, a beam of blue light slashes out, charging straight at Eris. They try their best to destroy her together. Only the holy sword held by the hero can defeat this high-ranking demon. We must hold out until Asa gets here. Yulia replies with a cold face. I am aware. A heavy impact on the door causes a huge explosion in the area. A notification pops up. System alert, HP is at critical levels. Asa looks at Serena's collapsed body on the floor, calling out anxiously, Sister Serena. Swiftly, she charges toward her, using her sword to cut the ropes bound around Serena. The ropes are sliced and scattered in the wind. At the same time, she weakly opens her eyes and calls, Asa. Asa asks, Are you feeling better, sister? Serena holds her head and replies, It seems so. Asa reports the situation. His Highness and Duke Yulia are fighting a demon right now, so Sister Serena, she leans close to Serena's ear and whispers. Suddenly she replies, It won't be difficult, but Asa, is your stomach injury getting worse? She reassures her, I'm fine, Sister Serena. Serena doesn't believe her and replies, There is no way you are fine. Asa immediately steers back to the main topic and reminds her, We must defeat that demon as quickly as possible, and that is also the most important part of our mission. Sister Serena. It is you and me. Seeing her determined attitude, Serena freezes. Finally, her gaze sharpens, showing great determination. Serena reaches out and grasps Asa's hand. However, she is still worried about Serena's health. Will moving this fast be difficult for you? She replies, Not at all. All right, let's hurry. Back in the other space, Michael is fighting hard against Eris. She has an arrogant attitude, as if victory is already in her hands. Suddenly, a loud sound hits the wall where the fight is taking place. Yulia unleashes a sudden strike, but it seems to have little effect, causing him to curse inwardly. Damn it, the space is too narrow, and with the crowd in the next carriage we cannot fight with our full strength. Eris excitedly prepares a lethal blow. She laughs out loud, kee-hee-hee, not satisfying at all. Even the famous ones are nothing special. From afar, a loud shout echoes as an attack slams directly into her body. Eris, she screams in pain. What is that? An attack flies in at lightning speed. Serena and Asa have arrived. On the opposite side, Eris tries to block the attack. Her face freezes. It hurts so much. Eris sits slumped on the floor in misery. Asa seizes the opportunity. Now is the time, Your Highness. Sister Serena, break the wall. Let's combine our strength for the final blow. The four of them charge forward in unison. In Asa's mind, she thinks, Eris is highly vulnerable. She has just been attacked in her brain, a demon's critical weak point, and the massive shock of breaking the barrier she was guarding on the train has drained her energy. She won't be able to move for. While Yulia asks worriedly, Asa, what about your wound? She reassures him, it's fine. Returning to a few minutes before she laid out the plan, Asa told him, more importantly, Lord Duke, you still have a few things you need to do. Blood drips drop by drop onto the ground. Eris holds her head, struggling to stand up. You fools, how dare you interfere with my plan? I will make you regret this. Asa gently speaks up. I don't think so. It would probably be wiser to worry about yourself first. Serena's eyes sharpen, her hand gripping the gun tightly as she points the muzzle straight at the target. Serena reminds, it's over. She pulls the trigger and fires. Eris's eyes widen in shock. Taking the hit head-on, she growls. Arg! Asa's commanding voice rings out, Lord Duke. Yulia receives the order and unlocks the Mana seal. A protective barrier blocks the impact from affecting the other carriages. The terrifying power triggers a massive explosion. Michael sighs in relief. Swish, the feet of Eris stumble in the fire. She utters fragmented words. It hurts. It hurts so much. I hate you all. Finally, it is time for Asa to take the stage. She plunges her sword straight through her body. The system reports, System, you have defeated Eris, the Earth's demon. From now on, magic on Earth will no longer be usable. Several sealed abilities have been released. The sun rises high and the light returns. Serena is still in disbelief. Did we just defeat a high-ranking demon? Asa confirms. Yes, Eris is dead. The death of a high-ranking demon will lead to the death of all the subordinates it created. We have saved thousands, even millions of lives from being slaughtered by them. Seeing Asa safe, Yulia is deeply moved and cannot help but call out her name, Asa. Suddenly, his face freezes. On the opposite side, Asa slowly collapses. Serena catches her, crying out in panic, Asa. She softly murmurs, I think I need to rest for a bit. Yulia reminds, we need to get to Lenka as soon as possible. Michael stands in the sunlight, advising, it will take about an hour if we keep running without stopping. Without another word, Asa is placed gently on Yulia's back. He says, Tower Master, we will head out first. Right. As they take their first steps, a sudden cheer draws their attention. Everyone in the train carriage is overjoyed. We're alive. Are we really alive? Oh my God. Both Yulia and Michael are stunned by the beautiful sight. Serena thinks to herself, you always live for others instead of yourself. That wound must have been sustained while protecting the Duke and the First Prince. Anastasia, you are truly an extraordinary person. After a while, she speaks up. Asa. She always exceeds my imagination. Isn't that right, Lord Duke? Yulia affirms firmly, undoubtedly so. With that, he and Michael dash straight ahead, gradually disappearing into the distance. Serena smiles contentedly at her current life. Back in reality, Irina logs out of the game capsule, panting. Huff, she feels this game is quite touching, doesn't she? But reality remains a complete mess. In some room, a creaking sound occasionally echoes. The programmer for Area Security, responsible for protecting the virtual world. That is my mission until the day I die. Gears rub against each other, creating a crackling sound as sparks fly. If I resign, my death certificate will arrive the moment I do. A man in a white coat immediately removes the sparking gear. No matter how expensive or unique that part is, when it breaks, you just replace it. That is the immutable rule of this modern society. A rule that no individual can change or should ever even try to change. I cannot interfere with anything. In Irina's room, she is squatting on her computer chair. Plang reminds, Master, sit up straight. You don't exercise often anyway. Irina's hands suddenly stop. She rubs her chin thoughtfully, staring at the screen, and says without turning her head, Plang, please let me be lazy for a bit. Just for today. I've just had a very intense battle, and now I still have to work. Here, in response, Plang gives her a squinting and threatening look. Irina immediately concedes defeat. Fine, fine, I'll sit properly. So go play outside, I'll call you if I need you. Plang mutters, you plan to play games as soon as I leave, right? I know exactly what you're thinking. Despite saying that, it turns around and flies out. Irina exhales in relief. Phew. Right at that moment, a notification pops up on the screen. System, you have 2 private messages. Irina says in frustration. What in the world? She opens the messages. The first one's subject reads, Hello, Miss Anastasia from Racin Derder. Currently, Racin Derder is inaccessible due to some reasons. Our headquarters is still investigating this matter, and we are working hard to restore access as quickly as possible. Racin Derder is inaccessible due to some reasons. Our headquarters is still investigating this matter. We will restore access as quickly as possible. Irina is surprised. Inaccessible? I was just playing a few hours ago. She opens the second message. The subject reads, Inquiry regarding rewards for clearing all endings. Can you clarify what the rewards consist of? Looking at the line, can you clarify what the rewards consist of? Irina rests her chin on her hand, deep in thought. I could find out myself by playing, but first I need to confirm. Let's check the other emails. First, when Irina opens her email, a strange message catches her attention. Sender, Dr. Egan. Recipient, UN Smil, Rilzai 30 Wednesday 2:00 p.m. to transmit 9:10. MCMP4. She wonders, Dr. Egan? Then she mutters that she has never heard this name before. She moves her cursor to the play icon. A series of static sounds crackles, and the screen turns into a patch of blue and black stripes. After a high-pitched beep, the video becomes clear. It is a man in a white coat surrounded by a group of elite soldiers. The footage on the screen shifts to a shelf upon which are advanced equipment and highly modern firearms. Irina leans back in her chair, questioning in her heart, is this how they advertise VR games nowadays? Just as her thought ends, the man in the video raises a sign. The content on it is not very clear. As soon as the camera focuses, the words become sharp. This footage is being filmed in the real world. Irina snaps to her feet. What? She thinks. If this footage is real, are they planning treason? I must report this video before I am accused of aiding and abetting. Just as the thought ends, a voice comes from the video. Irina, I know you are about to die. Irina's hand freezes in midair. The voice continues, there are many people who are in the same situation as you and me. I will wait for you at the cafe this Saturday at 3:00 p.m. Irina mutters blankly, I should report this video. But she finds it hard to believe. Are there really many people like me? In what way? Like a defective product? She clenches her fist. Or someone who realized the inequality of this. System too late, her thoughts come to an end, and Irina quickly types on her keyboard. She drafts a message to send with the subject, sure, let's meet up once. But this Saturday at 3:00 p.m. I am on a mission, so let's meet at 1:00 p.m. on Sunday. The other side also quickly replies with the subject, all right, see you on Sunday afternoon. At Brittany Cafe. After reading it, Irina whispers to herself, all right, I will meet them and find out more. She stands up and looks toward the login capsule. Next, she picks up her glasses, thinking to herself that she definitely played the game not long ago. Let's try logging in again. System, Irina identity verified, 85%, 100%, logging into Racin Derder. After Irina's consciousness transfers, Assas snaps her eyes open. The familiar ceiling surprises and confuses her. What's going on? Is it still connected? A game window pops up. System, Chapter 6, A Ray of Hope. Assad grows even more puzzled. A completely new chapter. What is happening? Just then, a sob rings out. Lady Anastasia, you are awake. Assad sits up and mutters, I'm getting used to this. Mute is startled and quickly asks, what are you saying? Seizing the moment, Assad immediately takes several screenshots and saves them to her device. After taking them, she thinks this kid Mute is terrifying. I took screenshots without even realizing it. Seeing that she does not answer, Mute changes the subject. Lady Anastasia, I heard. Word that you defeated Heiress of Earth. He asks caringly, are you really okay? Assad replies, I can endure it. After a moment of hesitation, Mute reaches into his coat, pulls out a potion vial, and hands it to her. He continues, this is a painkiller. It's made from ingredients that aren't very good for the body, so I don't want to prescribe this unless absolutely necessary. Assad asks, what is it made of? Mute hesitates and says, a highly potent paralyzing poison. It is a poison that can block all sensations, including pain. Using it once only causes minor side effects, but if you use it multiple times, you might die. After explaining its effects and side effects, Mute holds out the vial again. So I am only giving you one dose, and this single bottle can be used several times. Asa takes the vial. I don't actually need painkillers, but she says softly, thank you, sir. A dialogue box pops up. System, favorability points +2. A knock-knock sounds at the door, followed by a voice. Sir, Prince Michael and Grand Duke Yulia have arrived. Mute stands up and says, I must leave immediately. Asa nods, yes, take care. After Mute leaves, Asa closes her eyes. Player Irina, no hero Anastasia, I am currently in a highly challenging and interesting situation. Before her now are Yulia and Michael, but unlike usual, they look extremely furious. Yulia asks, what on earth were you thinking? Michael chimes in, exactly. Why did you jump into the attack twice? Are you insane, or do you want to die? A selection panel pops up. 1. As long as everyone is safe, I have no regrets. 2. Yes, maybe I am crazy. Asa thinks to herself, the second one is tempting. But she smiles and says, as long as everyone is safe, I have no regrets. Besides, aren't we still here together? Michael presses his hand to his forehead and sighs. Ah. He thinks ruefully, ever since she risked her life to save me, I joined the party to repay her, and now she does it once again. Michael unconsciously clenches his fists before their gloomy expressions. Asa smiles awkwardly and thinks, did I make the wrong choice, guys? Why did the atmosphere turn like this? While she does not know what to do, the room door suddenly bursts open. Serena runs in toward Asa. She tightly hugs Asa and calls her name, Asa. Asa asks in confusion, sister, what's wrong? Serena grips her shoulders and says, I have a way to end your illness. Asa asks blankly, what? Yulia is surprised, is that true? Michael hurriedly asks, what is it? Medicine or the divine power of the holy sword? Serena says with a serious look, it's not that simple. Yulia does not give up, but there is still a way. What is it? Serena does not answer. The one who replies is Mute. We received message from the holy temple in the capital, Sion. Not long ago, Mute held a piece of paper in his hand and asked in disbelief, is this true, Emma? The priestess Emma replied, yes, after Eris was destroyed all currently existing earth mages lost their mana. Just as Mute says, it means when earth demons are destroyed, earth magic in this world also disappears. To everyone's surprise, Mute continues. In other words, the high-ranking demons themselves are magic. Yulia says in a low voice, the illness Asa is suffering from will not progress without mana. Michael adds, if we kill all the high-ranking demons, the problem will be resolved. As the words fall, silence blankets the room. Everyone knows that this is no simple task. In front of Asa, a selection panel appears. 1. Sounds difficult. 2. What? It's no big deal. Right after, Asa says, it sounds difficult, but it's worth a try. No, we have to do it while everyone's attention is focused on you. Asa continues, regardless of my illness, this is still something I must do. We can do it, right? As soon as she finishes speaking, dialogue boxes pop up above Yulia and Michael's heads. System, favorability points +10. System, favorability points +1. Yulia says, of course. Michael exhales. That goes without saying, doesn't it? I joined your party with that intention from the very beginning. Above Mute and Serena's heads, dialogue boxes also notify. System, favorability points +7. System, favorability points +5. Serena smiles and says, I promise to devote my all. Irina thinks to herself, perfect. This is a total jackpot. Michael, even in this situation, you are still so stingy. Asa thinks to herself, as the ranks of the high-ranking demons increase, the gap in power becomes terrifying, yet we barely have enough strength to defeat Eris, the weakest of the Demon King's 4 generals. They probably have no idea how strong Lep, the rank one, actually is. A voice cuts off Asa's worries. Lady Anastasia, Mute says, I know you have a painful past, and so do I. That is why I empathize with you and understand you so well. You want to protect others' happiness because you lived the most unfortunate life. You sincerely hope that no one else has to experience such pain. So even if I am sad, I cannot stop you. He takes a few steps forward, Lady Anastasia, and kneels beside the bed. Mute says, I want to be by your side and take care of you for that reason. He asks if that is all right. A window pops up. System, party invite. Mute wishes to join your party. Do you accept? Yes/no. Asa smiles and replies, please look after me, sir. A notification box pops up. System, Mute has joined the party. Mute smiles brightly. Thank you, Anastasia. System, current party members 5-5. Congratulations, all party members have assembled. The goddess of light blesses the holy sword. The path ahead is filled with light. The holy sword will manifest its true power when directed at demons. System, user identity confirmed. Title acquired, Guardian of Humanity. Attack power increases when protecting humans. Title restrictions applied. From now on, if you attack humans with the Holy Sword, you will suffer the damage instead. Night falls. Inside Asaz's room, everyone has left. She is checking the user interface. Looking at the notification, she is puzzled. Guardian of Humanity. This is the first time I have received a different title after 99 playthroughs. Looking at the notification, from now on, if you attack humans with the Holy Sword, you will suffer the damage instead. Asaz thinks to herself that since the story does not involve attacking humans, it will probably be fine. More importantly, with the observation feature now unlocked, there is a high chance that new behind-the-scenes stories will appear on the active observation feature panel. Which is ready. Asaz reaches out her hand to select and use it. The feature activates. Asaz smiles. I look forward to it. A dialog box appears. System, focus, point of view on Michael. The image on the screen shifts outdoors. Michael slowly walks in the courtyard when a voice suddenly calls out, "Are you taking a night walk?" Michael turns around, sees Serena and says, "Tower Master." Serena asks, "What are you thinking about to look so surprised?" Michael replies, "I was thinking about your mages." Serena is puzzled. "Why?" Michael says, "They lose their mana every time we kill a high-ranking demon. Won't that cause unnecessary obstacles, no matter who they are?" Anyway, Serena clenches her fists and says with a hint of anger, "If you think that the mages will oppose the eradication of high-ranking demons, that will be a great insult to them," Michael says. That is, before he can finish, he is interrupted by Serena's cold voice. "The mages of the tower enter with nothing but hatred for monsters and demons. Of course, there are some who are overly ambitious, but their goal remains unchanged, the eradication of all demons and the Demon King." Serena extends her hand forward. Orange mana bursts like a flame. She continues, "They refine their magic to protect people. However, if somehow a mage sinks into boundless greed, then I will personally kill that person." After suppressing her mana, Serena returns to her harmless smile. "So there is no need for you to worry," Michael says, sweating. "Yes, that puts me at ease." A realizes, "So that is why the mages did not hinder me in my 99 playthroughs. I thought it was just a perk for mage players. A group of righteous people gathering to eliminate demons, the struggle of the weak against the strong." Asaz sighs in admiration that they are merely fictional characters who do not even appear, but are still very impressive. "I wish I had that kind of courage in reality." A game window pops up. System, Chapter 5, The City of Missing Girls at Count Rossblue's estate. In a room, Serena caresses the locks of Asaz's hair. "How do you like it? Short hair really suits you, doesn't it?" Asaz does not reply. She is thinking that normally Chapter 5 should appear right after the end of the Royal Palace arc, but it is only releasing now. At this moment, Yulia's group also walks over. Yulia fawns over Asaz. "You look great." Serena praises, "I did not know your highness had such a skill." Michael, who cut Asaz's hair, says proudly, "HMPH, I do all of Veen's hairstyles. This is a piece of cake." Sa whispers, "It seems they really like it." Yulia says, "But since the criminals target young and beautiful girls, we disguised you as a boy for safety. This is somewhat contrary to our original purpose. Perhaps I should disguise myself as a woman instead." Yulia's shocking declaration is controversial by its very nature. Everyone objects. Asaz is bored. Oh, Serena pokes her own eyes. Michael's face darkens as he says, "It's late and I don't want to see that. What kind of nonsense is this?" Mute covers his face and whispers, "How horrifying." Just then, the door of the room suddenly bursts open. Count Rossblue runs in, his face covered in tears. "Prophesied hero, please save my son." After a moment of silence, everyone lets out a questioning gasp. "Son," Yulia leads the questioning, asking, "Wait, Lord Count, what do you mean? We were told that the young lady was missing." Count Rossblue covers his face and says, "My Yuri has disappeared." Asaz narrows her eyes and thinks, "Usually the young lady is always the one who gets kidnapped in this chapter." The Count's butler steps forward and says softly, "Master, the hero's party has had a very long journey." The Count immediately stops crying. "Oh dear, I have been rude." He bows his head and says, "I am truly grateful for everyone's offer to help. I will have a meal prepared immediately. We can discuss this in more detail later." After a while, the party is led to another room, sitting at a banquet table. Yulia brings a plate of food over. "Asaz, please eat some." A selection panel pops up. 1, accept happily. 2, gently refuse. Asaz accepts the plate of food and says, "Thank you, Yulia." A dialogue box immediately appears above Yulia's head. System, favorability +5. Michael makes an annoyed face. System, favorability -5. He turns to Yulia and says, Asa might not know, but surely the Grand Duke knows table manners. Yulia replies nonchalantly, Asa is currently a patient, right? Eating more will help her recover faster. Michael questions, if that is the case, why not eat more food? Yulia hesitates. Well, he blushes and continues, that is also partly due to my personal intention. Michael immediately loses his composure. What? On Earth, ignore those two. Serena wipes Asa's mouth with a handkerchief. Slow down, Asa. Seeing this, Michael asks in confusion, how can she be so nonchalant? Yulia replies, even if we say it directly to Asa, she wouldn't understand. Chewing her food, Asa thinks, I can hear everything, you weirdos. I'm just trying to act like an innocent heroine. Pretending not to know is also a skill. After the meal ends, Count Rossblue enters once again. Did everyone find the meal? To your liking, Asa replies. Yes, thank you, Lord Count. Serena says, now we would like to hear the whole story. What exactly happened? Count Rossblue lowers his voice and says, the thing is, my daughter who disappeared just returned home the day before yesterday. Serena asks in doubt, she has returned. Stroking her chin, Asa raises her head and asks, so where is she now? After a few minutes, the Count leads the party to the front of a room. This way, please. The door opens, and Asa takes the lead in entering. In the room, Count Rossblue's daughter, Tatiana, is sitting on a large bed. Coming closer to inspect, Tatiana's expression looks like someone who has lost her soul without even a shred of expression. Serena says, this is the first time a noble is a victim. Everyone who returns after a period of disappearance has lost their mind. Saying that, she waves her hand in front of Tatiana's face. Next, she concludes there is no response at all. Yes, she is just like a doll. Hearing the conclusion, Asa thinks to herself, it's clear. Right, she must have been a victim of Pan, the wind demon. That demon is a piece of trash who satisfies himself by invading other people's minds. Count Rossblue says with teary eyes, 2 weeks ago she vanished right before my eyes. Then she suddenly reappeared 2 days ago, and ever since then she has been in this state. Michael asks in surprise, she vanished right before your eyes? The Count nods, yes, and now my son Yuri has also vanished. Asa thinks with some worry, Pan has already toyed with almost all the beauties in the city. Because they arrived late and threw the chapter's storyline into disarray, he has shifted his interest to handsome guys. She kneels in front of Tatiana, saying apologetically, please forgive us for arriving late, m'lady. Asa thinks to herself that at this moment, Tatiana rarely reacts to any external stimuli, but Tatiana and Yuri are twins and have been inseparable since birth. If Yuri returns, Yana might also recover. Holding Tatiana's hand, Asa says firmly, I will definitely rescue young Master Yuri, not just his body, but his mind as well. Looking at the hands of Tatiana, Asa bows her head slightly. Down, so please, she says gently, hold on a little longer. Internally, Asa silently adds, I will bring you hope. A notification appears, system, player's charm has increased significantly. Count Rossblue emotionally wipes away his tears. Serena smiles without saying a word. The identical reactions from Yulia, Mute, and Michael make Irina think smugly that was pretty cool just now, even if I do say so myself. Michael claps his hands and says, all right, let's go find the demon's hiding place. It must be around here somewhere, Yulia says. We also need to think of a way to deal with these sudden disappearances. Asa says thoughtfully, if Serena and I disappear, we can locate the hiding place immediately. She looks up, suddenly saying in surprise, oh, Serena shouts in panic, Asa. Yulia rushes over, Asa. The scene abruptly turns black. In this strange, dark space, Asa asks in confusion, where is this? In the darkness, a voice rings out and a pair of hands reaches out. Oh my, I never thought such a cute little girl would walk into my territory on her own. An information panel pops up. System, Pan, Demon King of the Wind Tribe. Pan asks deviously, my beauty, what is your name? Asa breaks into a cold sweat, thinking she didn't expect to get captured so quickly. Why? Is it only me? Her eyes narrow as her inner thoughts continue. Just as expected of a hot piece of trash, today is another day with nothing else to look at. Just looking at him makes people immediately think this is an adults-only game. He is the main villain of this chapter and also one of the 4 retainers of the Demon King, Pan, the ruler of wind. He's a terrible guy who only targets beautiful girls, controlling their minds and making them lose consciousness forever. Asa slaps Pan's hand away. Where are the people you took? Pan doesn't bother to answer. He reaches out again to stroke her face with its cute pink hair and red eyes. His gaze freezes. No, that's not right. There's something here. Pan reaches out to remove Asa's contact lenses. His sharp claws hurt Asa. She closes her eyes. Ugh! Drops of blood drip from her eye. Seeing her pupils, Pan exclaims, cross-shaped pupils. It's been a long time since I last saw them. He smiles and says, I really want to keep you, you know. Asa grits her teeth and says angrily, get away from me. Pan smiles, and without a word, he moves his hand to hers. A cracked sound rings out, followed by a shattering noise. Asa's right arm hangs limply. Pan nods, even more intrigued. Oh, I broke your shoulder, but you're holding up pretty well, aren't you? Most boys would be crying like babies right now. Asa says, yes, it doesn't hurt. Pan praises with a smile, impressive. I'll acknowledge that, handsome kid, Asa silently summons the holy sword, thinking to herself. Of course it doesn't hurt. She swings her sword, and a flash of light grazes Pan's face. She continues to think, after all, I've already turned off my pain perception. Next, Asa stomps her foot hard and leaps into the air, her pink hair fluttering. She swings her sword fiercely with her left hand, the curving blade flying straight at Pan. He tilts his head to dodge, but the blade still leaves a trail of blood on his face. In an instant, his expression turns gloomy. I see. Now I understand why there's pink hair and that unsettling sword. Pan asserts, you are that hero, aren't you? Panel notifications pop up one after another. System warning, due to injury, your HP is steadily decreasing. Your movement has been restricted. Injury, right. Shoulder, Asa is slightly surprised. Losing half my HP just because of a broken shoulder. If I get hit again, I might asterisk. Actually die. I have to buy time until my party finds me, seeing her unyielding attitude. Pan smirks. Immediately after, he vanishes from Asa's sight. Her eyes widen as she thinks, where did he go? A dark shadow flashes past, and Pan's hand reaches out from behind. Did you really kill Eris? Being restrained so quickly surprises Asa. Her eyes narrow as she curses inwardly. Damn it, I shouldn't have. Pan strokes her face, whispering, when I heard that the hero had killed her, I was looking forward to meeting you. He begins to channel his magic, asking curiously, what will the faces of your companions look like if something happens to their hero? Asa grits her teeth and groans, ugh. A red game notification appears. System warning, Pan's magic is invading your mind. A notification window flashes. System warning, error detected. Error detected. Protect the player, a forced logout. Be executed. Irina's consciousness is forcibly ejected. Looking at the locked interface in front of her, she says in confusion, what is this? Wasn't that attack only meant to control the characters? Form, a thought flashes in Irina's mind, making her speculate. If the notification says I've been forced to log out for protection, does that mean Pan's attack is actually considered capable of affecting my real mind? Thinking of this, she looks up. I hope there won't be any problems until I can log back in. Back in Tatiana's room, Michael says in disbelief. Asa just vanished, he asks. What the hell is going on? Yulia looks at his hands, a feeling of helplessness flooding his mind once again. In his anger, he unconsciously releases a burst of mana right before his eyes. Just like that, under the influence of Yulia's mana, Count Rossblue panics to the point of losing his composure. Collapsing, he falls to his knees. Ugh! Seeing Yulia stepping toward the Count, Michael quickly advises, calm down, Grand Duke. Your magic is getting out of control. Serena says, we need to leave here immediately. As the group leaves the room and enters the hallway, Yulia staggers, leaning against a pillar and panting. Serena says, calm down, Grand Duke. Being tense right now won't help anyone. Agreeing, Michael adds, that's right, you know what happens when Lady Anastasia is exposed to magic like this. Yulia closes his eyes, trying to calm down and says, Asa, I need to find her. Serena says, this is not good at all. I will try to track Asa's trail. Saying this, she takes a deep breath. Her eyes turning blue, after activating the ability of the Neon Tribe and seeing the mana trail, Serena says, there is a powerful stream of magic flowing in two directions. We need to find where those magic streams converge. Yulia staggers forward. We will split up from here. His words surprise Serena. What? Yulia explains. I can sense the mana, so I will go alone. Saying that, he immediately dashes off in one direction, leaving the group behind as they call out in a hurry, Grand Duke, wait. Yulia speeds down the hallway, following the magic trail around a corner. Only then does he stop and look up. Yulia thinks with certainty it's here. He reaches out and grabs the hilt of the sword behind his back. With a asterisk swish asterisk sound, Yulia draws his greatsword. As mana flows through the sword, he thinks to himself, there is no time to wait for the others. Yulia swings his sword, sending a blue blade aura flying straight out. After a loud explosion, the ceiling is blasted open, leaving a gaping hole. Yulia looks into the distorted space above, certain that Asa is there. He stomps his foot and leaps into that space, praying silently, "Please stay safe, Asa." Meanwhile, in that dark, distorted space, Asa opens her eyes. She is sitting on a sofa, a deep red bloodstain on her chest, her eyes lifeless-like. A doll. After the slash, Yulia steps into a gloomy space and frowns, looking around. "I've managed to enter the barrier dimension." He touches the wall, feeling the magic power, and continues. "This place is terrible," he thinks anxiously. This place contains so much magic that tracking the flow of the mana source is almost impossible. Yulia looks toward the door not far away. "In that case, I have no choice but to find it myself." With a boom, the door is sliced open by his sword. After stepping inside, Yulia thinks again. It seems this space is modeled after the Rossblue estate. Then he shouts loudly, "Asa, where are you? If you can hear me, make some noise." As soon as his voice fades in front of him, the sound of footsteps suddenly rings out. A horde of monsters quickly appears before him. They let out a roar as if warning him, seeing them guarding the red door in the distance. Yulia thinks, over there. He grips his greatsword tightly and says in a low voice, "Get out of my way, you pests." As soon as the words leave his mouth, a blade aura is unleashed. The horde of monsters doesn't even have time to shriek before their lives are taken by the blade aura. Yulia calmly walks past the heap of corpses, raises his foot, and delivers a kick. The door is kicked open, falling into a deep, bottomless abyss. Soon the door stops in a dark hallway. Seeing this, Yulia frowns, so he won't give her up easily. Without hesitation, he leaps down. After landing, Yulia calls out loudly for Asa once more. As soon as the words leave his mouth, he suddenly freezes. Standing right in front of him is Asa, sitting on the sofa, a mottled bloodstain on her chest. And behind her is the phantom image of hands manipulating a puppet. Her face is blank, her lifeless eyes showing no signs of vitality. Yulia grips the sword hilt tightly, blaming himself. Why am I always too late?" he stammers. "Her name, Asa." At the same time, a voice rings out. "Yes, that is exactly the kind of expression I wanted to see. Did you come to save your hero? I've played with her enough, so she's a bit broken now, but if you leave quickly, at least you can save her life." "You know how to leave this place, don't you?" Pan reaches down toward the bloodstain on Asa's chest. "The barrier core is right here. I placed it right in front of her heart." As soon as he finishes speaking, Yulia loses his composure and charges forward. His eyes are cold, filled with murderous intent, and mana surges out of his body. A blade aura is unleashed. Pan immediately abandons Asa and quickly retreats. Yulia sees this and immediately changes direction to pursue him closely. Seeing the blade coming, Pan also swings his arm to strike back. While the two are locked in a life-or-death battle, Asa regains consciousness. She thinks to herself, "So this is what happened while I was logged out. The magic inside this barrier dimension is so intense that just breathing is enough to deplete my HP." Thank God Yulia arrived in time. If he were a little later, it would have been game over. At least now I know where the barrier core is. This will make things much easier. In this game, damage is the same regardless of which part is injured, even if it's the heart. Thinking this, Asa stabs her own chest with her sword. A system window pops up. "System warning, HP has fallen to critical red zone. Please be careful to avoid death." But Asa not only does not stop, but she also uses more strength. The blade quickly shatters the magic stone inside her chest. A bright golden light immediately bursts forth, drawing Yulia's attention. He calls out in shock, "Asa!" Pan says in surprise, "You have escaped the brainwashing? How boring. Well, I'll see you next time." After he disappears, a notification pops up before Asa's eyes. "System, player has successfully destroyed the barrier core, teleporting back to reality. Combat mode has ended." At the same time, Yulia rushes in from outside the room, calling out loudly for Asa. She covers her mouth, coughing up a mouthful of blood as another window pops up. "System warning, HP is depleted." At this moment, Yulia has run over. He calls out anxiously, "Asa, Asa." She struggles to open her eyes and calls. Yulia, hearing her voice, a tear suddenly falls. Yulia asks between sobs, "Why? Just why did you do something so reckless?" As soon as he finishes speaking, a choice window pops up. System. 1. Because it was the most rational method. 2. I thought you were about to die. 3. We need to quickly save everyone. Asa selects option 3. We need to save the people imprisoned here as quickly as possible. I thought that because you are so kind you would never lay a hand on me. I'm sorry, it was the only way. Yulia quickly stops her. I understand, so please don't say another word. Asa, please, she stammers in response, but I'm glad you are safe. Yulia, I'm so tired. Yulia quickly grabs her hand, saying in a firm voice, I will definitely question you about this later, definitely. In a place invisible to him, a notification window pops up. System, Yulia's favorability points plus 20. At the same time, Irina has also been forced to log out. She smiles and says softly, another deeply satisfying playthrough. Today, in the game world, Yulia places Asa on the sofa, while the others surround them anxiously. Serena carries an unconscious young man on her shoulders, thinking to herself that it is indeed chaotic. The barrier dimension has completely vanished, and the young master has also returned safely. Still, she calls out, Pope, can you check Asa's condition? Mill turns around and says in a soft voice to prepare a stretcher and a bed for the hero to rest. Serena replies, understood. Mill turns to Yulia. Grand Duke, please step back a little. At this moment, Yulia is still like a person who has lost their soul. He clearly hears it, but does not react, his hand still tightly clutching Asa's hand, showing no sign of letting go. Michael grabs his shirt. Michael cannot restrain himself and shouts, are you going to stand there forever? We need to quickly move Asa away. After saying that, he pushes Yulia aside. Mute also quickly sits down and carefully examines Asa. Right. Then the butler of the Ross Blue family opens the door and runs in. What is going on, young master? Yuri asks as he sees him running over. Serena quickly says he is sleeping. Michael thoughtfully suggests telling the Count that Asa did not tell him the hero saved the Ross Blue heir. At the same time, too, notification panels pop up, announcing that an achievement is unlocked. System, achievement unlocked. You have demonstrated a noble sacrifice. A special ability has been unlocked. When HP drops to the red zone, all stats are tripled. In the real world, on an aerial highway, Irina sits in a private vehicle cabin. She looks out the window, thinking to herself, a new special ability. I am constantly troubled by being suppressed by mana, but this seems quite useful. It is worth looking forward to. Next time we meet, I will not let you off so easily. Walking quickly, Irina soon arrives at a cafe. The door opens, and she slowly steps inside. In the quiet space, Irina has a premonition. She looks up, thinking to herself, the security cameras are no longer working. Irina lets out a sigh, then thinks she should have stayed home and played the game instead. She recalls the forum meetup at Brittany Cafe on Sunday afternoon at 1:00 p.m., since at 3:00 p.m. on Saturday her friend has to do a quest. Even though she feels a bit distracted, she still thinks about going out to relax for an afternoon instead of gaming. While complaining internally, she climbs up the stairs. In the empty space, only one man sits waiting. Hearing footsteps, Eugen turns around, smiles friendly, and says, You actually came. It is a pleasure to meet you. Corina, Irina casually pulls out a chair and sits down. I am always someone who keeps promises. Eugen nods. As we discussed, you look quite, it seems you have recently cut your hair. Irina slightly frowns. My hair is always like this. Is it true what they say? I barely leave the house. Hearing this, Eugen says, I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. I also came from the same incubation factory as your doctor, Stefan. Irina secretly speculates that if he comes from the same incubation factory as Stefan, it means he is either a doctor or a biomedical researcher. Without waiting for her to speak, Eugen continues, he often worries about you, saying you do not listen to him. Irina narrows her eyes and says, it sounds like my doctor is exaggerating. Interlocking her fingers, she asks in a low voice, so what do you want to say? Surely you did not call me out here just to talk about this? Eugen nods in praise. Well, not bad. Then I will get straight to the point. Corina, do you really think the system currently implemented in Zunj is right? It is as if they think they are gods, creating perfect children on demand, rejecting all forms of personal free will and forcing everyone to obey and live out a prearranged destiny. From birth, Irina raises her coffee cup, but that is the trade-off to prevent another. War, if the conflict continues, humanity might go extinct. Eugen does not object, but he asks, "Surely you often see the people in District E, so what is the meaning of maintaining a race that lives like machines?" Irina freezes, thinking to herself, "That is hard to refute, ever since receiving my terminal diagnosis, I have also had such thoughts." At that point she parts her lips. Before she can say anything, Eugen says, "What do you think? How about starting a revolution with me to bring this distorted society back to its original state?" Irina, as if unable to believe her ears, asks blankly, "What did you just say?" He smiles casually, "You heard me." Irina breaks into a cold sweat and asks, "Aren't you being too reckless? What makes you so confident that I won't report you?" Eugen opens his eyes and commends calmly, "You are indeed very straightforward. Corina, your value is extremely precious. Out of nearly 3 million people in Zunj, only 30 possess the special B1 plus privilege. Do you remember the video I sent? We have weapons and we have manpower. The only thing we cannot infiltrate is the heavily protected area. Area A is surrounded by powerful force fields and combat robots. But as the head of security for Area a genius hacker born with a B1 rank, you can bypass that security grid, right?" Irina closes her eyes and slowly regains her composure. "It sounds like this society is too vast, and building it is highly complex, far beyond the capacity of what a few people can change." Eugen gently shakes his head. "It is not just a few." He holds a cube in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding space transforms into a digital data space. After observing, Irina is startled and thinks, nearly 2 million people. No, even more want this system to change. Seeing her surprise, Eugen continues, "We have prepared for this revolution longer than you think. We are waiting for the right opportunity. The ones receiving the best treatment would normally not support overthrowing the system." Hearing this, Irina suddenly slams the table and stands up. She asks coldly, "So are you saying that I, as the head of security for Area A and one of the 0.1% with a genetic defect due to a factory error, am the person you are waiting for?" Eugen smiles and nods. "Exactly." Irina purses her lips in irritation. "Does my misfortune turn out to be your greatest stroke of luck?" She looks at her reflection in the coffee cup, thinking to herself, "I feel so confused. My thoughts are all jumbled. Should I feel angry at these people for trying to exploit my despair? No, actually, ever since I received my critical diagnosis, I have always been looking for ways to escape from reality. These people have prepared something I never dared to think of." After a moment of silence, Eugen raises his coffee cup, takes a sip, sets it down, and continues, "Even if you cooperate with us, your life will not be turned upside down at all. There are many people who need to relocate, so we still have a lot of things to prepare. Currently, all we need from you is..." Without waiting for him to finish, Irina completes his sentence. "The map of Area A complete with the layout of the security robots and traps." Eugen replies with a smile, "Haha, exactly. I don't even need to say anything more. Let's talk about another topic then. It might help you make your decision. I have had the opportunity to meet many people from Area A, and I also discovered something quite interesting. They do not age or die at all. This means I still do not know how it works, but I think there will be a way for people like us with genetic defects to survive. I have about 2 months left. I do not want to be discarded like this at all, and you feel the same way, don't you?" Irina remains silent. After a moment of contemplation, she sighs and says, "Yes, you are right. I will cooperate then." Eugen smiles brightly and says, "Excellent." Irina quickly adds, "But if things get messy, I will back out." He still casually replies, "Fine." After leaving the cafe, Irina returns home. She throws an empty medicine bottle into the trash can, sits heavily on the chair, rubs her forehead, and says, "A headache as soon as I get home. Today has indeed been a long day." Irina raises her head and thinks, "I am completely caught up in this now." At the same time, she calls Plang, "Can you get me some water?" It promptly replies, "Yes, master." A moment later, Plang brings a glass of water. As Irina reaches out to take it, she thinks, if I think about it logically, the rebellion is only like a slim possibility. Even if the rebellion succeeds and we obtain information about the immortality of the people in Area A, there is no guarantee that I, with my genetic defect, can be cured. Still, before I die, I want to do something meaningful. That night, Irina sits at her computer again. Plang is worried upon seeing this. Master, I think you should rest today. You just had a headache earlier, remember? Irina replies, I am fine. You immediately brought me painkillers, so I recovered quickly. I will finish this work and then go to sleep. Seeing that she cannot be persuaded, Plang yields. All right, but you must lie down and rest if you feel overexerted. Irina smiles and replies, sure, thank you, all right. Now when she opens the forum, a notification pops up. Greeting, Anastasia Racin-Derder. It thanks her for playing the game, but states that the reward for completing all endings actually does not exist and asks her to check if she entered the wrong name. Irina thinks in surprise, there is no reward for completing all endings. Maybe someone on the forum has received a reward like mine. After searching, she finds a discussion thread stating that all VR games are down due to connection errors from the support devices. Reading this, Irina cannot help but freeze. So it has been impossible to log back in since then, not just this game but all other games as well, Irina continues to look for posts and finds a question about what to do for entertainment when unable to access VR. A comment suggests that the network is malfunctioning due to someone in the lower districts, so game developers and programmers have been dispatched to fix it. Irina nods and says, oh, that sounds reasonable. Right after that, the comment on the forum is deleted by the administrator, causing surprise and discussion. Some think it sounds like a conspiracy theory, while others ask why they don't just focus on fixing the game's bugs. Irina curls her lips, censorship right in the comments section, so it really has been hacked. She stands up and walks toward the VR capsule, thinking to herself that she has a few rough ideas about what this hacking might be. But more importantly, she opens the door of the login capsule. After stepping inside, she wonders why she is the only one who can still access Racin-Derder. Why was she given a reward that even the developers do not know about? I need to find out. If there is nothing left to search for on the outside, then I will have to find the answer inside the game. Irina, identity. Login to Racin-Derder is confirmed. In a luxurious building, Asa, completely covered in bandages, slowly sits up. She suddenly feels her hand heavy, looks down, and sees it is Yulia. Asa remains quiet, raising her hand to gently brush away his hair. Yulia immediately opens his eyes and stammers Asa's name. She smiles and says, hello, Yulia. He freezes for a few seconds, unable to tell if he is dreaming or awake. After a moment, Yulia reaches out to touch her face. You are awake. I have been waiting for you. Held in his embrace, Asa secretly thinks, this comforting warmth. Reality is full of things I cannot trust. But here, everything feels so reliable. Whether it is death or rebellion, I can cast it all aside here, at least in front of Yulia. The two embrace in silence for a long time. Yulia suddenly says, I was so terrified. When I saw you fall, I was so afraid I would lose you again. Asa chuckles softly. You sound as if I've died once already. At that joke, Yulia suddenly falls silent. He calls Asa's name solemnly. She replies, yes. Yulia angrily reproaches her, asking why she did that. He advises her not to put herself in danger and says that there must be a limit to hurting yourself. I understand that you are a hero, and a hero has a duty to protect everyone, but you have gone too far this time. Asa bows her head and thinks to herself that, to her, characters are merely tools to complete the game. But to Yulia, her life might be more precious than his own. She used that to her advantage and will continue to do so, so she will not apologize. Then she speaks up. Yulia, as I said before, I have not changed my mind. That was my best choice. Yulia asks in a deep voice, why? Asa replies gently, I am sorry. If I were stronger, neither of us would have been hurt. A notification window pops up. System, favorability points +10. She thinks to herself that at this rate it will increase just by her breathing. Yulia embraces her once again. My Asa! Just then, the bedroom door suddenly swings open. Serena walks in and calls out, Grand Duke, how is Asa's condition? At this moment, the atmosphere in the room freezes. Serena's face darkens and her voice is ice cold. Grand Duke, what do you think you are doing? Mute also asks angrily. Do you want her to go through this again? Asa and Yulia break into a cold sweat simultaneously, thinking. Here we go again. After a while, the atmosphere in the room returns to normal. Mute sits down next to the bed, intently helping heal Asa. A notification window appears before her. System, HP recovering, recovery rate 70%. Asa thinks to herself that the final battle must have caused severe damage as her HP is still not fully restored. At this point, she suddenly remembers. Ah, by the way, Master Mute, is young Master Yuri safe? A notification panel appears. System, favorability points +1. Mute smiles wryly. She barely has any life left in her, yet she is still worrying about others. She truly is a genuine hero. Young Master Yuri is safe now, thanks to the quick action of the Tower Master. Asa continues to ask, what about his memories? Mute chuckles softly. Of course, both his memories and his body are perfectly fine. He wanted to see you but had to leave early to attend the royal banquet. He looked quite sad. Ah, the crown prince has also departed for the capital. It seems he is also very concerned, Serena interjects. Oh, it is clear he doesn't want to leave you behind in this place. Upon hearing that information, Asa bows her head in thought again. A royal banquet. It seems the storyline involving the second prince is about to begin in earnest. The current empress has chosen the first prince, Michael, as the successor. Andrian, the second prince, is actually the disguised demon king whose goal is to seize the throne and rule the world. Therefore, Michael must be a thorn in his side. Because Michael looks too much like him, he cannot tolerate that. When she is lost in these random thoughts, Mute suddenly says, all done. Asa also receives a notification that her HP is full. System, HP is fully restored. She thinks to herself, oh, it's done. She then smiles and says, thank you. His face flushes red as she calls his name, and he stammers, no, not at all, it's just my duty. Serena suddenly speaks up. It is time to return to the capital now. Asa nods. All right. Thus, the four of them slowly leave the Count's mansion. Asa thinks to herself the Count tried to give her a large sum of money to show his gratitude, but she refused. She hates getting involved in unnecessary burdens, and she wants to stay true to her noble hero persona. When she refused, the other members also refused to accept the reward. Just as she thinks of that, Serena suddenly tosses a pouch of money in her hand. Asa immediately adds, except for Serena. Under the scrutiny of Yulia and Mute, Serena casually asks, what's the matter? I never refuse money. Yulia sighs and says, I didn't say anything. She furrows her brows and replies, your eyes said everything. Yulia says a ruler must have a broad heart, but she claims she only has a heart as small as a mouse and has caught that mouse. Hearing that, Asa bursts out laughing. Mute suppresses a laugh, while Serena only raises an eyebrow at his words. Indeed, you always have an answer for everything. Before long, the four of them stop in front of the estate's gate. As the gate opens, someone rushes out from inside. It is Tatiana. She rests her hands on her knees, panting heavily for a few breaths, then hastily calls out, wait a moment, hero, please wait a moment. Asa calls out to Lady Tatiana in surprise. Tatiana runs over quickly but trips over a stone in her haste. She gasps in fright. Seeing this, Asa reaches out and quickly catches her, asking curiously, why are you here? Tatiana stammers, the thing is, I have something to give you. A hero, Asa thinks in surprise, something for me? Tatiana offers a handkerchief. I hope you will accept it. Asa stares blankly at the handkerchief. This is the first time Tatiana has given her a gift. At that moment, a notification panel suddenly pops up. System, Tatiana's gift. Accept deducts 10,000 G, decline. Seeing the two choices, she cannot help but feel annoyed. How stingy, charging for something like this? After thinking, Asa reaches out her hand. Thank you, lady. The moment she takes the handkerchief, Asa's vision suddenly darkens. She quickly covers her mouth and coughs up a mouthful of blood. Serena, Yulia, and Mute quickly rush over. Asa tries to open her eyes, thinking to herself, this is really starting to get serious. Serena hastily asks, what just happened? Asa frowns and thinks, damn it, who would have thought this handkerchief is saturated with mana? Before her eyes is a system window. System, Tatiana's embroidered handkerchief, a masterpiece crafted by the most beautiful woman on the continent, containing a source of mana. She thinks in irritation, The game company is shut down and I even have to pay out of my own pocket, yet this is what I get in return. My HP, my money. Yulia looks at the handkerchief fallen on the ground. This handkerchief contains a fairly strong amount of mana. Tatiana asks anxiously, is something wrong with the hero? Asa quickly raises her head and says, I am fine. You do not need to worry too much, lady. Seeing this, Serena bows her head and whispers, why must it be you? I wish it were someone else. Asa stares blankly at her, thinking to herself that Serena always hates when people place blame or responsibility onto others. She smiles gently and softly takes Serena's hand. It is fortunate that it is me. I am very good at enduring pain, you know. If it had fallen on someone else, they might have faced death, so do not say things like you wish it were someone else. 3 notification windows immediately pop up. System. Yulia's favorability points +5, system. Mute's favorability points +5, system. Serena's favorability points +2. As Asa stands up, Mute calls out, Hero, please wait a moment. He takes her hand and gently kisses it. At that moment, Asa also receives a notification panel. System, HP is recovering. She blushes slightly and thinks, it feels like being wrapped in a soft, warm blanket. Is it a bit embarrassing? Meanwhile, Yulia picks up the handkerchief. He inspects it, thinking, there is no malice or intent to harm in this. Magic, it doesn't seem like this handkerchief was intentionally designed to charm. At this thought, Yulia suddenly looks up and calls out, Lady Rossblue, please keep what happened today a secret. Tatiana asks in confusion, pardon? He explains, Asa has not fully recovered from her battle wounds. It will cause some trouble if anyone learns she is not in top condition. Hearing this, Tatiana says, the hero is my benefactor. I would never do anything to harm her. Yulia ponders for a moment. He closes his eyes, turns around, and adds, that is wonderful then. In his heart, he thinks she couldn't possibly harm Asa anyway. Who could possibly resist a beautiful and powerful hero? But there is something else that makes her even more special. Asa never uses her magic for personal gain. That is why everyone is unconsciously drawn to her. With these thoughts, he takes a step to follow the other 3, not long after. Inside the imperial palace, Asa appears on a stone path in the palace gardens. Before her is a window. System, Chapter 8, the slave market. She looks up thinking, is the starting point of this chapter the princess's palace? At the same time, she mutters, there's no one here. Where is everyone? Right then, another window pops up showing the banquet's participant list. System, Serena, Magic Tower, Yulia, Main Palace Hall, Michael, Prince's Palace. Mute, Temple Headquarters. Asa reviews this and thinks, everyone must be busy dealing with pending quests because we went straight to the Rossblue territory to handle the missing persons case right after resolving the heiress incident. This means there is a high chance of meeting a new character today. Now that I am here, it would be great to meet the princess. The moment her thought fades, an annoying voice suddenly rings out. Oh, what is a slave doing here? Asa frowns and turns around. Walking toward her from a distance is a young man who looks 80% like Michael. Andrian Greywoods, the second prince. He is a demon in human disguise and a hidden character. Although the dialogue choices that appear during conversations with him always play a crucial role in the story. Because he is classified as an enemy due to his demonic nature, his favorability points seem impossible to increase. This causes many players to fail his ending, mistakenly thinking he is a typical side character and leaving them blindsided later on. Asa clenches her fists. Out of everyone, she has run into him first. With that thought, she says, I am not a slave. Andrian nods. Of course, still, a lowly birth can never be changed. Can it, no matter how talented of a hero you are? After throwing his glove at her face, he asks again, so did you defeat Eris this time? Asa looks up and replies, I must thank the assistance of my allies. Andrian tilts his head up, raising a freshly used handkerchief. Only a true hero could eliminate a high-ranking demon. There is no need to pretend to be humble. Saying so, he lets go, letting the handkerchief drop to Asa's feet. She thinks to herself, his words mean, you killed her, so stop pretending. At this moment, Andrian speaks again. In the past, I should have let you die by that lion. I made a huge mistake, didn't I? Asar is stunned, thinking, a lion, what is he talking about? Just then, a notification window suddenly appears. System alert, HP is decreasing within 5 seconds. Asar immediately covers her mouth and groans softly. Seeing this, Andrian shows an amused expression. And what is it, slave? Asar hastily replies, it is nothing, she thinks to herself. She cannot let Andrian know she is being harmed by magic, because this might be her final playthrough. She cannot afford to get a bad ending. Andrian is still radiating an enormous amount of mana. Under this pressure, Asar's body begins to tremble. Damn it, I cannot hold out much longer. What should I do? Should I run away now? In this critical split second, Michael's voice suddenly rings out. Asar, she thinks in shock. Michael, upon seeing Andrian, Michael's smile instantly vanishes. What? Andrian also clicks his tongue in annoyance. Tusk, Michael quickly shields. Asar, brother, what do you think you are doing to Asar? Taking advantage of the opportunity, she quickly wipes the blood from her mouth, thinking Michael's arrival is incredibly timely. Indeed, now if only the right choice pops up. At that moment, a choice panel appears. System: 1. Happily converse with Michael. 2. Drive Andrian into the forbidden area. Michael's favorability points reward. Asar's face darkens, then she sighs. It is of no help at all. After thinking for a moment, Asar silently decides, let's just pretend the second option doesn't exist. Talking normally in this situation is weird, but I have no other choice. Then she raises her voice, Michael. At that moment, Michael also spots the blood stains on her hand. He hurriedly asks, what happened? Why are you like this? Asar quickly replies, it is nothing. But please let go of my hand first. Your Highness, Michael says worriedly, if it is nothing, then what on earth is this? You said the same thing last time. Before he can finish, Andrian's voice echoes again. Michael, not only does he freeze, but Asar's expression also turns. Serious, the two turn their heads toward Andrian. He curls his lips and asks, do you care about a useless slave so much that you completely ignore your own older brother? Michael says in a cold voice, you had better take back your words right now. Andrian remains indifferent. Did I say anything wrong? As soon as the words leave his mouth, Michael grabs his collar. Asar does not deserve to be treated like that. Andrian calmly brushes his hand away and casually asks back, so I deserve to be treated like this? How hilarious that a hero born as a slave is valued more than royal blood. Michael sneers, royalty is only royalty if they act like it, but I guess someone who cannot even participate in the monster hunt wouldn't know. Andrian's gaze turns cold and his fake smile vanishes. I told you there is a reason for that, Michael casually replies. Whatever the reason, it does not change the fact that you are neglecting the responsibilities of royalty. While the two are bickering, Asar thinks, the reason he didn't join the hunt is obvious. If Andrian joins the hunt, the monsters will bow down or flee, and his identity as the Demon King will be exposed. Michael continues, Asar is someone who fights and risks her life. A coward like you has no right to insult her. Blue veins pop up on Andrian's face, but he says nothing more, merely clicking his tongue in annoyance and leaving. Only then does Michael turn around and ask, Asar, you still haven't fully recovered from your latest injury, have you? She smiles and replies, I have fully recovered. I feel really fine. Michael takes her hand. A notification box pops up. System, Michael's favorability points +1. Seeing the blood in her palm, he asks again, fine? It is nothing, let's just go. Being pulled along, Asar says, I am on my way to have an audience with the Queen. Michael shakes his head and says, you are not going anywhere in this state. Go get treated first, everything else can wait. Saying this, he suddenly falls silent for a moment, then changes his tone. I apologize for what happened just now. Asar is stunned, thinking, is Michael apologizing with his level of pride? Unbelievable. Even as she thinks this, she says, what the second prince said is not wrong. Michael immediately stops in his tracks and asks back, what do you mean, how could that be correct? Asar flashes a gentle smile. The fact is, I used to be a slave. To someone born as a noble like him, I must seem laughable. Asar, Michael calls out in a low voice. Asar immediately changes her tone. But even so, I feel happy. Because you spoke up on my behalf. Before the stunned face of Michael, Asar turns around and says, thank you. Michael looks at her in silence. For a moment, when the system notifies, System, Michael's favorability points have reached 45. He finally covers his face and says, Then let's go treat your injury. Asa nods and replies, yes. In her heart, she thinks that this favorability points campaign is also progressing well. Not long after, Asa kneels in the main hall to have an audience with the queen. The queen speaks, raise your head. Hero, I heard you defeated the demon of Eris. To defeat it so quickly is truly impressive. Asa bows humbly. It is thanks to the help of the first prince and my comrades. I could not have done it alone. Hearing that, the queen bursts out laughing. Haha, I am so glad to hear that, even if you are only acting. Humble, so how is my Michael? A handsome, upright boy, isn't he? Just like me, right? Right, Asa's face darkens as she lets out a dry laugh. Ha! While thinking, everything else is similar except those. He must have put on an act in front of his mother to make her think that. The queen says again, you have done very well, hero. Today's banquet is for you. Asa quickly bows, thank you for your grace. Your Majesty, she replies, it is only right. You have accomplished something that no one has been able to do for hundreds of years. Past, you deserve this praise, and besides this celebration, I have another quest for you. Asa thinks in surprise, another quest? A guard quickly brings down a tray containing a scroll. Asa immediately reaches out to receive it. At that moment, a system window suddenly appears. Her eyes widen. The queen says, I believe you are indeed the right person for this job. Asa is still staring at the notification window, thinking blankly, I thought this would be just like the hundreds of playthroughs before, but this time something feels a bit different. The window in front of her reads, System Quest, you have received a quest from the Queen. Objective, find and liberate the slave market located on the pasture road. Bonus reward, capture all remaining live outlaws to receive. Extra points. Looking at the last line, Asa thinks, the last part is a gamble. Receiving extra points. While she is lost in thought, the queen asks, so what do you say? Can I trust you? Asa smiles and whispers to herself, I always knew she really knows how to utilize me. The slave market on the pasture road, a playground for nobles owned by Count Slay, a member of the noble faction. It is the supply source for the second prince, Andrian. Since the queen is on Michael's side, she wants to use me to deal a blow to him. Meanwhile, the queen is imagining a scenario where Asa and Michael end up together, giggling. Your Highness, you really are? Asa sees right through her thoughts, then she thinks, and it would be even better for the queen if things progress well between Michael and me. She imagines herself smashing the queen's daydream with a giant rock, then bows and replies, I will completely eradicate them from their roots, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, at Yulia's palace, inside his office, he intently reviews documents until late at night. Seeing that it is late, Yulia says, you may leave now. The assistant immediately replies, yes, Your Highness. The room gradually falls into silence. Yulia places the stack of documents on the desk, thinking to himself, just as I thought, trying to manage everything at once is becoming increasingly difficult. He glances to the side where a plate of cake sits, sparkling as if inviting him. It is afternoon tea time for the Grand Duke of the North. He picks up a fork, feeling as though the cake is beckoning him. Eat me, Yulia. Right at that moment, the door suddenly rattles with a knock and Michael's voice rings out. Grand Duke, can you spare me a moment? Yulia asks in annoyance. What is it? Michael replies. It is about Asa. She hasn't fully recovered, has she? I just met her in the garden and she seemed to cough up blood again. And her face is also pale. Yulia's arm instantly freezes in midair. Seeing this, Michael asks, Grand Duke? Yulia suddenly stands up abruptly, still without saying a word. Seeing him head for the door, Michael calls out loudly. Where are you going? No matter how much he yells, Yulia does not even turn. His head back, running straight out the door. Michael cannot help but sigh, honestly, you always told me not to run in the hallways when I was a kid. At this moment, Asa is also teleported to a room. She thinks, now the scene has transitioned to the waiting room again. Her face suddenly pales. My stomach is churning wildly. She frowns, thinking, these constant scene transitions are making me so nauseous. Right at that moment, familiar hand suddenly grabs her shoulder. Asa calls out to Yulia in surprise. When did you get here? Yulia answers, just now. Asa, have you really fully recovered? She is dazed, casually replying, I am fine, completely fine. Yulia frowns and says, I do not believe you. Asa hears this and thinks, then why ask in the first place? Yulia continues, you never admit when you are hurt. Asa calmly replies, because I never feel pain. Yulia briefly pauses. For a moment then kneels down by her feet. Asa, I wish you would never take yourself so lightly. If you are in pain, then say so. If you are tired and exhausted, tell me. If you dislike something, just say you dislike it. I wish you would lean on me, on us. A bit more. When you keep pretending to be fine like this, I really... Asa reaches out her hand, wanting to offer some comfort, but before she can say anything, Yulia says, the prince told me. He said you coughed up blood again. Hearing this, Asa understands, so that is why he is acting like this. She turns her head to the side and calmly says, you know my condition. It is nothing new. Yulia frowns and asks, are you planning to ignore it again? At this moment, a choice window pops up. System. 1. Talking about it doesn't solve everything. 2. Leave it alone, what a pain. 3. Stop worrying about me. Asa frowns, wondering what she should choose now. This time she has no idea what to choose. At all, honestly, dealing with this dialogue back and forth is getting a bit tiring. Then she unconsciously selects option 1, talking about it. Doesn't solve everything. What else can you do anyway? As the words leave her mouth, she suddenly freezes. What the hell? But at this moment, her mouth seems to have a mind of its own, continuing to blurt out, are you planning on falling sick in my place? Yulia says painfully, if only I could. Before he can finish, Asa screams out, no, you cannot. In her subconscious, she wonders, something is wrong. Why won't this dialogue stop? Hey, system, how long is this going to go on? Of course, there is no answer. And Asa continues, you will never understand. Yulia looks at her in daze, a melancholy expression appearing on his face. At this moment, a window also pops open. System, Yulia's favorability points -1. Seeing this, Asa thinks, I chose wrong. Getting angry about being sick is something she did in reality. She only wants to be perfect, at least inside the game. But since she has already committed, Asa has no choice but to stand up. I am leaving now. After saying this, she leaves the room, leaving behind Yulia, who is still quietly kneeling inside. The next day, at a banquet, noble ladies stand in a corner whispering in excitement. Have you heard the news? The hero who defeated that earth demon. That is the first time a high-ranking demon has been defeated since the founding of this kingdom. I heard she resolved the kidnapping of Count Rossblue's young master in Linka. Even though she was once looked down upon for her low status, now everyone thinks highly of her and is siding with her. Asa stands alone in a corner, thinking to herself that the heiress event has completely reversed public opinion about her, but she is sure such a reaction is to be expected. Even if a royal commander brings 10,000 soldiers, they would easily be wiped out by a mid-ranking demon. Yet I defeated one of the demon king's 4 top commanders. If Yulia were there with me, he would be as happy as if it were his own achievement. Just now, even though those 3 choices were easily misleading, it wasn't that all 3 of them were wrong. I am sure there is a solution I've been looking for. I didn't mean to make him look like that. Just then a voice suddenly rings out, hello, hero, I am here to greet you. Seeing Yuri, Asa suddenly freezes. After a moment of receiving no reaction, he calls out again, hero. Only then does Asa regain her senses. Oh my. She quickly uses the screenshot function, taking 3 photos in a row and saving them to her device. Meanwhile, Yuri stammers, you probably don't remember, but I am Yuri Ross Blue. You saved me from the demon not long ago. I didn't have the chance to sincerely thank you back then because I was unconscious. But I was invited to the banquet as the representative of the Count's family, and I cannot express how happy I am. Asa hurriedly takes a few more pictures and saves them to her device. Under her shining gaze, Yuri cannot help but stammer, hero. At that moment, Asa smiles and says, I am so glad to see you safe. Seeing you healthy and full of life makes me feel like I have received a much greater reward. Than that, Yuri's eyes sparkle, his face turning slightly red. He smiles radiantly and replies, thank you. Seeing his expression, she whispers in her heart, I should be the one thanking you. Good-looking guys really are the best. Then Yuri says embarrassedly, hero, if you don't mind, would you dance? Dance with me? Right at that moment, Michael suddenly approaches, apologies, but I have already claimed the first dance. Seeing him, Yuri becomes even more flustered. Greetings, first prince. Asa also thinks in surprise, when did he get here? Without waiting for her to ask, Michael stretches out his hand, Asa, will you dance with me? Asa thinks, Sai dancing slowly to the music. Is not my forte. Seeing her not replying, Michael adds, this time I hope you won't. Refuse me. In Asa's eyes, a choice window flashes brightly with two options. System, accept/decline. She lets out a sigh. In her heart, she thinks, well, I guess sometimes this is bound to happen. Asa reaches out her hand, all right. Michael smiles and takes her hand. As he bows and kisses it gently, a notification window pops open. System, Michael's favorability points +2. At that moment, Michael suddenly raises his head and gives a triumphant smile to Yuri, breaking his heart. In two, having won, Michael pulls Asa along and turns. Shall we go, Asa? She narrows her eyes, thinking that smug smile of Michael's needs is banned. The two walk into the center of the hall and melodious music plays. Asa reaches up to tie back her hair, then bows to greet Michael. He gently lifts her hand. Asa, did you learn to dance somewhere before? Asa shakes her head and replies, I haven't, Your Highness. Hearing this, Michael smiles. Then this will be your first time dancing? Asa thinks to herself, I feel a bit bad about this. I've already danced 100 times in this game before. The two begin to dance to the music. The young ladies watch for a while and marvel. She seems to have a natural talent for dancing. I wonder if she has a sense of rhythm. Hearing the chatter, she thinks she might only be good at using her physical body, wishing it were the same in real life. After dancing for a while, Michael suddenly says something puzzling. Perhaps. Asa smiles and tilts her head, her pink hair fluttering in the wind. Michael's gaze is drawn to her. He suddenly remembers something, the corner of his lips curling up slightly. You know, I used to hate pink. Asa curiously asks, why? Michael curls his lips in annoyance. Vivi painted my entire room pink when I was 5, even my beloved yellow teddy bear. Asa is speechless. That must have been awful. Did you cry? Michael nods. Out of pure embarrassment, yes, I cried. I stood in the middle of my servants back then. Yes, and that teddy bear was something my father made for me. Asa thinks. To herself, he must have looked so adorable crying. She asks again, then you must definitely dislike my hair. Michael gently shakes his head. No, I said I used to hate it. I never said I hate it now. Confused, she asks why he speaks in the past tense. Michael's face turns slightly red. He asks, what do you think? After all, your hair color is pink, Asa. Asa suddenly feels her entire body freeze, a cold shiver running up her spine to the top of her head. Even Michael's cheesy flirting needs to be banned. Right then, an announcement to welcome His Majesty echoes from outside. Grand Duke Zakyov. Yulia slowly walks in. Asa also turns her head in surprise. At the same time, as Yulia approaches, he freezes. The three look at each other in silence, the atmosphere instantly filling with awkwardness. Just as Michael is about to say something, Asa quickly stops him. Michael, wait a moment. As she turns around, he reaches out to pull her back. Where do you think you're going? Asa seriously replies, I owe him an apology. Michael says with a hint of melancholy, can't you do it later? Asa immediately pushes him away. No, absolutely not. Knowing he can't sway her, Michael pleads, promise me you'll come back. A notification window pops up, favorability points are at 42. Asa ponders for a moment and replies, I will see you tomorrow. Hearing this, Michael suddenly lowers his head, above his head. A game window pops up, favorability points -1. Asa pays no mind, continuing to walk straight toward Yulia. She calls out to Yulia, and above his head, a notification window instantly pops up, favorability points +6. Yulia blushes slightly and turns his head aside. You haven't fully recovered yet, don't force yourself like that. Asa tilts her head and casually replies, as long as you're by my side, I'll be fine. Right. Hearing those words, Yulia's face turns even redder. After a while outside, the two stand on the balcony, the atmosphere still extremely awkward. Asa can't help but speak up. This banquet isn't bad at all, there are so many real cocktails. Hearing this, Yulia thinks to himself that he is very unhappy, yet somehow these negative emotions vanish. I'm probably just angry at myself for not being able to help Asa when she was injured. She is still talking. This wine is quite delicious too, isn't it? The aroma is really wonderful. Yulia pauses for a moment, then thinks further, but more importantly, seeing that he isn't answering, Asa suddenly calls out, Yulia, looking at her lips. Yulia suddenly feels his heart race. He quickly tells himself, calm down. Yulia Zakyov, Asa is a patient. She's a patient. The more he thinks, the redder his face gets. Asa asks in surprise, Yulia, are you drunk? About earlier, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken. Do you like that? Yulia gently shakes his head. You don't need to apologize. She firmly replies, no, because I acted. Too emotionally. Just like that earlier, Yulia quickly stops her. Stop. You are right, I can't feel the pain that you are experiencing, Asa, or fully understand it. He thinks to himself. She is always smiling, but is it because she is thinking about other things, hiding it so she doesn't become a burden to those around her, carrying everything on her own shoulders? Yulia looks down at the ground, continuing, I am just someone who can do nothing for you. When he looks up, suddenly seeing her eyes lose focus, he can't help but gasp. Asa! As soon as his call ends, she collapses, the wine glass in her hand shattering. Yulia screams in panic, Asa! At this moment, Irina's consciousness is pushed back to her. Body startled, she thinks, what is happening? Have I logged out? But there isn't even a forced log out. Message, she looks around. And there isn't a single light in the room now. Irina uses all her strength to open the login. Capsule then calls out, Plang, where are you? In the pitch-black room, only her voice echoes with no reply. A serious expression appears on Irina's face. A power outage in Sector B, right at her home's location. This place is the residence of high-ranking citizens in Sector B if there is a power outage while she is working. There might be a security issue in Sector A. Thinking of that, she suddenly pauses. Wait, she remembers. The conversation at the cafe, where Eugen once said, Irina, what do you think about starting a revolution? Irina suddenly shivers. That's right. Who else benefits from a power outage in the upper sector? Anyway, after thinking, she feels confused, but how did they do it? And why? Maybe I'm overreacting, but if my suspicions are correct, they are far more reckless and dangerous than I thought. If I get involved with them, I might. In the midst of her thoughts, Irina unconsciously bites her fingernails raw. Sigh. She sits down at the base of the wall, letting out a sigh. Ha! I miss Plang. Who knows how long after, as Irina falls asleep, the lights suddenly turn back on and a voice appears by her ear. Master, I'm back, master. Irina sleepily replies, MMH. Plang, suddenly seeing a pink cat appear, she immediately sits up. Plang, it lands next to her. Irina cries out happily, you're back. Plang, did you change colors? Plang replies. It changed when I woke up. Is pink not pretty? Irina smiles and nods. Yes, it's very pretty. Locally, she thinks it is the same color as Anastasa's hair. She looks out the window, murmuring, the city is back to normal. Plang suddenly says, it seems they forced power distribution back to Sector A and caused the outage. Irina can't help but be surprised. Sector A, why? Plang shakes its head. I don't know. So Irina has to guess on her own. It makes sense, the higher-ups in Sector always do whatever they want. It isn't the Revolutionary Army. Maybe I'm overthinking. I'm probably just stressed because there isn't much time left, she whispers. Surely everything in there will be fine, right? Plang narrows its eyes and asks its master, is this game the first thing you think about when you wake up? Irina breaks into a cold sweat and replies, last night I only thought about you. She logs into the game, thinking that everyone in the game must think Asaf fainted from illness, so she should ease their worries. After identity verification, the familiar notification pops up, logging into Racen Derder. Hold on right there. Did something happen in Racen Derder while she was away? Going back to when she was just forced logged out, Yulia cried out in alarm. Ah, just as she thought, Yulia brought her fainted self to the holy temple. As soon as she wakes up, everyone starts lecturing her, and she has to sweat bullets trying to calm them down. By now, it is dark, and the familiar window pops up. System Chapter 8, Slave Market in a dark alley. A cloak flutters quietly. The owner of the cloak is Asa, and beside her is none other than Serena. Behind them are Yulia and Michael. Asa thinks to herself, of course, the main event of this chapter is the slave market, displaying the peak visuals of the characters. Serena asks worriedly, Asa, are you sure you're okay? Looking at the scene before her, Serena suddenly remembers the first time they walked down this road together. That was when she had just bought Asa from the slave market. After reminiscing, Serena says, again, that place is. Without waiting for her to finish, Asa replies, it's fine, everything is already in the past. Thanks for worrying about me, Serena. She blushes and clears her throat. As long as you're okay. A window pops up, favorability points +5, seeing the two of them. Laughing and chatting, Michael suddenly feels a bit jealous. He rushes over. What are you two talking about? Serena coldly replies, mind your own business. Saying so, she pulls Asaf forward, leaving Michael to cry out pitifully, Tower Master. Yulia immediately pulls him back. Hey, don't run off so hastily. Michael gets even more frustrated and yells. Grand Duke, don't push me. With zero combat power, they wait. Outside in the slave auction area, which is still the same as before, the host loudly announces, all right, thank you very much for your patience. First, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone present here. Now, let's begin with the first item. For today, the starting price is 1,000 crons. Asas stares intently at the curtain, thinking to herself, before entering, we reviewed the plan once more. Most importantly, we need to buy back all the slaves in this auction. A few minutes ago, while still outside, Asas said we must buy all of them. No. Customers can remain when we wrap things up. Michael casually nodded. It's just spending money. How hard can it be? Asas seriously warned. If Serena and I are late, you two might have to bid for a while. The safest way is to win at a reasonable price. Michael confidently replied, oh, just trust me. Seeing this, the other three simultaneously think with annoyance, that arrogant prince. Back to the present, Asan narrows her eyes and thinks, he sounded so confident, so I thought he could do it. But down below, Michael bids 1 billion. Crons, the host cries out in shock. Huh, Yulia's voice rings out, 5 billion, the host is still in shock. Michael again puts on an arrogant face and blurts, 10 billion crons. Yulia doesn't back down, 15 billion, seeing the two compete in throwing money out the window. Asa raises an eyebrow and says, Serena, don't you think we should stop them? She shakes her head. No, if you interfere, it will only add fuel to the fire. Let it be, this seems fun. Asa breaks into a cold sweat and whispers, before they even finish speaking, Yulia bids another price, 20 billion. Asa is dazed and wonders to herself, are they serious? Why are you two bidding against each other? Gradually, she also becomes speechless, silently resting her chin on her hand to watch them perform. Not long after the auction is completely ruined, the surrounding nobles leave in annoyance. Sigh, seriously, this is hilarious. Isn't this just a waste of time? Who on earth are these people, throwing money around like that too? Do what? Contrary to the annoyance of the customers, the host says very happily, honored guests, please follow me. In this direction. Passing by a lady, she suddenly covers her mouth and giggles. Both of you are so tall and handsome. Michael asks curiously, can you really see our faces under these masks? Asaf frowns slightly, wondering internally. Unbelievable that they are so focused on immediate gains that they don't care about losing future customers. They don't understand how a business organization operates at all. No, that won't do, calm down. After telling herself that, she murmurs, capturing innocent people and selling them for pleasure is unforgivable. Serena nods in agreement. Just like you said, their fun ends. Today, the owner of this place has been penalized for illegal slave trading before. They dared to make the same mistake again, so a harsher punishment will have to descend upon them. I am ready for that moment. Asas suddenly feels a chill down her spine. Who is the real villain here anyway? She looks toward Yulia and Michael, the two of them turn their heads at the same time and give two slight nods. Asao understands the silent thought. Right now it is time to execute my plan, she and Serena pass through a door, slowly heading underground. Not long after, Serena suddenly covers her nose, letting out a soft gasp. Asa hears this and smiles, asking, the stench is terrible, isn't it? Even the merchants won't bother spending money on them anymore. Hearing her say that, Serena suddenly pauses. Just 2 months ago, Asa was in the exact same position as a slave. In this auction house, locked in a cage, mocked by the words of others. I will burn this entire place down. For you, after moving for a while, the two see a guard guarding a door. Serena immediately takes out her gun and aims straight at him. Channeling her mana, she thinks, I will end everything in one shot. Before she fires, Asa hastily stops her. Serena, please don't. The muzzle is pushed down, and the bullet immediately veers off its original course. In the blink of an eye, the bullet shoots straight through the guard's leg. While he screams in agony, Serena asks in bewilderment, Asa, what are you doing? Running towards the guard, she says, "You cannot kill them." The guard lets out a groan. What is going on?" Before he can finish, Asa strikes and knocks him unconscious. She whispers, "I'm sorry." Serena calls out softly from behind, "Asa." Her heart is filled with doubt. "These people are just like the ones who tortured you. Why?" As if reading her thoughts, Asa smiles and replies, "It's fine, Sister Serena. Ultimately, they will pay for their crimes." Serena freezes, clenching her fists. She thinks to herself, "That's right. Your sword has always only targeted monsters and demons. Even now, you choose to save people rather than kill them. I wonder if you are disappointed in me for wanting to finish them all off." But how could she know that? Only now does Asa's heart settle. She sighs in relief, thinking, "That was close. I almost failed to capture the slave traders alive in the quest to liberate the slave market. Since I'm on hard mode with magic disabled, the bonus points are extremely valuable, but right now we just need to get the slaves out of here." She pushes open the iron door, then goes inside with Serena. Before them is a path stained with unidentified liquid. Serena covers her nose and cries out, the stench." Asa silently makes a comparison. It smells like chocolate." Inside are people locked behind iron bars. They huddle in a corner, their bodies emitting a heavy stench of death. Serena looks around and frowns. "I didn't think it would be this bad." Asa silently ponders. They have all suffered endless abuse. Their minds are completely brainwashed by violence. They can't even think of escaping. Well, I guess they can be said to be like me, bound to a designated location, frantically executing assigned quests. They are nothing more than pre-programmed codes in a machine. After searching for a while, Serena asks curiously, "Are the keys not here?" Asa summons her sword, shakes her head, and replies, "They must be on the first basement floor. That was where they kept them when I was here. It's fine, we can just cut through them." The sword in her hand suddenly transmits a thought. "Wait, don't tell me you intend to use me to cut through those iron bars." Asa pauses. The sword adds, did you just me? Seriously, who swings a sword at iron? What an ignorant and violent brat." Seeing her stand frozen, Serena asks worriedly, "Asa, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell again?" She shakes her head. "No, it's not like that. I just heard a woman's voice." Serena is also stunned. "A voice?" The sword speaks again. "It's useless. Only a player like you can hear my voice." Asa is stunned, clenching her fist. "In this game, there are no characters who use the term player." Closing her eyes, she asks with her consciousness, "Who are you?" The sword ponders. Let's see. If you're asking who I am, it's hard to explain in words, so why don't you try to find out yourself?" Then Asa's consciousness is pushed out. She frowns, letting out a groan. A distorted fragment of space appears. System Chapter 8, Slave Market Loading. System Chapter 8, the trauma now begins. Asa's consciousness is transported to the center of an arena. In the stands, the audience screams, "Hurry up and start already, kill it." The surrounding crowd roars. The host waits for the shouting to die down before speaking. "Ladies and gentlemen, today you will witness an extremely rare sight. The opponent of our new slave is a beast found in the northern continent, a lion." As soon as the words are spoken, the giant lion leaps from its cage, charging straight at Asa. Her arm trembles, but she still tightly grips her sword hilt. She feels a secret wave of excitement. I don't know what's happening, but what's unfolding is quite a plot twist. Around the time Asa and Serena go down to the basement, Asa enters the hidden chapter. Meanwhile, Yulia and Michael are in the waiting room. Michael lets out a long yawn and begins to complain. "If I had known this beforehand, I would have handed the entire auction over to you. Why am I being treated like the Duke's lackey?" Yulia sighs. Do you think I enjoy this? I wanted to go with Asa too." They glare at each other, sparks flying. After a few seconds, Michael shrugs. "Whatever. I'll find a way to distract them while you search for evidence." Right then, the door opens. The host walks in. "Oh dear, you must have been waiting for a long time. These are all the items you won today." Michael stands up. "All right, you did well." The host rubs his hands. "So, I wonder how you would like to pay." At this point, Michael's face darkens. "Do you have to bring up money right away? Go get me a cup of tea first, and of course I will pay when I am ready." The host Breaking into a cold sweat, replies, "Ah, yes, I understand." Standing behind him, Yulia thinks, with that face, the person opposite him must be having a really hard time. Michael's current face looks as if he is saying, "I give you 5 seconds, bring it here." Now, after a while, Michael throws the teacup to the ground. "Are you kidding me? Who brews tea like this? Steam is still rising from it," the host stammers. In response, "What? Don't you prefer warm tea, sir?" On his face is the forced smile of a service staff member. Hearing this, Michael snaps back, "Are you crazy? Who likes drinking warm tea?" The smile on the host's face stiffens, cursing this lunatic in his heart. Michael turns around and snorts. How annoying. Right now, the host still thinks he is crazy. Who does that arrogant rich kid think he is? Thinking this, he reaches out and yells, "You over there?" Before that hand can touch him, Michael suddenly falls to the ground and screams, "Oh no, my arm!" The host, stunned, asks what is going on. Michael continues to scream, "Ah, it hurts so much. I think my arm is broken. You did that because you wanted to break a customer's arm, didn't you? Just grabbing and twisting it like this." A staff member says in confusion, "But he didn't even touch you, sir." Yulia asks coldly, "Are you implying my brother is lying?" The staff member is instantly silenced. Yulia complains, "The customer service here is simply atrocious." The staff member stammers, "No, that's not what I meant, sir." Yulia's eyes turn cold. "Call your manager here immediately." "No, wait. Bring all the staff members of this place here." The staff member replies in a panic, "Understood, I'll go right away." In the room, only 3 people remain. Michael cradles his head with his arm and groans, "Oh, my arm hurts so much. My expensive cloak is ruined now. How are you going to take responsibility for this?" The host curses silently, "Damn it. I brought this trouble upon myself." Michael continues, "Do you even know how much this is worth?" Seeing the host scream in helplessness, Yulia can only sigh. He silently prays, "Please stay safe and don't get hurt." Meanwhile, Asa inside the hidden chapter space, the lion swings its giant paw down. Asa hastily blocks with her shield. She tightly grips her sword hilt, thinking, "I really can't believe it." Asa's stats, even at this young age, already give her this much strength and endurance, and she can even use magic. At this moment, the lion suddenly retreats to build momentum, then charges again. Asa quickly swings her sword in retaliation while thinking, "Of course, some people are just born to be the main character." Her blade cuts into the lion's mouth, and it immediately flings both her and her sword aside. Although the lion is only lightly scratched, the stands are filled with murmurs. She actually managed to injure it, that giant lion? Oh, she's standing back up. Asa slides her feet on the ground, standing upright while exuding a powerful aura. On the other side, a scratch is carved on the lion's snout, blood dripping drop by drop to the ground, just as Asa wants. To press the advantage, her body suddenly freezes. Startled, she thinks, "Wait, what? Why did I suddenly stop?" The sword in her hand drops to the ground and her mouth speaks on its own. "This is bad, I can't kill it. That child must also be." In a state of panic, Irina is forced to spectate in her true form. She thinks in confusion, throwing away one's weapon mid-battle is synonymous with seeking death. Ah, Anastasia, she has always been like this. That reaction makes the audience furious. They roar, "How boring. If you don't want to fight, just die." That's right, die already. Get lost, Irina continues to think. Her kindness made her forgive even the beast attacking her. That purity is unshaken even when the crowd calls for her death. Up until now, surely all the choices made in this game are based on Asa's personality. To lay hands on the holy sword, to be chosen as the prophesied hero, there is no one more fitting than her. After a while, the referee waves a flag and shouts, "The match is cancelled. The slave will be executed." Right at that moment, someone suddenly steps out. "Wait," the crowd gasps and mutters, "It's him. Why is he here in person?" He walks straight down to Asa. Hearing the footsteps, she raises her head. In front of her right now, it is none other than Andrian. The corners of his lips curl up, his eyes full of ridicule and mockery. Andrian raises his foot and stomps Asa's head into the ground, asking coldly, "You dare raise your head?" Asa mutters, "Please forgive me." Hearing her voice, Andrian smirks slightly. "You have a very nice voice. I will buy this slave." After that, Asa can no longer hear anything clearly. She thinks, "Now I understand what he said before. The one who saved Asa back then was Andrian. During our meeting in the Imperial Palace, he said he should have let that lion kill me. Asa continues to think. He is the mastermind behind everything. The following years are also interesting. Andrian finds many ways to play with me, from being chained to being tortured. With red-hot iron clamps. In the process, the mana source inside me is destroyed. Andrian continues to lay out tools, knives, axes, scissors, saws, and the cross symbol in my pupils. That I always hide is exposed. One day after finishing the torture, Andrian rubs his neck in contemplation. It is truly strange. How can a human like you even exist? Even when I torture you like this, I still do not feel any negative emotions from you. Now, slave, look here, he hands Asa a knife, presses it against his own neck, and says, right here, kill me and all your suffering will end. Asa takes the knife, looks into Andrian's eyes for a moment, and then suddenly lets go. The blade falls to the ground, letting out a sharp clink. Clang, Andrian asks in a deep voice, why? Asa calmly says, killing people is wrong. Of course, wrongdoers must pay a heavy price for their crimes, but that is only true when there is a proper sentence. The current me has no right to punish my master. Andrian looks up and sighs. Ha, he raises his foot, kicks her head, and turns around, saying, you are no longer interesting. Tomorrow, I will sell you for a higher price. With that, he leaves the cell, leaving Asa alone in the room. Her hand suddenly twitches. A few seconds later, Asa sits up and sighs. Finally, I am free to do what I want. She thinks to herself, after that I am put up for auction, that is when Serena came and saved me. At this point, Asa sighs again. But how ironic that he would say that. The current me cannot punish you. HMPH, she thinks to herself. The slave Anastasa cannot harm Prince Andrian, but the hero Anastasa has the right to kill the demon King Andrian. This time, just like the last, I will kill Andrian with my own hands at all costs. She mutters aloud, show yourself. I know who you are. The crest on her hand glows, and that woman's voice echoes again. Quite smart kid, so who do you think I am? Asa smirks and wears a smug smile, then says directly, Racin Derder. You know I am a player. You can freely add new chapters and show me a character's hidden past. Only the system can do that, right? Is that so? The voice replies. That name sounds familiar, doesn't it? After the exposure, Asa continues to ask, why do you do this? Why is it that only I can enter this world? I want to know why you give me these privileges and settings. Seeing that it does not answer, Asa asks again, oh, so you are the one who shut down all other virtual reality VR games? It remains silent. Instead, Asa's consciousness is pulled deeper. She frowns and asks, what? Are you going to stay silent again? Right then, a window suddenly pops up before her eyes. System, you have completed the special chapter. Anastasa's past is revealed, and all of her stats increase. Slightly, special chapter completion reward, unlocked hidden skill weapon transformation. Asa gasps and grabs the screen of the hidden skill. At this moment, the screen displays new content. System, the truth lies on your path. The goddess of light entrusts a mission to her messenger. From now on, when you complete a chapter, you will receive a keyword. Asa pauses. What is this? Without waiting for her to ask, the system's voice echoes again. System, it is too early to tell you everything. You might leave, and it will be troublesome if you are kicked out. Asa hastily shouts, wait, I won't leave. After a stream of data flows by, Asa is brought back to the moment she is about to swing her sword to cut the iron bars. Surprised, she thinks, am I? Back beside her, Serena is breaking out in a sweat, her voice filled with worry. Asa, what happened? Is your body in pain again? She hastily replies, no. I'm fine. In her line of sight, a notification window pops up. System, Chapter 8, The Slave. Mark it, Asa thinks silently, so the secrets will be revealed to me bit by bit. If you are curious, clear the game too. Gather more clues. HMPH. Based on the fact that they asked if I plan to cut the iron bars with that thing earlier, I think this holy sword is the core element of the system. She steps forward, making Serena break out in a sweat once more. Asa, are you planning to use that sword to cut these iron bars? Asa turns around with a bright smile. Yes, the holy sword is very sturdy, so it won't get scratched at all. Saying that, she smirks and thinks, let's test the power of my new skill. Just then, the system's voice rings out again. System, hey, wait. By this time, Asa has already swung her sword. The voice only manages to blurt out, System, you foolish girl. The blade strikes the iron bars again, making loud metallic clashing. Sounds, in a dark corner of the prison, a boy named Lacus hears the noise. And reacts. He raises his head to look outside, his eyes still cloudy, seemingly deep in thought. Fragments of memories flash in Lacus's mind. The image of that child on that day is still deeply engraved. In my mind, my frozen fingertips and toes, no matter how hard I try, cannot move. Until my breath gradually loses its warmth, I almost give up. And then someone suddenly reaches out. That is why I cannot doubt. Them, that day, when they reached out to me, that hand was unusually warm. At the relief center for the poor, everything is warm. Everyone is friendly, the food is delicious, the prayers are sincere, and there are friends. One day, the friend next to him holds a token printed with the number 6, asking curiously, "Oh, what do you think this is? What does this number mean?" Hearing that, Lacus asks. Back mute, do you think that matters? Mute does not answer then, only seriously feels the token, recalling. That scene, Lacus thinks bitterly. I should have paid more attention to what Mute said. Before, not long after, someone throws a token with the number 3 at him, saying coldly, "Too bad, it looks like you are no longer suitable." At that time, Lacus is still in a daze. You are no longer suitable, he is. Thrown into the darkness, bewildered by what is happening, thinking he has been sold as a slave with no hope left. Right. At that moment, the iron bars are suddenly slashed away. Lacus is pulled back to reality by the noise. Another metallic clash rings out, and the iron bars completely shatter. At that moment, it is as if a warm light shines upon Lacus, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, Asa reaches out, a gentle smile on her face, her whole body seeming to glow. We are here to save you. You are safe now. Lacus looks on blankly. Gasping, he thinks to himself, she seems to be shining. He stands up, walking step by step toward that light. In the midst of my gloomy and dark life, finally, I have found the light. After a while, Serena and Asa run quickly down the hallway. She asks worriedly, Asa, are you okay? She replies, of course I'm fine, Serena. Very quickly, the two of them see Yulia waiting in front of the door. Asa quickly calls out, Yulia. Hearing her voice, he turns around. Asa, is everything okay? She nods with a smile. Yes, everything is resolved. We have evacuated all the slaves through the back door. Serena stops and asks, Duke, have you obtained the evidence? Yulia nods. A lot. Just then, a window pops up in front of Asa, the content on. It is a logout notification. System, time remaining 9 minutes 45 seconds. Asa thinks to herself, my playtime is almost up. Door opens. As the three enter, they hear a man yelling, you bastards, do you think you can get away with this? Daring to lay hands on a high-ranking noble is a capital offense. Michael slowly removes his mask, his voice teasing. What you say sounds nice. But even nobles cannot escape justice. Upon seeing his face, Count Slay gasps, why, you are. Damn it, this is a trap from the very beginning. When he sees Asa, he exclaims again, why, you are the slave. From before, hearing his surprised words, Asa cannot help but be speechless. Is he an idiot? How dare he pretend to know me in front of everyone? Sure enough, the next second, a massive blade is pointed straight at Count Slay's neck, making him cry out, Erg. Yulia, with a stone-cold face, says, Count Slay, do you know Asa? He trembles and replies, I only saw her face before. That's all. Only the low-level servants handle the slave trade. I didn't do anything. Honestly, Yulia silently takes a light breath to regain his composure, then turns to call Asa. With just that one call, she understands that Yulia wants to interrogate him, but he is worried that it will hurt her. A selection window pops up right on cue. System 1, let's talk about it later. /2, I want to handle it myself. Thus, Asa turns around and says softly, I want to handle it myself. Is that okay? Without waiting for Yulia to nod, she already turns and walks toward Count Slay. Feeling her own trembling hand, Asa thinks, my body is shaking. Clearly, to Anastasia, this place and Count Slay are linked to her trauma, facing such pain head-on. To be honest, I cannot do it. She is truly incredible. Standing before Count Slay, she says, "Master, no." Count Slay, hearing how she addresses him, Yulia, Serena, and Michael freeze at the same time. Again, "Master," but just as Yulia is about to step forward, Serena reaches out and pulls him back. At the same time, Asa says, "Arresting innocent people and selling them into slavery, and binding and abusing those slaves, just those two acts alone are enough to make your sins unforgivable." Therefore, she summons her sword, and at that moment a window pops up, indicating that the main quest is completed. Asa ignores the notification. She points her sword at Count Slay. "As the messenger of the goddess of light, I will officially arrest you." Seeing this, Serena and Michael smile at the same time, as if they already knew her decision. Yulia stares at her in shock, while lines of notifications pop up. Yulia's favorability points increase by 20, Michael's favorability points increase by 4, and Serena's favorability points increase by 10. System, dear Asa, congratulations. Serena's favorability points have reached the maximum level. Checking completion conditions. Loading. Completed chapter. Freed the slaves, arrested all ringleaders, rescued Rayson Derder. Your attributes have been upgraded. You have received the key to unlock the hidden ending. Quest. The truth lies on your path has been activated. You have received the keyword to open the next chapter. Suddenly her vision darkens and the notification content changes. System paralyzed. No. Signal, returning to a few seconds ago, after Asa reads the arrest warrant, she lowers her sword, the corner of her mouth curling up as she thinks to herself, this moment is always the most exciting. Right then, a red notification window pops up again. System, forced logout initiated. Time remaining 9 seconds. Asa startles, thinking, "Oh no, time is running out." She hurriedly says, "Yulia, I need to step outside for a moment." Before she can finish, she collapses to the side. Yulia quickly catches her, calling out in panic, "Asa!" Feeling the soft, powerless body in his arms, Yulia suddenly goes quiet. He gnashes his teeth in anger. But before Yulia can do anything, someone else acts first. Before the bewildered eyes of Count Slay, Michael delivers a kick that sends him flying backward. His eyes are bloodshot, his voice ice cold. "You bastard!" Heavy kicks rain down relentlessly on Count Slay. After a long while, Michael stops in the count. Struggles to squeeze out a few words. "I beg." Michael's barely subsided anger instantly flares up again. "What was that? I don't understand." "The barking of beasts. If you feel wronged, why don't you try whimpering like a dog?" Amidst the sound of thudding punches and kicks, the two accomplices in the back begin to tremble. Finally, after knocking out a few of Count Slay's front teeth, Michael lifts his head up. He says Assad demanded a fair punishment, so you will be handed over to the court. Count Slay sees hope in a trial. "If it's just a trial, I can pay bail." But just as he thinks so, Michael says mockingly, "And I, the first prince of the empire, will personally supervise your trial. Congratulations. Your sentence is the death penalty." Meanwhile, in the real world, Irina is sitting by her home bar counter. She rubs her chin in deep thought. Sector C, huh? The thing is, when she opened her computer earlier, she received a letter. "Irina, would you like to visit Sector C? It will be quite interesting. Someone here is very eager to meet you." Irina throws the last piece of cake into her mouth, thinking to herself, "The power outage is indeed worrying, but I promise to help. As long as it doesn't affect my safety, I will join." Having decided, she stands up and orders Plang to send a confirmation. Reply for Sunday. It immediately replies, "Yes, master." After eating and drinking her fill, the dishes are also washed. Irina stands up and stretches. "Now it's time to return to my favorite world." The familiar interface pops up. System, verifying user. Irina's identity verified, checking login information. In the game world, Asa opens her eyes. In front of her is a progress notification window. System, Chapter 10, The Lake Where the Dead Return. Asa frowns and thinks, this chapter has a really mysterious theme. Inspired by mystical folklore, this is a scenario that truly allows her to express all her ideas. She smiles slightly. "I'm so excited." Saying this, she tells herself, "Let's do a quick check." Stepping out of bed, Asa says, "Display affection levels." A flash of light appears before her eyes and the system interface displays. System, protagonist affection levels. Serena 100 max, Yulia 320 max, Michael 45, mute 56. Asa thinks in surprise, combining these numbers is really amazing. You only need an affection level over 50. To enter their private rooms, at this level. It is almost, right then the room door suddenly swings open. Michael hurries in. "Oh, Michael," she greets him with a smile. He lets out a worried sigh. "You should have told me you were awake," as soon as the words leave his mouth, a choice window immediately pops up. System, option 1, apologize. Option 2, hug Michael. Asa thinks, obviously, under Michael's bewildered gaze. Asa reaches out her arms with a smile, choosing option 2. He blushes and says, "Don't think you can get away with using this." Irina thinks, there's a chance this might backfire, but with his affection level at 45, it's worth a shot. She keeps Asa in an open arms pose, welcoming him. "Hug me." Michael's face turns redder and he quickly turns aside. HMPH. In the end, Michael sighs and lunges forward, hugging Asa tightly. Notification panel pops up. System, affection level has jumped from 45 to 50. Michael says, "Damn, being this cute is illegal." Asa giggles and thinks to herself, "You are even cuter, you stubborn guy." Yulia has a sweet scent like a dessert, while Michael smells like bitter tea, refreshing and mild. After a while, Michael suddenly talks about Count Slay's fate. She nods yes. He continues. He was sentenced to death at the trial. Along with the Viscount, Asa calmly replies, "I understand." Hearing this, Michael grabs her shoulders. "I'm really worried. I think maybe I acted too hastily." Asa asks blankly, "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Michael lowers his head. "I wonder if it would have been better if the three of us went to the auction without you, because I know it might be hard for you." The choice window pops up again. System, option 1, give Michael a kick of justice. Option 2, make him pay for his lie, eliminate Michael. Option 3, grab Michael's collar and tell him to tell the truth. Asa is stunned, thinking, what the hell, eliminate Michael, kick of justice, grab his collar. How did these extreme options even appear? Rayson dared her, wait, give me some better choices. In response to her is a contemptuous silence. Seeing this, veins pop up on Asa's face. Is it ignoring me? Did I treat the holy sword too carelessly? Is this revenge? Think, I don't want to hurt him due to a wrong choice again. Not again. She closes her eyes, frowning in deep thought. After a while, Asa suddenly notices the second option. She thinks this option seems a bit darker. Then she clicks on option 2, her heart still guessing as if placing a bet, while Asa anxiously waits. The second option suddenly changes. Seeing this, she lets out a sigh of relief. There it is, so that's how it works. I never knew choices could be hidden. Having made her choice, Asa begins to speak her lines. Maybe you are right. Michael is stunned. Asa's face is full of melancholy. She continues, I haven't completely escaped my past. I only started truly living about 3 months ago. If Serena hadn't saved me that day, I would have been someone's toy by now. Perhaps for the rest of my life. Michael hurriedly interrupts. Asa, that's not what I meant. She nods. I know, I'm fine. Michael says guiltily, don't try to brush it off like that. Asa calmly tucks her hair back and replies with a smile. I really am fine. In life, there is no such thing as what-ifs. What matters is that I am very happy now. While Asa is speaking, Irina thinks, it's just a dialogue, but it's so heartwarming. Especially since my remaining days are numbered. At this time, Asa continues, Michael, I love this world where all of you are. He pauses, lowers his head slightly, then suddenly laughs. Yes, me too, except for the Grand Duke. I hate the Grand Duke. Asa thinks helplessly. He always gets points deducted for saying unnecessary things. To change the subject, she asks curiously, Michael, where is Mute? He replies, ah. The Cardinal, it seems there is someone he knows among the slaves rescued underground. He said he wants to look after that person for a while. Asa thinks to herself, it seems Mute went to see Rayson Derder. She smiles and replies, okay, then let's go see Yulia and Serena. In the Grand Palace, by the crackling fire in the fireplace, Yulia and Serena are sitting silently. On the sofa, Asa is tired after chatting and is resting her head on Serena's lap. She smiles and says, "It's been a long time since I saw Asa sleeping so peacefully." Yulia agrees, "Yes, it really has been." "A long time," Serena adds. "She must have been under a lot of pressure from the recent slave market incident. Asa needs to rest more." "Speaking of which, Grand Duke, do you know Lacus Village?" Yulia nods. "Yes, it's a village famous for freshwater fish dishes." He thinks to himself, "How could I not know it before I returned? That was the place I first fought alongside Asa as her companion." And in that place, at this moment Serena suddenly says, "I am thinking of bringing Asa there for a vacation." Yulia starts and asks, "A vacation so suddenly?" She nods and replies, "It's not sudden, Grand Duke. Asa has done incredibly well, but perhaps she has reached her limit. She needs proper rest." "In a peaceful place," Yulia says worriedly. "Then how about somewhere other than Lacus Village?" Serena asks doubtfully. "A place different," he nods and says, "just a bit further." "Then Lacus Village is a resort that I am quite familiar with. I am willing to lead the way for you." Hearing this, Asa thinks, "Wait, no, wait a minute," without waiting for her to react. Serena nods. "As long as it is a place where Asa can rest, I agree." At this moment, Asa can only struggle in her consciousness. "No, I absolutely do not agree." Yulia smiles and says, "Understood." Asa's face darkens as she thinks, "I pretended to sleep because it is warm and comfortable, but what are they talking about now?" The next chapter has the word lake in its title. What will happen if we go somewhere else? "I cannot let this happen. I must stop them." Just as Asa sits up, the surrounding scenery changes. She starts and asks, "Is it already done?" Rayson dared her. "Wait, hold on." During the spatial transition, she closes her eyes and wonders why everything always ends up like this. A few seconds later, the scene shifts outdoors. Asa opens her eyes inside a carriage. She looks around and reflects, this is the inside of a carriage. What should I do if I skip a chapter like this? The main story will be delayed. No, wait. Perhaps a hidden chapter or something will appear. When she reopens the game window, the text still displays. Chapter 10, The Lake Where the Dead Return. Asa helplessly thinks, "I am fine, it is still the same. If this is the plan, they should at least give me a chance to intervene. What can I do now that I am already in the carriage?" Right then, Serena suddenly says, "So beautiful." Asa is pulled back to reality by the voice, letting out a surprised gasp while looking outside. Outside the carriage is a peaceful village. Serena gasps, "Oh my." Asa casts her eyes around, from the place where people are playing by the lake to where the women are drying clothes on the meadow. Serena suddenly continues, "That is a beautiful sight you cannot see in the capital." Asa calmly thinks, no matter how many times she looks, it is still beautiful. That is Lacus Village, where we plan to go. At this rate, unless there is some event stopping the carriage, we will skip it. But as if hearing her thoughts, a choice window pops up. 1. Look at Yulia looking at the lake. 2. Approach Yulia. Asa wonders why there is such a choice at this time. There is no doubt about it. This is the system calling out to her to follow the game's progression. She immediately stands up and asks Yulia, "What are you doing all by yourself?" Seeing her approach, Yulia blankly calls her name. Outside, the coachman suddenly lets out a long yawn. Right then, the wheel suddenly jolts over a rock. He screams, "Oh my goodness! Ah, pardon me. It seems we just tripped over a stone." Inside the carriage, Asa supports herself against the carriage wall as she stands. Above Yulia's head, a notification pops up. System, Yulia's favorability points +50. While the two are in an extremely awkward position, the coachman continues to ask, "Is anyone hurt?" "Anywhere?" Yulia is stunned, thinking our lips have touched. His hand moves slightly, his heart extremely flustered. "I am kissing Asa." He remembers that in his past life she confessed but passed away before they could get close. In this life, he does not know if she shares those feelings. While grieving, he realizes he is kissing Asa. Only after Yulia thinks enough to fill an entire page of paper does Asa hurriedly pull back. "My apologies." Yulia blushes awkwardly. Michael, who has been temporarily blind and deaf until now, blankly asks, "What is it? Why are you apologizing?" Asa quickly replies, "It is nothing. Sorry, I did not mean to do that." Yulia awkwardly replies, "No, no, I liked it very much." Right after saying that, he realizes what he said and inwardly curses himself, thinking he has surely lost his mind. He quickly corrects himself, I do not mind. The more they speak, the redder the twos. Faces become from embarrassment. Asak quickly replies, Serena beside them flashes a suggestive smile. Oh, Michael frowns and says, that sounds like something that should not have happened just occurred suspicious. Serena knows full well but does not say it directly, instead encouraging the Grand Duke to take further action. He pretends not to understand, while she tells Michael he is just overthinking. Too much, Michael angrily shouts, answer me first. Yulia says nothing more, only clearing his throat. Only now does he feel the space is unusually quiet. He hurriedly asks, the carriage, when did it stop? After a while, when the four get off, the coachman hesitantly says, the wheel has broken off. Completely, sire. In this case, surprise and confusion appear on the faces of Yulia, Michael, and Serena. The coachman stammers, I apologize, but perhaps it would be best to stay overnight at Lacus village, which we just passed. Hearing those words, Asa rejoices inwardly. Excellent, thus they all head back to that scenic place. Passing through the gates of Lacus village, Asa thinks, so the choice just now was a turning point? Now I can legitimately progress the main event. Still, using a kiss to trigger it is truly a classic dating sim trope. While Yulia is stammering in the back, Michael suddenly asks, Grand Duke, what is wrong with you? I quite like it here. Serena also says, I do not mind at all. Was this not our original plan anyway? Yulia remains silent, his expression extremely solemn. Seeing his face, Asa wonders what is with that reaction. Something is not right. Yulia's main role in this party only truly begins from this chapter. Having only ever lived in the barren north, Yulia has always loved the lake of Lacus village. After a moment of silence, Yulia suddenly says, how about we try going to that location right now? Asa is stunned, thinking what? Serena cries out, no way. Yulia then suggests, what if I carry you on my back? Without waiting for Asa to answer, Michael says, forget about it. Yulia purses his lips, his eyes full of anticipation as he calls out, Asa. She breaks into a sweat, thinking, trying to play the handsome card with me, huh? Fine then. She puts on a pitiful look and says, I want to stay in this village. This place reminds me of my hometown, even though it no longer exists. Yulia freezes, his heart racing violently. Ultimately, he compromises in the face of beauty. Then let us stay here. Asa cheers inwardly, perfect. Just as planned, she adds, so where should we go first? Serena chimes in, let us find a place to stay. Right then, a young man named Pan approaches. What brings outsiders to our village? Serena quickly explains, our carriage wheel is broken. We hope to stay the night here and we will compensate you handsomely. Pan scratches his head hesitantly. Ah, well. While he is still hesitating, a girl suddenly steps out and asks, what is the matter? Seeing her, Asa thinks, just as I guessed, she is here, the sub-quest giver of Lacus village, Isabella. Pan replies that they are looking for a place to stay. Isabella nods. Oh. Is that so? You ladies can stay at our house if you do not mind. It is not very far from here. Asa replies, we are very grateful for your offer. At that moment, Yulia suddenly calls out, wait, would that not be inconvenient? Perhaps we should spend the night in the carriage. Michael hears this and asks, what are you talking about? Do you want Asa to sleep in the carriage? Yulia shakes his head. His Highness and I will sleep in the forest together. Michael immediately screams, have you lost your mind? Why should I camp with the Grand Duke during our journey? While the two argue, Asa suddenly feels suspicious in her heart. Yulia, what is wrong with him? He has been trying to keep us from resting in the village since a moment ago. It is almost as if he knows what is about to happen. Isabella turns around and says, well, if you do not mind too much, please have dinner with us first. Our house is not very far from here. Asa is pulled back to reality by the voice. She quickly throws the tangled thoughts to the back of her mind. No, I must be overthinking things. While walking behind Isabella, Asa thinks there is no way the game did not reset things. The sky gradually darkens in a room. Serena cries out, oh, that is wonderful. Do you all hunt for yourselves? Isabella replies, yes, there are no towns around here. We are entirely self-sufficient. Michael asks with a hint of doubt, but is Lacus not famous? For freshwater fish, roast beef. Isabella's smile suddenly becomes a bit strained. Ah, yes, it used to be like that. A choice. Window suddenly pops up. 1. What happened to the village? 2. I noticed the lake is extremely beautiful. Asa smiles and selects option 2. I noticed the lake is extremely beautiful. Isabella suddenly freezes. She mutters, the lake. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grows cold. Isabella asks with a freezing face, does it really look like that to you? The villagers do not go there anymore, ever since. We stopped fishing. People like you who came here just to see the freshwater fish eventually stopped coming as well. Why? Is that there is a legend that has been passed down by word of mouth in Lacus for a very long time. At night, when the torrential rain pours down, if you pass by the lake, you will hear a voice calling out to you, the voice of the one you love. But it is the voice of someone who has long since departed this world, coming from the depths of the lake. And if you get close enough to look into the water, you will see them standing on the water, looking straight at you with the face of the deceased. That person will reach out to drag whoever dares to look into the water down to the cold bottom of the lake, and you will never return, ever return to the shore again. As soon as Isabella finishes her story, Michael screams, Ah, Asa, I am so scared. She indifferently asks back, Oh, is that so? When did your highness get over here? After saying that, Asa thinks, how embarrassing. Your highness is actually afraid of things like this? Things that scare Michael, cockroaches, insects, and spiders. After a while, Serena has to step in and pull Michael away. Go back to your seat, he grumbles while Asa thinks how pitiful. Isabella lights the candle again and everyone sits back in their original seats. Serena speaks up, thinking about the dead looking at us. Is it possible they mistook a drowned corpse for that? Isabella shakes her head. A corpse would not be able to stand upright in the water, let alone stare up from the bottom of the lake. Then what is it? Only now does Asa feel a chill run down her spine. This is too scary. Actually, I am very weak when facing things like this. Yulia suddenly speaks up. It is definitely the work of a demon. Everyone remembers, right? One of them even disguised itself as the tower master on the ship. Mimicking voices is nothing to them. Serena rubs her chin. If the Grand Duke is correct, then it could be one of those water demons. Yulia slightly shakes his head. No, perhaps it is Pan. Hearing that, Serena says, but Pan is a high-ranking wind demon since they are inside the lake. Should they not belong to the water element? Michael says Pan can control and manipulate human minds, so it is entirely possible. Thus, Serena goes along with it. That sounds reasonable. Asa thinks it is not just reasonable. He is analyzing precisely down to every point. 1. This is not only the work of demons, but it is indeed carried out by Pan. Interestingly, Yulia is also doing the exact same thing as in the second and third playthroughs, pretending to predict the future before revealing everything as if he knows everything. After speculating, Serena wonders, so should we go to the lake at dawn? Asa, maybe you should rest. Hearing this, Isabella cries out, wait, a high-ranking demon? Are you saying such a thing is in our village? Serena hesitates at that. Asa clears her throat. Ah, I'm sorry, we didn't explain clearly. We are hunters. Isabella says blankly, excuse me. Asa immediately adds, and not just ordinary hunters, but demon hunters. Isabella is stunned and calls them heroes. Asa nods and thinks, so even in a place like this, my reputation precedes me, just as expected of the main characters. Power. After spending the evening in a room, Serena walks in and says, Asa, let's get ready for bed. Saying this, she suddenly stops, her gaze landing on Asa, whose small figure is looking at the lakeshore through the window. Serena steps up and gently taps her shoulder. She smiles and asks, in our hometown, there is also a lake like this. Right, I wonder if it is dried up by now. Or not, since that day. Asa slightly shakes her head. Who knows? She thinks to herself that she really doesn't know what happened to the lake Serena mentioned, so she can only answer vaguely. Serena pauses for a moment, then lowers her head and lets out a somewhat sad smile. Meanwhile, Asa is still thinking that the past shared by Serena and Anastasia only exists within the lore created by the game, and it will still be an eternal distance between us. Meanwhile, outside the village, rain is pouring down. In the carriage, Michael is fast asleep, while Yulia still looks out the window anxiously. He mumbles, "It wasn't raining back then." His consciousness gradually sinks into memories. The last time he came here was in late spring, which was also when he met Pan in the forest. Since returning to the past, he has changed the future. This time he met Asa right after Serena and tried to show his absolute best to her, remembering her appearance. He silently sighs with admiration that Asa is a genius. At that time, he ignored the rumors about the lake and didn't investigate them. At this moment, Michael is also awakened by the noise. Where are you planning to go at this hour?" he replies, "Just going for a walk." Michael frowns, tossing and turning as he mumbles, "A walk in this freezing weather? Are you crazy?" After a while, Yulia stops in front of the house where Asa is sleeping. He thinks to himself, they are probably asleep by now. I'll just check if they are safe. Right then, the sound of dripping water suddenly echoes. Yulia can't help but startle, quickly turning around to look back. At the lakeshore, where a silhouette is slowly walking toward the water, Yulia hastily yells, "Asa!" He quickly runs over. "Asa, it's so cold outside. Why are you dressed like this?" She turns around, revealing her cross-shaped pupils. Her voice is slightly strange. Yulia, in his haste, doesn't notice that detail. He only focuses on taking off his cloak to drape it over her. "You'll catch a cold. Quickly go inside and rest." Asa resolutely shakes her head no. Yulia worriedly says, "The rain is so cold and it's already late." But before he can finish, Asa speaks up again. "I have to go to the lake. I hear her calling." Yulia freezes, remembering Isabella's story. "You will hear a voice calling your name, the voice of the one you love who is no longer in this world." Yulia hastily calls after Asa. "We both heard it before. That's a demon, not someone you love." She stubbornly replies, "No, she can't." "Demon," Yulia calls out in panic. "Asa!" She turns around, her face covered in tears. "I have to go, Yulia, she is calling me." After a moment of hesitation, Yulia has no choice but to compromise. "All right, but let's go together. I can't let you go alone." Asa snuggles into his chest. In the shadows, the corner of her mouth curls up slightly. The two board a small boat and row out to the middle of the lake. The closer they get, the more clearly Asa hears the voice, "I want to meet you, I want you." Asa suddenly reaches her hand into the lake. Yulia hastily warns, "Asa, doing that is very dangerous." She remains in the same posture, her eyes unfocused as if trying to listen. Under the water, the voice echoes again, "I want." Asa thinks to herself that she is actually very scared. The voice echoes once more, "You, I want." Her face darkens as she realizes that is her own voice, or technically the voice of Anastasia. Asa touches her hand to the water's surface, thinking to herself that the reason she chose to come to the lake is because she is certain this event will be a new turning point. Yulia anxiously says, "Asa, it's very dangerous, so hold my hand." Right then, something that startles him suddenly occurs. Under the lake, a pale hand suddenly grabs Asa's hair and pulls her down. While being dragged away, Asa wonders if she will choose a safe playstyle and ignore everything. Or does she want to face her fears and choose a different path? She already has the answer, doesn't she? Yulia quickly reaches out, but his hand brushes past her hair, grasping empty air. Yulia is stunned, screaming in panic, "Asa!" Under the lake's surface, she thinks to herself, "I'm not worried because Yulia is here." At the same time, red warnings constantly flash as the player's heart rate becomes unstable. The system attempts a forced logout but repeatedly encounters errors and refuses to execute, requesting to retry. In a safer area, Asa takes a deep breath. Thanks to the power of the gods, breathing underwater now becomes easier. How much deeper do we have to go? Just as the thought finishes, a dry laugh rings in her ears. "Cackle," Asa slightly frowns. "I thought it might really be Anastasia, but in the end it isn't." In front of her, a smiling specter says, "Caught you, caught you?" Asa wonders if Anastasia has become a water specter. She summons her sword, swings her arm to stab forward, and at the same time refutes her own thought. How ridiculous! The specter is stabbed, screaming out in pain. "Ah!" She retreats, continuing to let out sharp, dry laughs. The more Asa listens, the more uncomfortable she feels in her heart. The laugh of, "This thing sounds a bit silly." At this moment, the specter suddenly speaks up. No matter how much you struggle, it's too late now. You cannot escape, Asa suddenly sees. A choice window pop up. 1. Continue moving toward the bottom of the lake. 2. Look up toward the water's surface. She ponders, well, right. Then a dark silhouette suddenly appears on the water's surface. It is none other than Yulia. Seeing this, Asa says, I won't refuse. She thinks to herself that she knew Yulia would come. At this time, the specter attacks again with her claws, and Asa immediately fights back with her sword. The specter retreats and continues to laugh, cackle. Irina, do you like this thing? A half-human, half-demon monster. The familiar choice window pops up. 1. Yulia is a demon. 2. Yulia is a human. Asa nonchalantly selects option 2. No, Yulia is a human. She swings her sword to knock her back, then continues, he will never act like a demon. The specter smirks mockingly. How ridiculous. Seizing the opportunity while she is distracted, Asa immediately rushes forward and slashes with her sword. The specter says in annoyance, I don't like this, too noisy. Asa quickly raises her guard, but at this moment the specter suddenly changes her target to attack. Yulia, die! Before the attack lands on him, Asa, as if teleporting, stands in the way to block the attack. Even the specter didn't expect this situation. Yulia calls out to Asa in a daze. A notification window pops up. System, favorability +5. System warning, your HP has decreased. At the same time, the water under Yulia's feet also begins to swirl. A terrifying amount of mana radiates, making the specter cry out in astonishment. What? She screams loudly in pain, then asks, in confusion, how is the power of Lord Zunj? How dare you? Asa smiles inwardly. Her plan to trigger his wrath with a sacrifice is a complete success. At the same time, a notification window pops up. System warning, exposure to excessive magic. HP has decreased. She frowns and ponders. Oh, what a terrifying magical power. The nickname people gave Yulia is a bit cheesy, but it really suits him, Prince of Water, while she is thinking, Yulia condenses water swords one by one. In the blink of an eye, the specter's body is riddled with stabs. She screams in pain as her life gradually fades away. Asa silently observes the entire process. In the end, she suddenly finds it hard to understand, thinking, what is this? The remnant is still here. The data should have disappeared after being processed. Without waiting for her to find the answer, Yulia says, Asa, bear with it a little longer, I will get you out of here. The two gradually swim up to the water's surface. Asa turns her head to look down at the bottom of the lake, her heart filled with doubt. Well, this chapter is really strange, but at least I managed to avoid the drowning. Ending, in a place she cannot see, deep down at the bottom of the lake, a faint voice still whispers, Irina, I want to meet you, after. Getting ashore, Yulia still carries Asa in his arms. She hesitantly calls out, Yulia, I'm really fine. I have a shoulder injury, but it's just a small cut. I can still walk. Normally, he gently shakes his head. Bear with me, I'm doing this just to reassure myself. Feeling guilty, Asa lowers her head. Yulia, I'm sorry for being so stubborn earlier, but after hearing my own voice, even though I knew it wasn't real. Yulia replies, I completely understand, while thinking to himself that this rare moment of her showing weakness brings him a somewhat shameful joy that she probably doesn't realize. He smiles and adds, so you don't need to apologize? Irina secretly curls her lips. You're happy because I'm relying on you. Right, time passes, and the two quickly arrive back at the house. Serena has been waiting outside the door for a long time. As soon as she sees them, she runs over and loudly calls out. Asa, she whispers, she must be very angry, right? Please help me cover it up. Yulia says with a smile, we'll just take a little scolding. She replies in distress. How cruel, and then after while Serena complains while drying her hair. Where did you go without saying a word? Do you know how worried I was? I woke up and couldn't find you. I searched the entire house, even bothering Isabella. You are even injured and your hair is a mess. After she finishes speaking, Asa mumbles in a small voice, I'm sorry. Serena lets out a long sigh. I know you aren't the type of person to leave without a reason. You must have gotten involved in something related to the demons again. All I want is for you to tell Me, what happened? Asa looks dazed. I heard a voice, she says. It called my name. Saying this, she suddenly remembers something. Wait, why did I only realize this now? She was calling me, but the problem is Asa remembers the voice from the bottom of the lake. I want to meet you, I want you, Irina, I want to meet you. Then she wonders how she knows her name. Seeing her suddenly fall silent, Serena calls Asa with some worry. She tilts her head and the towel on her hair falls to the ground. Asa gently rests her head on Serena's shoulder, pretending to sleep, but Serena does not. No, her eyes soften as she thinks to herself, did she fall asleep? They say that the voice of a loved one can make you lose yourself, the voice of a dead person. The voice Asa heard must belong to her parents. Serena reminisces about the past. While I left my hometown and am living a peaceful life in the capital asterisk. Asa, a child of only 11 years old, had to witness the horror of the Neon Tribe massacre. She imagines the scene of Asa sitting alone amidst a sea of fire. Then, she reaches out and gently brushes her hair aside, thinking to herself, what happened that day is still a mystery. Asa is the only witness and survivor. That is why, unless she asks her about it. Serena suddenly says softly, if it is a memory you don't want to recall, you don't have to tell me. I will wait until you are ready to tell me. Yourself, a game window pops up. System, Serena's favorability points +20. A few days later, under the harsh sunlight, an old vehicle speeds along the rocky road. The vehicle's chassis shakes constantly, making Irina, who is sitting inside, feel dizzy. Next to her in the driver's seat is Eugen. He smiles and says, it's been a while since you left Sector B, right? Thanks to me, you get to experience this now. Irina says irritably, shut up. Seeing this, Eugen says, strange, who is the one boasting that they never get motion sickness? Irina remains silent for a long time before changing the subject. How much longer until we reach the Revolutionary Army's base? Eugen stops teasing her. He replies, it will take at least a day. There's no other choice. We have to take this route to avoid being followed. Thinking about how this situation will drag on, Irina tells herself, let's think about something else, something like the game. Racin Derder is becoming more and more suspicious. Right now, she cannot even collect or buy items, cannot execute a forced logout, and the favorability point system is malfunctioning. The corpses of the demons she killed do not disappear. How did that demon know Irina's name? Is it because of the system? But why did it call me that in the game? Right at that moment, the vehicle's chassis suddenly shakes violently. Irina loses her balance and bumps her head against the car while Eugen cries out, whoa! Holding the bump on her head, she says with fiery eyes, damn it, do we have to ride this old pile of scrap metal on the way back too? Eugen immediately corrects her, it's not scrap metal, it's an antique. Irina. Day later, when the sun is about to set, the car finally stops. Eugen steps down and says, Irina, leave the car and follow this way. He walks over to the giant board on the wall and pulls it aside with force, revealing a secret passage. Irina looks at the pitch-black path before her, thinking to herself, what classic method. Eugen turns around and says, all right, let's go in. The two enter at the same time. Irina walks behind, complaining to herself, this place is barely wide enough for one person. It's too cramped. After a while, Eugen suddenly asks, how does it feel to actually smell the earth, Irina? Irina replies, I never thought I would walk on it in real life, so this is very refreshing for me. Hearing this, Eugen chuckles, right, I feel the exact same way, and from now on, everything will be even more wonderful. Irina is dazed for a moment. Before grabbing his arm, the two exit the passage one after another. Irina, a beautiful scenery immediately unfolds. She asks blankly, is all of this real? From the wheat to the trees over there, Eugen nods. Of course, all of this will eventually go into our mouths. Irina, welcome to Sector C. The golden sunset gently shines on the grass. In the middle of the field, farmers are still working diligently. Smiles visible on everyone's faces. Irina is still blankly looking around when she suddenly takes a step forward, her voice whispering, I never thought I would have the chance to walk on real soil. Being born here might not be so bad. Eugen suddenly asks, Irina, can you work in the fields? Or maybe at a farm? Irina looks back at the lively scene before her and then senses her own weak body. I think I can manage that. Eugen laughs. Ha ha! Irina immediately changes the subject. Even children are working here. Eugen replies, by regulation they must stay in the incubation factory until their 15th birthday, but it seems people in Sector A don't care much about that. Perhaps they feel that wasting their childhood in such a desolate incubation factory is too cruel. Irina gently grabs a leaf nearby, thinking to herself, what would it be like if my childhood had such bright golden light? She just realizes that a world she never knew existed is right here. It is strange. It makes her feel ashamed. While she is in a daze, Eugen suddenly calls Irina, come over here. Irina freezes. Did he already cross over to the other side? After a while, Irina is so tired that she rests her hands on her knees, panting heavily. At the same time, a voice suddenly rings out. Eugen, why are you here? He replies, there's someone I want to introduce to you, though your stamina is really terrible. Irina raises her head and asks, who would be in a place like this? On a tree branch, an arm reaches out as that person asks, what? Eugen, why didn't you tell me sooner? Then, under Irina's surprised gaze, that person jumps straight down from the tree. She is startled and stands up straight, surprise clearly written on her face. He jumped down from that height? How? The man stands up, brushing leaves off his shoulders as he says, what a pity. If I had known our guest was this cute, I would have personally come to escort her. Not long after, the three walk to another place. Inside the elevator, Irina curiously taps the iron bar with her hand. Seeing this, Eugen says, there are 31 underground floors. We are using an old pre-war shelter. Irina thinks in surprise, a relic from 200 years ago. Tears welling up in her eyes, she says, I'm so touched, I think I'm about to cry. Eugen and Hono laugh, telling her there is no need to exaggerate. Like that, shortly after the elevator stops on the 10th floor, the three step out, along the hallway. Hono waves to everyone they meet. Irina silently observes him, thinking to herself, his name is Hono. He looks young, but he is already 35 years old. He is the leader of the revolutionary army and possesses incredible physical capabilities. I thought those acrobatic moves only existed in video games. Not long after, the three stop in front of a room. Eugen smiles and says, here it is. The door opens. The view inside appears. Seeing the equipment within clearly, Irina cannot help but gasp. She quickly steps inside, asking in admiration, the security system and layout here are quite sophisticated. Who is in charge of the military arrangements? Hono replies confidently, me. Did you think I couldn't be this smart just because I'm from the sector where I was naturally engineered? Irina thinks blankly, naturally engineered. Hono walks over and presses the red button on the keyboard, continuing, actually, most people in Sector C or D are like that. Currently, perhaps only the incubation factories in Sectors B and E are operating stably. On the screen, 3 words immediately appear. System, Plan A. Hono smiles and says, this is the map we created of Sector A. Irina says in shock. Now that I look at it, it's more detailed than I expected. Hono shrugs. Recruiting hackers from Sector B is truly worth it. Of course, the best among them is Irina. Irina blushes from the praise, saying in embarrassment, let me make some edits first. With that, she begins to operate on the keyboard as screens quickly pop up and disappear one by one. Hono and Eugen stand behind and watch, unable to help but marvel. In silence, Irina is now completely oblivious to her surroundings, focusing intently. On the screen, a notification window pops up. System, Plan A completion rate 100%. She thinks to herself, asterisk, once this is done, I will be completely bound to the revolutionary army. If it fails, I won't be able to leave this place alive. Irina presses the enter key, thinking at the same time, but I want to live longer. I want to enjoy the world of race and dare that I love. As soon as she finishes, a line of text appears on the screen. System, data input completed. In the world of race and dare at Isabella's residence, Serena sits next to Asaz's bed, her anxiety hard to hide. In the quiet room, a knock suddenly sounds on the door. Yulia and Michael walk in and he asks hesitantly, Tower Master. Serena shakes her head slightly. Seeing this, Michael also raises his hand to his forehead and sighs. She has been unconscious for several days. Serena gently touches her younger sister's face and lowers her voice. Today, I must return to the temple immediately. The cardinal must inspect Asa's condition. Yulia replies, then I will prepare the carriage right away. She nods and says, please do so. After Yulia and Michael step outside, Serena takes out a set of clothes. She laughs self-deprecatingly. I never thought I'd have to undress someone like this. Sorry, Asa, I will change your clothes. Quickly, just as she undresses her, Serena suddenly freezes, her brow furrowing, her voice filled with shock. This. Serena's hand trembles as she gently pulls Asa's shirt aside, revealing a body covered in scars. Serena suddenly feels a surge of anger in her heart. Asa has fought in too many battles, so having scars is almost like a natural part of her. But this is not normal at all. This is the mark of torture, wounds that could only come from being tied up and beaten repeatedly. She tightly grips Asa's hand, her voice slightly dazed. Asa, you were treated like this by your own kind. If it were me, I would have flown into a rage. I would take revenge and burn everything down. I might have hated humanity, but how can you fight for them, especially with a body so fragile to magic like this? After putting on the clothes to her, Serena thinks again. Perhaps it is because she is chosen as the hero and no one can replace her. Even so, she calls out softly, I want you to be happier, much more. In the real world, the sunlight disappears behind the fields. Irina thinks to herself, the sun is gradually setting. It has been half a day since I last logged into Race and Darter. I have never stayed offline this long, but it can't be helped. It looks like I will stay out tonight. Then she asks him, you said we are going to eat. So where are we going? Eugen turns his head back and replies, we are going to Hono's house. Just as the words leave his mouth, the three of them stop in front of a wooden cabin. Irina exclaims in surprise, wow, a countryside house with a yard. Eugen quickly warns, don't get your hopes up too. Hi, Irina is stunned and asks back, huh? He smiles embarrassedly and says, the food is very eco-friendly. Looking at the plate of food that resembles a witch's potion in front of her, Irina takes a risk and tries a spoonful. My review, the distinct smell of herbs and plants, this is completely inedible. Eugen was indeed telling the truth. After thinking this, she stands up. Hono sees this and asks, Rina, aren't you eating more? Irina laughs awkwardly. I'm sorry, today I'm a bit too tired. I will go outside for a bit. Hono nods and says, don't go too far. Afterward, Irina takes a walk alone in the field. She looks at the gradually darkening sky and mutters, I thought there would be a galaxy, but there isn't even one. Why? Saying this, she thinks again that everywhere in this world is the same weather. It is a naturally beautiful night sky, or the starry skies that exist everywhere in reality. Irina sits on a rock, smiles, and says, that's why everyone clings to games and virtual reality. Just as the words leave her mouth, Hono suddenly walks up and asks bluntly, out of nowhere, is that so? Irina turns her head and calls out to Hono in surprise. Yes, it was beautiful when I first saw it, but now it's disappointing. Hono sits down beside her, nods, and says, even so, things are better now. In the past, there was no land here, and the incubation factories discarded children who would die if they didn't have enough strength, but piece by piece, everything is gradually changing. Irina stares at him in a daze. A few seconds later, she suddenly speaks up. Hono, a few days ago in District B where I live, there was a major power outage. Was that your doing? He freezes, a few drops of sweat breaking out on his hands. After a brief silence, Hono replies, that was an accident. Irina is stunned. What? He explains, we accidentally compromised the district security program. We tried our best, but with our skill level, we could only temporarily halt it. Now it has. Right then, a figure runs over from the distance. Leader, it's an emergency, Hone calmly tells Toby. I have a guest right now. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. After leaning on his knees and panting heavily for a moment, Toby quickly says, it's the virus. The virus from the previous power outage has reactivated. Even the bunker's location will be exposed if it continues. Hono stands up abruptly and asks, what? Meanwhile, down in the basement, red warning boxes flash on the screens. The surrounding area is in utter chaos. This place is also infected. Damn it, is the defense program still not complete? What the hell is this? Yan, this side is infected too. The youth named Yan asks in a panic, "What, damn it, can it really not be stopped in case something happens to the district system? We won't stand a chance. There is no way we can stop the virus with our skill level." Saying this, Ivan suddenly changes his tone. "No, I will go off the grid for a year. If I get kicked out of here and sent back to District B, I will definitely be shot." "Dead, I can't die like this." Right then, a blue notification window suddenly pops up on the screen. Yan freezes. The person next to him is also stunned. "Wait, what is that? A virus of the same type as the system. Why is it inside the bunker?" Ivan mutters. "The virus," someone suddenly shouts. "Hey, over there, that black-haired girl, is she a security officer from District A?" Not far away, while the others are scratching their heads in frustration, Irina is staring intently at the screen, her fingers flying continuously across the virtual keyboard. Seeing the notifications on the screen constantly changing, Hono cannot help but be shocked. What the hell is this? The viruses, they are disappearing. Not long after, Irina hits the enter key, and on the screen, the word system, cleanup successful, immediately appear. Yan says blankly, "Perfect." Everyone cheers at the same time. System, quest complete. Sector C has been successfully secured. Irina lets out a sigh of relief, then turns to ask if recruiting the #1 hacker is worth it. Hono replies that he is still surprised because she is so incredibly skilled. "It really is a stroke of luck to have you on the team." After all, Irina chuckles softly, thinking to herself that those words sound a bit bittersweet. She then turns around and says, "Well, I will be going for a bit." On her way out of the bunker, Irina thinks that her connection with them began the day she was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Right then, Ivan suddenly runs up and shouts, "See, Senior, I'm a huge fan of yours. I'm Ivan. I never thought I would get to meet you, Senior. Someone I've only heard of by reputation." Irina asks back in surprise, "What reputation? What have you heard about me?" He says Project X inspired his AI, and Irina realizes that was the exact algorithm she used to create. Behind Ivan, two others step forward to express their admiration for Irina, asking to shake hands and hoping to be accepted as her disciples. She thinks in amazement, "Wow, I have only ever been treated like this in games. After all, I was born to do this work. That is why I always think doing what I do is a given." Then she replies, "Yeah, I'm also very glad to meet you." The two shake hands. Ivan and the other two enthusiastically continue, "You look so cool just now. Thanks to you, we survived this time." Irina smiles and says, "Thank you, everyone." Something stirs inside her heart. It turns out being recognized doesn't feel bad at all. Ivan brings over a stack of documents, wanting to ask Irina, but others jealously tell him not to cut in line because everyone wants to ask. Hono quickly steps in to stop them. "Everyone stand still. Rena is a guest here. All of you behave properly, especially you, Ivan." He groans in disappointment. "Brother Hono, just a little bit." Hono says helplessly, "Look at the thickness of that thesis. You think that's just a little bit?" Ivan begs, "Then just reading this one page is fine too." Irina thinks to herself, it's noisy and chaotic. The journey is long, the food is terrible, but thinking up to this point, she says, "Anyway, I'm going back tomorrow, so just a little while is fine." Then she thinks again. It seems choosing to come here is the right decision. The next day, as the sun rises, the sunlight shines on Hono's wooden cabin. Near the entrance of the bunker next door, a sound echoes. Irina, along with Eugen and Hono, walks outside. She shields her eyes from the sun and looks up. Is it already morning? Recalling last night when those three took turns asking her, "Please look at this for me, sister, and this one too." Irina cannot help but sigh. She stayed up all night. This time it wasn't because of a game, but because of work. Seeing her pause, Hono asks, "Rena, you look tired. Are you okay?" Irina laughs weakly. Seeing this, Hone smiles. He suggests, "Everyone here seems to like you. How about it? Why don't you just stay here permanently?" Irina quickly shakes her head. "I must flatly refuse. After all, I am still a virtual world addict." Eugen chimes in, "However, I think you should still come back again, especially since Ivan keeps clinging to you and won't let go. He even cried and begged, 'Sister, you must come back, promise me.'" Remembering that scene, Irina falls into thought. "Yeah, anyway, things went smoother than I expected." Then she turns around and heads back the same way she came. As soon as she gets home, Irina logs into the game, verifies her identity, and logs into Race and Derder. At the same time, in a dark space, Pan is lounging on a sofa. Suddenly some debris falls down. He sits up. This is the shell of a creature living at the bottom of the lake. It died 3 or 4 days ago. What a pity, I thought it would live longer. Ah, I see, so my beautiful girl has already dropped by here. Suddenly, I miss you. Too bad I didn't get to hear your scream last time. Pan throws the fragment into his mouth and greedily licks his lips. A good commander must demand justice for their subordinates. I wonder where she is right. Now our hero. Rewinding to a few hours ago when Irina just got home, Plang says anxiously, "Master, you look quite haggard." She laughs weakly. Ha, current status, depleted social battery plus all-nighter plus motion sickness equals total physical exhaustion. Irina is dead tired, now even standing makes her sleepy. Plang asks anxiously, "Master, what can I prepare for you? Do you crave anything to eat?" Seeing her walk toward the login capsule, Plang gets worried seeing Irina planning to play the game while exhausted, advising her to rest or take a bath. But Irina refuses because she cannot delay any further since 5 days have already passed in the game. Plang quickly leaps over, "Master, you can't." But unfortunately, the door of the login capsule already closes. It calls out helplessly, "Master." The familiar identity verification interface appears. After the loading progress bar finishes. Loading, Irina logs into the game. In the world of Race and Derder, Asa opens her eyes, and looking at the dark scenery before her, she cannot help but be stunned. What is this? Why am I all alone? Did I fall asleep? In the real world, so is this rain. Ah. Asa looks at the gloomy scenery around her. She wipes the sweat from her face, then opens her progress tracker. Chapter 10, The Lake of the Dead Returning to Life. Seeing that the progress remains stuck there, Asa thinks to herself, so this isn't inside the barrier dimension? The mana concentration is terrifying. At that exact moment, a red notification window pops up. System warning, you have encountered a high-ranking demon. Asa freezes in shock and asks, "Huh?" Before she can even react, Pan appears from behind. He reaches out and lifts her chin. "Long time no see, little cutie." Startled, Asa calls out Pan's name. She quickly pushes him back rapidly, widening the distance between them. She then summons her sword, frowning as she asks, "Where is everyone else?" Pan laughs in amusement. To think she still worries about her friends first even in this situation. What a good girl. A bright light suddenly flares up. In the dark alley, Asa holds her sword upright in front of her, her body radiating a holy light that clashes fiercely with Pan. A dead serious expression covers her face. Pan wears a smug smirk. It looks as though they will clash in the next second, but Asa suddenly takes a step back. "Now it's time to run," Pan asks in disbelief. "Are you seriously trying to run away? A hero, and yet?" Now in a quiet corner, Asa leans against the wall, panting. Feeling extremely lucky, she thinks. I actually managed to escape. No matter how she looks at it, that is definitely the right decision. Right now, her stats are much lower than in the previous round. Just brushing against Pan has already dropped her HP into the danger zone. Jumping into a 1v1 fight right now is nothing short of suicide. After catching her breath, Asa continues her search for a way out. Right then, she spots Yulia in the distance and quickly calls out to him. He rushes over, saying worriedly, "Asa, thank goodness you're awake. The mana concentration here is very high. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" "As expected, you're coughing up blood again." Asa exhales, smiling, "but at least there are no external injuries." Yulia pauses for a moment, then says, "We must break this barrier dimension as soon as possible. The longer we stay, the worse the toll on your body." The two of them search for a way out together. Asa suddenly asks, "Yulia, what happened? Where is everyone else?" In a nearby alley, a zombie steps out. Yulia calmly draws his sword and slashes it, responding, "The moment we entered the barrier dimension, we were all separated and dropped in different locations. I met the Magic Tower Master and the Crown Prince not long ago. At first, because of the worry. Worried when you wouldn't wake up, we decided to go to the temple in the capital, but right at that moment, mana suddenly surges and a barrier dimension appears. Not long after, Yulia runs around in a panic. Recalling that scene, he speaks again. When I wake up, I see no one else around. I set a meeting with the Magic Tower Master and the Crown Prince at that building in 5 minutes. Now that I find Asa, we can act together. The two continue to walk through the ruined structures. Meanwhile, Asa still looks around as if searching for something. As they pass by a building, she suddenly thinks, that seems like it will be useful. The moment her thought ends, a voice calls out from behind. Asa, Serena, and Michael hurriedly run over, and the four of them finally reunite after spending some time adjusting her display screen. Serena begins to scold her. In the end, after being scolded until her hair is a mess, Asa lets out a sigh of relief and thinks, finally, it's over. This took longer than usual. Serena suddenly calls Asa, and she immediately responds, yes. With a serious face, she says, come over here and speak with me privately for a moment. Asa replies in a small voice, yes, while shivering as she thinks, what is it? Is there still more nagging to be done? She quickly clears her throat. In any case, they must first find a way to leave this place. Let's start discussing strategy. As everyone already sees, the master of this barrier dimension is Pan, who possesses the ability of mind control and brainwashing, an extremely dangerous power. However, everyone has already seen it in the previous battle, right? It has absolutely no effect on me. Aware of what she wants to do, Serena immediately cuts in. Wait, Asa, don't tell me. Michael also resolutely states that it is absolutely forbidden. Don't even think about being a decoy or sacrificing yourself. Have you forgotten what happened to you last time? You almost lost your life. Yulia nods in agreement. I share the same opinion on this. Asa, let's try to find another way. She smiles and asks, why is everyone so worked up? I have no intention of acting as a decoy. Alone, before the doubtful faces of the three, she continues, so this time please come with me. Your Highness, Michael cries out in shock. Huh, thinking he didn't hear clearly, Asa pats his shoulder and calls him again. Michael, he continues to stammer. Me, she nods. Yes, let's go together. Nothing will happen. Michael hesitates for a moment, then cries out, ah, damn it, fine, I get it. Going together is probably safer, right? Asa thinks to herself, you might be fine, but I'm not sure if I'll make it out unscathed. Now, when all of my abilities are debuffed, if I want to land a critical hit on Pan, I must use that. The skill I obtained from the Ross Blue Mansion last time when falling into the red zone, all stats triple. Releasing this ability when HP hits the danger zone, every stat the number will triple. Serena sees that the plan is set, so she can only sigh. After all, it is still better than letting Asa go alone. Yulia also nods helplessly. I agree. Saying this, he immediately charges forward in front of her. Yulia calls out softly, Asa. He gently pats her head and says in a matter-of-fact tone, if the situation becomes critical, decisively abandon the prince and escape on your own. Michael rolls his eyes and asks the Duke, aren't those words a bit too much? Yulia shrugs. I am always very straightforward. Hearing this, veins immediately pop on Michael's face. He is truly speechless. Asa thinks to herself upon seeing this, it seems that in this round the two of them have become closer. She clears her throat. Anyway, I met Pan on the way here. For now, I plan to head back there to check it out. After a while, Asa walks back to the starting point. She thinks with a serious face, Serena, Yulia, please help me with what I asked. Thought just ends, and Asa immediately narrows her eyes. Standing in front of her is none other than Pan. Not far away, Michael quickly raises his guard. In front of Asa, a window pops up, warning that she has encountered a high-ranking demon. She seriously thinks Michael and I will lure Pan over. As a greeting, Pan immediately slashes out a wind blade. Asa also draws her sword to fight back. After exchanging a few clashes, she immediately widens the distance. Pan slashes out another wind blade, but Asa's blade blocks it, and so the battle between the two of them enters a brief pause. Pan speaks with amusement. I knew you would come back. How laughable it is to see the one called the goddess's representative fleeing for their life like that. Just as he finishes speaking, he takes the opportunity to unleash a wind blade. Asa quickly jumps to another spot, but there are too many wind blades, forcing her to swing her sword to block while gritting her teeth and asking, "Where are my teammates?" Pan brandishes a mana sphere in his hand. "If you want to know, you had better obediently. Cooperate, obediently come here." "They are in my hands." Asa stands up straight and reaches out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. At the same time, a selection panel pops up. Option 1, accept the proposal. Option 2, reject the proposal. Asa immediately drops her sword. Seeing her step forward, Pan cries out in surprise, "Wow, you really came?" Asa stops in front of him, raising her head to ask, "Where are my teammates?" Pan's gaze suddenly turns cold as he abruptly unleashes a wind blade, striking straight toward Asa. A notification window immediately pops up, warning, HP is decreasing. Danger zone. Seeing that she took the hit head-on, Pan sneers, "I really can't understand how someone like you managed to kill Eris after all." Right. Then Michael suddenly charges out. A terrifying explosion instantly echoes inside the barrier dimension, sending flames roaring up into the dark clouds. Taking that opportunity, Michael quickly pulls Asa and runs. He asks angrily, "Hey, you said you wouldn't get hurt." Asa smiles, "I'm sorry." Reaching a turn, the two quickly split up. Michael does not forget to warn her, "Just you wait, we'll settle the score later." From the ruins, Pan slowly steps out. Humans really are slow learners, whether the enemy is one or two. Makes no difference to me. Not long after, Asa runs toward the planned building, panting heavily. She thinks to herself, "Just a little more, just a little more." High above, Pan summons a wind spear. Michael just runs up and seeing the sight, he cries out, "Asa!" She spins around. Two options appear in front of her, one evadable, two unevadable. Asa smiles, standing still in place. The spearhead pierces straight through her body. Asa drops to her knees, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Michael cries out in shock, "Asa!" Her vision blurs, but her consciousness is incredibly clear and her body feels completely light. Asa summons her sword. In front of her, a notification appears. System, HP has entered the danger zone. Activating. Skill, all stats are now tripled. She stands up straight, thinking to herself as her heart beats so rapidly it feels like it's about to burst. And her entire body overflows with energy. From now on, the counterattack officially begins. Steps down, asking in surprise, "You don't feel pain?" Asa says nothing, her face ice cold as she stares at Pan. Michael also runs over at this moment, shouting, "Asa!" He draws his sword, standing in front of her. Seeing her still standing in that state, Pan can't help but ponder. Last time was the heart, this time is the lungs. If she is human, she should be writhing in agony and screaming, "Hey, are you really a human?" Only now does Asa speak to Pan. She pushes Michael aside and steps forward, her cold voice continuing to echo, "In the end, you will die by my hand." Just like Eris did, Pan immediately attacks. Michael hurriedly picks her up and runs into the building. He asks in panic, "Asa, are you okay?" "The wound is too severe." Asa smiles calmly. "Calm down, Michael, I am fine." Pan is very arrogant. Now he won't care about anything and will chase us deep. Inside the building, everyone stick to the plan, watching the backs of the two. The anger inside Pan reaches its peak. He sneers, "Ha how arrogant." Pan leaps up, charging straight inside, thinking at the same time, "The game is over, I will tear you to pieces." Not long after, at the widest area inside the building, a green wind smashes through the wall and pours inside. Pan curls his lips coldly. Little. Where is he hiding? As soon as the words leave his mouth, a magic bullet shoots forward. Pan casually waves his hand and the wind instantly shatters the bullet. Yulia quickly reaches out. Under his mana, the water current forms a dome-shaped barrier dimension to trap Pan. He lets out a puzzled grunt, but when he sees Yulia and Serena appear inside the barrier dimension, Pan sneers. "Ha, did you just lock me in? If you want to die, you should have just said so." Right, where is the pink-haired hero anyway? Did he get too scared and run away? Leaving his teammates behind, Yulia unleashes his mana and replies coldly, "That is none of your business." Pan instantly creates a wind sphere in his hand, appearing in front of Yulia in the blink of an eye. Yulia, while he blocks the attack with his greatsword, Serena raises her gun. The bullet flies straight at Pan's face, but he scoffs inwardly at such a pathetic combination. With a thought, he releases a wind blade, instantly blowing Yulia and Serena backward. Pan is also pushed back by the shockwave, forcing him to retreat a bit. As soon as he lands, he suddenly freezes. In the blink of an eye, golden chains wrap around his body. Asaz's voice rings out beside him. "Your body is no longer listening to you?" Pan turns. His head, Asaz is currently standing next to a painting, where her hand touches. Amidst a brilliant light, she flashes a weak smile and asks, "See, you should have thought before charging in like a lunatic." Right, Pan grinds his teeth and lets out a massive roar. Mana surges, and the chains instantly are corroded into nothingness. Right at that moment, Michael charges out with a blade in hand. "Where do you think you're going?" Serena also bolts upright and fires a bullet. Pan fearlessly slashes out. A wind blade, the attacks collide, instantly triggering a massive explosion. As the flames dissipate, Yulia's face fills. With gravity, Serena also frowns. Pan bursts into laughter. "Haha, I knew it. Lowly trash like you dare to have such audacity." Before he can finish, a blade pierces right through his body. A notification pops up. "System, you have dealt a critical hit to Pan. You have received bonus attribute points." Pan lifts his head and curses in anger. "Damn it, my toy of mine." At the same time, a red stone suddenly cracks. A notification panel pops up. "System, player has destroyed the barrier." Core returning to reality, Asaz smiles confidently and says, "I will not die. I will survive and witness everything to the very end." Pan grits his teeth, his eyes looking at her filled with venomous hatred. The very next second, his body explodes into foam. In front of Asaz, a notification pops up once again. "System, you have obtained the stage completion keyword. Escape." At the same time, a warning window appears. "System, combat assistance buff has been removed. System warning, HP is below the critical limit. Player's heart rate is unstable, unable to continue playing. Initiating forced logout." Her body collapses. Yulia, Michael, and Serena cry out in panic. In the real world, Irina groans softly. She lies flat on the bed, thinking to herself, "If only I could turn off the pain in reality too. I can clearly feel my body wasting away." She crawls up and says, "I have to go back." Plang asks anxiously, "Master, where are you going?" Irina climbs into the login capsule with the thought of going to the place where I no longer have to suffer pain. Returning to my world. Thank you for watching today's video. So we have reached the end of Season 1 of this captivating series. See you in Season 2, where the story promises to be even more dramatic and surprising. Don't forget to like and subscribe to support us and never miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching. Have a great day.